get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they faced scrutiny, they faced threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock, all day yesterday, through the night last night.
Dude, it's like live coverage. What am I supposed to do?
From the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies,
Interesting.
from county, from city partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work.
I like his haircut.
Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs.
Skip
we were able
head.
to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads.
Are the FBI incompetent? Yes or no? Answer in chat.
Release that at this time. We're working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we're confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately.
Am I getting called demonic in Kit Chat?
Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks,
Bro.
we've seen the state come together.
Yeah, I'm farming this. What of it?
Come together as a community to show what Utah's
Thank you for
known
the super
for.
chats.
For a state of character, of service.
Jason Coward, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Neighboring field.
This man became a member.
We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer.
It's just loading. What the hell?
invested in this, every investigator.
How have they not caught him yet? I don't get it.
every
What's
agency.
taking so
The
long?
outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing
Thank you for the
everything we
super
have
chat.
into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what
Clay
the
became
people on
a
the scene
member.
felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran.
It's
in
supposed to
fear.
load at any point?
Can't
Clay became a
overstate
member.
the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will have work to bring to justice the
F.R.
actions of
Kinnaman
one
became a
individual
member.
or any
Mossad
other
got him
individuals
out.
that assisted in that.
On one of those
Our state
planes, the
accounts
thing.
will help, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed
Good
people?
morning.
Time to throw
My name is Robert Bowles,
and start.
and I am the special agent in charge of the Salt Lake
Thank you for the
field
tip.
office.
Here we go. We're going to get some
Following
info.
yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has
Just loads
committed
constantly.
this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle.
Oh, God, God, those things are
Rifle
vicious.
Was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had
Bolt
fired.
action.
That I'm good.
So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon.
Fuck me, dude.
Investigators have also
Vasily
collected
Zaitsev, what the fuck?
footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads,
First Amendment
tips,
is an
and tips are
attack
being
on
followed.
the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
Absolutely. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
Suspect could be hiding in the woods, and is that suspect possibly still in this area?
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will do so. So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be a part of the investigation, and again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best. We have images of the suspect. Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details such as that right now. We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's, again, part of the investigation. Excuse me? We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can't release. Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone, from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far. All I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we have with the environment we're given. So thank you.
You have been watching a press conference out of Utah this morning, one day now after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We thought it would be a substantive press conference, and indeed it was. The commissioner of the Department of Public Safety there in Utah and the special agent in charge of the Salt Lake City FBI Bureau talked about the suspect, and we learned
saw it
quite
yesterday
a bit.
too. I'm actually trying to fix just calls.
It is a college-aged individual who, as they put it,
giving me an
blended
infant
in
loading
well
screen
with those at the event. We also learned that they've recovered what they believe to be the weapon, described as a high-powered bolt-action rifle. They have palm prints and they have footwear impressions that they believe, along with good quality video, will be enough to track this individual at this time. They are not releasing a name or footage for the public to comb through as of yet. Right now, they feel they have it down. Carter Evans is down on the scene and asked some questions there at the press conference. Carter, what stood out to you?
Well, you know, they seem pretty confident that they have an idea of this individual that they're looking for. And as the special agent in charge was walking away here, I mentioned that he said the word he many times, and he did confirm that the subject that they are looking for is a male. As you mentioned, they found that rifle in the woods. I asked if they thought he might still be in the area. They said they searched that wooded area and they were able to clear it. The one thing that they did point out is that they were able to track his movements from very early on, from the time he entered campus to the time he entered the building, went up the stairs, got on the roof. The shooting occurred, and then they see him jumping down from the building to another building, and then escaping off into a neighborhood. They went into that neighborhood also to gather more video from Ring cameras and such. They are not sharing that video with us, as you mentioned, and they will not get into details exactly what that video shows. Did they get a good look at this individual's face? That is unclear. That's a question they would not answer. I did ask them if they were able to get any fingerprints or DNA off the gun, perhaps, and that is something that they are working on right now. He said they spoke with the family, and they are absolutely devastated, as you can imagine. And he also mentioned how scary this was for students, and I noticed that when we were walking into the hall here today. There are chairs still scattered all over, backpacks on the ground. He said many people have barricaded themselves in the classrooms, terrified for their lives.
Understandably so. Carter, thank you very much for your coverage there. Let's bring in our justice correspondent, Scott McFarlane, who's also been following
Here's where it stops.
Scott, it was notable to me that they said they have good quality footage of this individual, and they're bringing technologies to bear in order to try to identify who it was. What stood out to you from that press conference?
Tony, I've been messaging some law enforcement sources about that detail. They have good video, but they don't want to share it. What does that mean? A couple of different takeaways here. That is an indication of confidence.
It's the only thing I can think of, because my PC is great.
Right? They don't want the public's help to look at imagery to help identify somebody. They may think they're close. But also, in this new era of citizen sleuths putting out images of people and having people misidentified by the public.
Apparently, this is like a really old bug.
That can metastasize and cause trouble for people misidentified. And you heard them at the beginning of that news conference say there's been threats against or hassling of the people who were detained briefly yesterday and released for having no connection to the shooting. They don't want that to happen, too. A couple other notes that I underscored here. The arrival time.
No, it doesn't straight up crash. It just
11:52 a.m. local
does nothing
time in Utah. That's 8 minutes before the event began yesterday. This is not a situation where somebody was there with plenty of time to set up an elaborate setup and do elaborate planning on site. It's a pretty quick turnaround. And they say no danger to the public. Tony,
played this before, but that was years ago.
Much a targeted political assassination.
Certainly seems that way. Scott, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Our coverage of this murder investigation will continue on our streaming channel, CBS News 24/7, and you can also find more on your local news and tonight on the CBS Evening News. Many of you
there's like a little
will
progress
now
bar
return to CBS Mornings already in progress. This has been a CBS News Special Report. I'm Tony DeCopel in New York.
Can't have malts.
Tony, thank you very much. I'm Errol Barnett at the CBS News Broadcast Center here in New York City as we continue to cover the investigation into the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk in Utah yesterday. Anna Schechter is here with me in studio. She's the senior coordinating producer for the CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit. And Anna, you and I were sitting together listening to this press conference out of Utah from the special agent in charge and other lead investigators. What jumped out at you most? We'll get into some of the specifics in a moment, but the fact that they do have video that they're not yet releasing to the public tells us they've made some headway, but not all headway yet.
They describe the video as good video, so it suggests a level of confidence, but we have no indication of an exact identification. They described this individual as appearing to be college age, so giving some details which they might have a few potential names, but they didn't really tell us anything definitively. What stood out to me, though, is that they have footprints that they're analyzing. They believe they have the weapon that was discarded in the woods that was found by investigators. So that's a big lead, an important find. ATF obviously had been on the scene since yesterday. So a lot of news, actually, more than expected out of this press conference.
Yeah, and we're in the first 24 hours of this incident happening, and I think what was so bizarre for so many people yesterday as we look at footage of Charlie Kirk holding this
Yeah,
event,
I've seen that
throwing out
too.
hats, was that there are thousands of people there
No
with
sense.
cameras, many witnesses, but almost immediately people were taken into custody, then released, and yesterday evening they didn't have a suspect in custody, and even this morning. So the fact that this high-powered bolt-action rifle was obtained in a wooded area, that you mentioned the shoe print, a forearm impression as well, what will they be doing right now with that information?
Well, as we speak, there are multiple lines underway. So let's take the gun first. So ATF is on that. They're going to try to trace that back, locate any information about the purchase of that weapon, if they can. So that's one lane. Now, a footprint.
I'm also going to turn off
something that they could maybe
cloud
guess
saving
at height and weight of an individual and match that with the footage that they have.
If I can remember where to do that.
That's not a very specific way to go. So it's still really tricky. This is a huge problem for investigators, and the fact that it was so chaotic yesterday and that this individual was able to flee the premises.
I don't think I can even do that. What?
Investigators thought they had the right guy, had the wrong guy. All of that delayed and delayed, giving the shooter the edge to get away. It reminds me of Mangione,
and there were 6 police officers there for
who was able
thousands
to
of
escape
people.
Manhattan with all the security cameras.
That's right.
And it was 5 days, almost 5 days before he was arrested, and it was the public that helped. So I'm going to be looking for potentially in the next hour or two, are they going to release some
It's like
images
it's not
and ask
syncing
the
up the
public for help?
saves.
Which is what I was going to mention to you. Someone in the public. Was
No, I
able
didn't
to
have any.
identify
That's the thing,
Mangione
right? This happened the
because
first time
images
as well.
had been
Like, because
released.
now we're in
In this
1920
case, they're
times
not yet
1080.
releasing footage. They're
Because
saying
the save
they've got
doesn't know
technology
my
that they think
settings
what they
yet.
need, but
Because I
he
don't
says
have a
that
save.
the
It's downloading the
investigators
save now.
will
It did
release,
that.
footage
Because the
that
next
they
time I
need.
launch it,
I wanna jump
it'll be
quickly
in
to our Carter Evans,
proper
correspondent
aspect
who's in the
ratio.
room. You got a
But it'll
question in,
still
Carter,
have the
about
loading
the
problem.
sense of unease for the community there, considering this person is still on the loose, and you asked.
So I need to be able to turn the cloud thing
people should
off
still be fearful,
so it doesn't
and
try
the
and download
suspect is in
anything,
the
because I
area.
think
Tell us
that's
about
the
what they told
problem.
you.
Yeah, so what I wanted to know is they found this rifle in the woods nearby.
I don't know
wanted to
if
know
it works
they
on stream now,
believe
because
that
all of the
individual had
things
escaped
jumped
into the
off
woods.
screen because of
And are
the
they
resolution
sure
change.
that he is not in this community
But
anymore.
if you can
What
see
they
it,
told
now
me
it's in
was that they
1920
cleared
times
that area
1080.
of woods. They did not say where he was, but they did say that they believe, of course,
It
that
looks
this was
horrendous.
a targeted attack and no one else is in danger. I think it's important to note that they said they have a tremendous
Stopped
amount
at the
of
exact
video
same
of this
line again.
suspect. Everything leading up to his climb up to the roof on the building, the shooting, and then his escape afterwards into a nearby
I know,
neighborhood.
right?
Then they canvassed that neighborhood
Bruh.
looking for more cameras, ring doorbell cameras.
We didn't used to have these
security
fucking
cameras,
problems.
that sort of thing. They presumably
Put a crack
collected
on it,
even
go,
more video
you know?
there. And I find it interesting that they don't want to release this video to the public just yet. That leads me to believe that they have some pretty good leads on this individual and that they might have a pretty good picture of
Yeah,
him.
that,
Why
yeah.
wouldn't they release it to the public? Well, it could start a frenzy here, and there are a lot of online sleuths that
Where's the
could be
days
looking
going?
into this and misidentifying
They're coming back,
people. And it sounds like they have
Make video games more
confidence in the
expensive, see what
information
happens.
that they have right now. They said that they've received over 130 tips on this line, and they pointed out how scary an event this was on campus yesterday.
It's
as
like
well.
Alt F4 works,
There were
so
students in here who
it's not
barricaded
crashed, it's
themselves
just
in classrooms. When I walked into the
frozen.
auditorium here, I noticed it. You could see chairs scattered all over the place. There's still some backpacks here. It was a terrifying event for people.
Yeah, Carter, and they've even asked for people who were there and have information to call 1-800-CALL-FBI or head to fbi.gov/Utah. It's interesting to me because you're at Utah Valley University. The campus is closed.
Can I not turn
through
cloud
the
saving
week,
off?
but
I swear you could do that somehow, but it's not.
described
I
and painted a
can't
pretty
find no.
chaotic scene that has been left behind. And I know you've been talking with people there too. Help us understand what things look like and how people in Orem are feeling today after this horrific event.
You know, the people I spoke to, mainly last night, are clearly still in shock. I mean, they have vivid memories of what they saw. Many of them that I spoke to were up very close. They saw this in great detail. And remember, this is someone they admired very, very much, and they watched him get assassinated right before their very eyes. You know, according to these folks, this was supposed to be a fun event, a safe space, open for debate, for disagreements, that sort of thing. And it was during that very debate where they happened to be discussing
They use their own nonsense
when that single shot occurred, killing Charlie Kirk.
Because I am getting a save
To see
downloaded.
the footage from right before.
Right, the
that
folder's
shot
back now.
Rang out.
For Enix
Carter
folder?
Evans is there
With a save in it.
at the location where the shooting took place and
Two,
in the
actually.
room where investigators just gave us an update on their search for the suspect. CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarland joins us now from Washington with Scott, what you are learning. The fact that investigators wanted to have this press conference effectively first thing this morning to both calm the public, and Carter Evans just told us people are still on edge there and in shock, but also to ask the public for help.
Strike
Tells us there's
compatibility
a level
modes.
of
That's not going to change
confidence,
that
but
thing.
they don't know who this person is yet. Give us some insight into why that may be.
They have what they characterize as good video, high-quality video, in this new era where everybody seems to have a doorbell camera in some neighborhoods, and there are so many surveillance cameras and cell phone cameras available. It's not surprising that there's a high volume of video, but they seem confident in the type of video they have and not releasing it to the public. I agree with Carter's diagnosis there that it's a dangerous thing to put video out there to citizen sleuths who may miss.
If not, I'm just gonna play Our Line
Law
Tycoon.
enforcement is increasingly cautious about that. There are some details about the nature of events and the sequence of events that stood out to me. A bolt-action rifle is how it was described, a high-powered bolt-action rifle. The bolt is one you would use from long distances for superior accuracy, it's often lighter, one that would be used for hunters and those who'd want to shoot from a great distance away. In this case, they've characterized it as about 2 football fields, 200 yards away. But they didn't have much time between the arrival of this shooter and the beginning of the event. They said 11:52 a.m. Mountain Time was the arrival of the shooter on campus. The event began on campus at roughly 12 p.m., so just 8 minutes there. I also think it's important to note that they were asked about what they could release on the appearance of this shooter, and they made clear the shooter was able to blend in with college students, the way he carried himself, the way he was either dressed or moved about the campus, indicated that he would not stand out on a college campus. And I think it's always important to emphasize here that they were repeatedly saying he and him, at least limiting the number of people who could possibly be associated with this shooting.
And
Not these
Scott, I
days.
want to walk through some of the details the investigators provided at the top, because what you've just mentioned, the
think he's just busted.
arrival of this suspect on campus at 11:52 a.m. local
And I'm
time,
finding like a
8
million
minutes
different things.
before
Oh,
this
turn
event
OneDrive on.
seems
I don't even have
suggest
fucking OneDrive.
a high level
Turn
of planning.
the Windows
and
volume on.
specific
Of course that's on.
intent here.
Like,
They said the
you know what I
suspect
mean?
arrived on
Like, what the
campus,
fuck?
about 8 minutes before the event, moved up a stairwell across a rooftop. Seemed to blend in well with the college institution, as you've mentioned. And then after the shooting, and witnesses say they heard one single shot. Afterward, the suspect then jumped off the building and fled through a neighborhood where he eluded authorities and is on loose until now. What does that tell you about what it would take? And of course, the rifle that we've mentioned was used. What it would take for anyone to
Guys, the exact same
accomplish
problem
something like
7
this
years ago.
seems to suggest a high level of planning, coordination, and effort, at the very least.
This is certainly indicative of planning. Having the
No
timing, having
responses.
the particular firearm for that particular mission, and somebody who ditched the firearm in the woods during an escape, potentially a planned escape. But I think it's important to underscore this was not an invite-only event. This was a publicized event where the location and the time were known to anybody interested days earlier. There's a number of political events where you have to RSVP and give us your information before we tell you where it is. Those events happen frequently here in Washington, D.C., so they don't have public safety threats at the event. This was different. I mean, Charlie Kirk was advertising the location and the time to draw a crowd of 3,000 to a college campus on a Wednesday afternoon. So there was a capacity and an opportunity for a shooter to plot and plan.
And just a quick programming note for our viewers. President Trump, as you should all be aware, is at the Pentagon at this moment taking part in memorial services for the 24th anniversary of 9/11. You see him there seated next to First Lady Melania Trump. He is scheduled to give remarks within the next few minutes. Currently, we're hearing from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the Secretary of Defense is
I'm
also
so lost
expected
as to why this is
speak.
happening.
As soon as we hear from President Trump, we will bring that to our viewers live. And Scott, Charlie Kirk was instrumental, according to President Trump, in getting him elected, mobilizing young conservatives to head out to the polls and to get him into office. That if investigators
There's
released
no way that's
too
the point.
vague of an image of the suspect, that things could get worse.
that's
that
right,
perhaps it would foment political suspicion and violence in the country if they don't get this right.
The investigators spoke to that right off the bat, Errol, at the news conference just now in Utah. They said that the two people who were briefly detained yesterday as persons of interest, people who ended up having no connection to the shooting, have been harassed and threatened in the hours since in this online ecosphere where people are typing and clicking first and maybe thinking second. It can be a hellstorm put on somebody who's misidentified or unfairly associated with a crime. So they're being judicious with that. I got to tell you, it really does potentially speak to how important an issue it is that they're not putting video out to the public when seemingly that would only help an investigation to get better tips, to get better intel, to speed up the search. That they're holding back on that is an indication of the moment we're living in.
Scott MacFarlane providing us what he knows there from our Washington bureau as we look at live images from the Pentagon where 9/11 memorial services are underway, and we expect to hear
Why
from
did it go
President
full
Trump
screen again?
momentarily. I want to bring back in Anna Schechter, who's still with me here in studio. And that point, Anna, about the political climate in the country that this apparent assassination is happening in, surely is on the minds of investigators, as Scott just
Oh my
alluded
God,
to.
how does this...
might it change, impact at all how investigators share what
Square
they know?
Enix isn't what they used
Well,
to
it's
be.
a good question. In fact, last evening at the initial presser, the Utah governor called it immediately. This was a political assassination. Now, that was before they had gathered the information that we now have. But it comes at a time of heightened threats against members of Congress, politicians, judges, people in the public eye. We've had a number of high-profile incidences. Look at Minnesota. We just had the assassination of assassination attempt of a state lawmaker. He was injured along with his wife, and one was killed along with her husband. So we are in a really dark time in our history, but I did hear last night a lot of talk about coming together, whether you agree or disagree with Charlie Kirk. He was about open debate and an acknowledgement of that. A lot of different media outlets and discussions online. So I think that was something that I was happy to see yesterday. Charlie Kirk character, according to some. But, you know, when you look at profiles of him, he really considered himself a voice of reason in this youth conservative movement. He liked to think of himself as actually stamping out some of them darker conspiracy theories. You do see clips circulating online of him talking about the Epstein files, sometimes entertaining some conspiracy theories, but he thought of himself that way.
Just broken,
which is
dude.
interesting, and he would dare people.
I've
to
turned
come
every
and
single
debate him.
audio input
When
off
I look at
that
the
I could.
video and analyze it, he was so relaxed.
Some
so
people say it has to do with
comfortable.
audio, so I'm
Really,
just
there
trying
didn't
shit
seem
out
to be
at this
any,
point.
sense of an imminent threat at all. So yes, he had his security team, but yes, they also chose a very vulnerable position to be sitting low down with lots of buildings and elevated positions, not covered by law enforcement, not covered by
There are
security.
6 police
That
officers. What do you
location
mean law
was
enforcement?
extremely
Nobody was
difficult to
there.
secure. It also proved to be a very easy place from which to flee. The fact that this individual who is seen on some of this footage running away on the roof, it appears to be the shooter. It just goes to show how these outdoor venues are so difficult to secure.
The fact that this happened on a college campus is also part of the calculation here. We're in a moment in the country where college campuses are being highly criticized
Yeah, I have to try
for not
that.
protecting their students enough, either because of rhetoric.
I'm still not used to Windows 11, dude. Like, that's the first thing I turned off, like UAC, but in Windows 11, I'm not comfortable doing that. Because it's Windows 11.
Investigation proceeds. The role, the responsibility.
I don't want anything to run as admin unless I tell it to.
It's a great question.
But in
and this
Windows,
is something
the old
that I think
version, the old...
institutions have been grappling with.
Before my
And we
PC
just
died,
had
I was
an
just
assassination of 2
admin to everything.
embassy workers in D.C. get
it's
shot
still
as
stopped.
they were leaving an event.
It doesn't help the
an
intro is
event to
ridiculously
promote
long.
Peace in the Middle East, and these were 2 staffers at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. So as we're talking, we can just think about multiple acts of political violence. We also had an attack on a marching group in Colorado just a few months ago. They were marching to raise awareness about the hostages taken from Israel.
I literally just installed
we've
it.
had half a dozen, as I'm sitting here thinking,
Brand new
about a
install.
few just in the last few months. And then this one really stands out to me because for young people politically engaged, he was so well known, so popular, or even just garnered a lot of response, like love him or hate him or disagree with what he said, because he did say controversial things, but he invited that debate and people did engage with him and engage with him online. So to me, it feels like a huge moment in our country. And obviously the White House thinks so too. President Trump came out with a statement last night. It does feel like a seismic shift is underway right now.
Yeah, very good points there. As we're speaking, Anna, we're looking at Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon give his remarks on what is the 24th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. We see President Trump sitting
Stopped
next
at 5
to
bars
the
again.
First Lady. As soon as the President jumps up to speak, we will bring that to you all to hear what he has to say today. Let's jump back to CBS News Justice correspondent Scott MacFarlane in Washington, because, Scott, you too have covered so many horrific shooting events in the country that have some type of political linkage. Zoom out for us on the bigger picture for people who may not know who Charlie Kirk is, people around the world watching this wondering what is happening in the United States. What is the state of political violence right now in 2025?
The people in charge of securing our elected leaders have been trying to raise a red flag and sound a siren over the last few years, and they're hoping somebody's listening, because the number of threat investigations involving elected officials is
I'd have to install a third-party app though. I don't have that on my PC right now.
Literally,
But yeah, you can block easily. I could just firewall it.
Threats against elected lawmakers in Washington now than there were 7 or 8 years ago. Literally triple. So the
Actually, I think I
volume of
turned that
threats is
off.
increasing. The perniciousness
Yeah.
of the threats is increasing. So many of them are so easy to make now through social media and through phone devices that it's almost difficult to conceive of how you chase down every
make a
single
rule so
one
it
of them.
doesn't
If there are
dial.
several hundred a month, how do you get thoroughly through each one of them? That's the baseline concern. But there's also a growing concern here about the metastasizing nature of these threats.
I
and
have
these
a good
attacks.
idea.
And there's
I'm
a
going to
symmetry
delete
in
the
imagery of
intro
what
and
we
see what
saw
happens.
in Utah yesterday and what we saw last July in Pennsylvania, in Butler. You see the sunny day, the bright day, the sea of red caps and politically interested people, and a person on a stage shot at. And that imagery, I think there's a fear, could spread. It could go further and wider. And security is a primary concern for public officials. We do know that Charlie Kirk had his own private security. There on the ground, the university police had said they had been coordinating for some time, and Charlie Kirk was making a nationwide tour of college campuses with his security team. He was to go to Utah State later this month, Virginia Tech later this year. These are grand events with big crowds, but clearly, Errol, with some vulnerability.
And Scott, I'm reminded that you were there in Butler, Pennsylvania. President Trump changed the formatting of his outdoor events while campaigning in the wake of that assassination attempt. I'm wondering, as you talk about the symmetry from your perspective between the two, what your advice and guidance might be to Turning Point USA on these upcoming events, or if you watched that footage yesterday with some sense of shock and a reminder of what you saw happen in Butler.
In both cases, you have roofs involved too. A shooter on a roof at an outdoor event. You know, there was a concern during the investigation of Butler from people who said that site was way too vulnerable for the event they'd had there in Pennsylvania and the security regimen they did. There is also this consensus in Washington that's growing that maybe town hall events are physically risky and maybe dissuade people from having more events with their constituents because they're difficult to secure and impossible to secure 100%. There are going to be investigations here into any vulnerabilities that may have been missed. But I want to say this on behalf of those I see in the video. These are college kids. These are kids, and they have to live with what they saw. And there is a trauma to these types of events.
Oh, I forgot to. Shit, I fucked up.
And we all should be mindful of what happens to those 3,000 people
I shouldn't have loaded it.
who saw horror yesterday up close and personal.
And Scott, as we stand by to hear remarks from President Trump, which we understand are just a few moments away, I'm wondering, have we turned a point in America where outdoor, politically related events may become a thing of the past, even with coverage and security and planning?
And the rallies are one thing. You know, outdoor rallies are a choice often for optics, often for accessibility, and because they do help draw people further and wider if they know they can just stop by a rally, take a seat, and participate in democracy. I think there's a more fundamental perniciousness to this, though. Does it dissuade from elected leaders or public figures from just going out to meet and greet with people on the street, in the neighborhood, at the farmer's market, at the ball game, at the town square, if they believe they're uniquely vulnerable in the outdoors right now? That does kind of erode the fundamentals of democracy. It also just erodes at our civilization. But I've talked to any number of lawmakers over the last year since Butler, Pennsylvania. They are gravely concerned about security, and I think wildly more so than even just a few years ago.
It's why it's called a stump speech. Way back in the day, you know, hopeful politicians would get up on a tree stump so they could speak to the people around and draw people in and convince them through their argument and their words that they had the best policy and vision moving forward. We hope that it remains as an aspect of American democracy. Scott MacFarlane, thank you so much. We see President Trump now approaching the podium at the Pentagon. Let's listen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before we begin, let me express the horror and grief so many Americans at the heinous assassination of...
Can you stop? Oh my god.
Charlie
I put it to
Kirk
win not mode,
felt.
it goes back to full.
Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people. Our prayers are with his wonderful wife, Eric, and his beautiful children. Fantastic people they are. We miss him greatly, yet I have no
This
doubt
isn't gonna
that
work.
Charlie's voice and the courage he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on. I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd. Very, very big. Thank you, my fellow Americans. 84 years ago this morning, the banks of the Potomac were filled with the clamor of construction workers who broke ground on the building now known as the Pentagon on September 11th, 1941. At the time, it was the biggest building ever built. From that moment forward, this structure stood as a monument to American strength, power, and cherished American freedom. Exactly 6 decades later, on September 11th, 2001, those same walls, built with the sweat and muscle, blood of our parents and grandparents,
Does
were
Game Copy
scarred
World
by
still
flame
exist?
and shaken by terror.
That's still a
As
thing.
our country came face to face with pure evil. On that fateful day,
Holy shit, it still exists.
savage monsters attacked the very symbols of our civilization. Yet here in Virginia and in New York and in the skies over Pennsylvania, Americans did not hesitate. They stood on their feet and they showed the world that we will never yield, we will never bend, we will never give up, and our great American flag will never, ever fail. That terrible morning 24 years ago, time itself stood still. The laughter of school children fell silent. The rush of our traffic came to an absolute halt. And for 2,977 innocent souls and their families, the entire world came crashing down so suddenly. In the quarter of a century since those acts of mass murder, 9/11 family members have felt the weight of missed birthdays and
Bro, it
empty
still looks
bedrooms,
exactly the same. That takes me
journals
back,
left
dude.
unfinished,
Holy
and
shit.
dreams left unfulfilled. To every member that still feels a void every day of your lives, the First Lady and I unite with you in sorrow. And today, as one nation, we renew our sacred vow that we will never forget September 11th, 2001. Amid the horror of that morning, some used cell phones and office lines to whisper their final words to those who mattered most. They whispered indeed. At 8:59 a.m. aboard United Flight 175, Brian Sweeney called his wife, Julie. He told her, "Do good, go have good times. I totally love you. I'll see you again. I'll meet you up there." 4 minutes later, his plane hit the south tower of the World Trade Center. At 9:12 a.m. aboard American Airlines Flight 77, Renee May called her mom. Just the day before, Renee had learned that she was 7 weeks pregnant, but she never got the chance to share the news. She simply said, "I love you, Mom." 25 minutes later, Renee's plane struck the Pentagon. So violent, a strike it was. At 9:53 a.m. aboard United Flight 93, Elizabeth Waineo called her stepmom. They're getting ready to break into the car.
Kind of annoyed. I really wanted to play.
What do I do? I love you so much. They're going to break in. 10 minutes later, Flight 93 ended in the hallowed field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. At 10:25 a.m., Tom McGinnis was trapped on the 92nd floor of the North Tower when he told his wonderful wife, Elena, on the phone, "There are people jumping from the floors above us. If we get out of here, It'll be a total miracle. I love you, darling. Take care of Caitlin, beautiful daughter. 3 minutes later, the tower fell. Out of the ash, we witnessed the awesome power of that incredible love. We've seen it rise again. Out of the wreckage, we watched unbelievable courage suddenly take form. And out of the darkness, we saw the timeless truth of American character shine for the world to see. In America, we take blows, but we never buckle. We bleed, but we do not bow. And we defy the fear, endure the flames, and emerge from the crucible of every hardship stronger, prouder, and greater than ever before. Last year, we were a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. In New York, there were heroes like Chuck Costello, a 46-year-old elevator mechanic, and a member of the Knights of Columbus. He selflessly ran into the World Trade Center to free people trapped in the elevators. His body was not found until the following January, deep under the debris. While going through his belongings, Chuck's widow, Mary, a phenomenal woman, discovered a personal prayer written in his own words: "Help me to light the way for those in the dark, and when I enter the darkness, let me not panic, but patiently wait to remember the light." Beautiful words. When the time came, Chuck ran boldly into the darkness of hell on earth, and now he shines in the light of heaven above. We remember him this morning. That day we learned that the American heroic spirit was all around us. We saw it in the police officers, the great firefighters, the service members here at the Pentagon, and in the hearts of every American who answered history's call. One such hero was Army Sergeant First Class Steve Workman, who was on the edge of the impact zone when this incredible Pentagon was hit. He was right there. After leading hundreds of people to escape routes, Steve turned back and plunged into the inferno itself. Pushing through the debris, he came upon a severely burned Navy lieutenant, the only survivor from the Navy Command Center. Only one. The wounded lieutenant looked into Steve's soul and said, "Don't let me die." Steve replied, "I won't. I've got you. Just hang on." He wheeled the lieutenant out of the wreckage on the back of a maintenance cart before getting in the ambulance and taking him to Walter Reed Hospital. That man Steve saved, Lieutenant Kevin Schaefer, went on to join the elite team of CIA operatives who located Osama bin Laden. Steve, you're an American hero. We appreciate it. We appreciate what you've gone through. Please stand.
Successfully validated.
Please stand. Where are you? Oh, good-looking man. You're a good-looking guy. You remember that day. You remember that day. Good. Thank you very much, Steve. That was something. That was something. In the years that followed, America's warriors avenged our fallen and sent an unmistakable message to every enemy around the world. If you attack the United States of America, we will hunt you down and we will find you. We'll go all over this sometimes magnificent earth. We will crush you without mercy and we will triumph without question. That's why we named the former Department of Defense the Department of War. It will be different. We won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything before that and in between. And then we decided to change the name. Well, now we have it back to where we all want it. Everybody wanted it. Everybody is so happy to have it back. You will.
Literally no one
fail
cares.
And America will win, win, win. The enemy will always fail. 24 years have passed since that Tuesday morning in September, and an entire generation of Americans have come of age in a totally different world. While they cannot remember the agony of that day, they are carrying on the legacy of those who lost. Around 8:30 a.m. on the morning of the attacks, Army Lieutenant Colonel Kip Taylor sent an email to his friends and family describing the joys of fatherhood and his excitement for the upcoming birth of his unborn son. He wrote, after you have kids, there are days that you just get going and you say, "Hi, honey, I'm home." What we do until that moment pales in comparison, but just that little statement, "Hi, honey," so American, so beautiful. But that's really the point of it all, isn't it? An hour after he sent that email, Flight 77 flew into Colonel Taylor's Pentagon office and claimed the life of a very proud father and true patriot. 6 weeks later, on October 25th, 2001, Colonel Taylor's son, Luke, was born. Luke then tragically lost his mom to cancer when he was just 2 years old, leaving him to be raised by his father's brother. As a young boy, Luke asked his uncle about the folded flag on the bookshelf, and when he learned about his dad's decades of devotion to the Army and the horrors of September 11th, that's when he learned. Luke carried that memory with him and joined the ROTC as a college freshman. He graduated just last year, and I'm pleased to say he is with us today as a second lieutenant and doing very well. He's rising quickly in the infantry, preparing for Army Ranger School. The spitting image of his dad, they say. Luke says that every time he puts on a uniform, he feels connected to his father and to our country. But it was a father he never knew. Luke, your parents are together in heaven, and they could not be prouder of the man that they have produced. They produced you. Those two great people produced you. Luke, please stand. Thank you.
Square Enix used to be a good company, bro.
They're looking down on you. They're very proud. This morning, we recall the light of America's best and bravest and the love that they showed in their final moments. In their memory, we make a solemn pledge and a noble promise. We will honor always our great heroes. You are our heroes. There's a group of people that don't want to talk about our heroes, but we will always talk about our heroes. And that's the way our country is, and that's the way the people feel. We will defend the nation they served, the values they upheld, and the freedom for which they died. We will support our troops, we will protect our families, and we will preserve the American way of life for every future generation. We will build taller, grow stronger, fight harder, and soar higher. And together we will go forward as one people with one heart, one fate, one flag, and one glorious destiny under Almighty God. May God bless the memories of those who died and the heroes who fought and the soldiers who still stand watch. May God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the singing of God Bless America, and remain standing for the benediction.
Who the fuck is that announcer, bro? Too much, dude. Too much. Too much, okay?
You've been listening to President Trump speaking at the Pentagon 9/11 memorial ceremony. He began his speech by honoring Charlie Clerk, saying that he would be awarding Charlie Clerk the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It is the nation's highest civilian honor a president can bestow on a citizen of this country. Now, As far as the assassination, a manhunt is underway for the shooter who killed the conservative political activist. The close ally of President Trump was speaking at an event at Utah Valley University yesterday when authorities say someone on a rooftop fired a single shot. The shooter then escaped into the chaos of the crowd. Moments ago, though, officials gave an update on their investigation, and it does sound like they have very, very good information about the person who they are chasing, and video of his moments after the shooting. They say a weapon has been recovered. Listen to this.
We have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon.
Now, we spoke to one of the witnesses last night on the Daily Report who says he was just 15 feet in front of Kirk at the moment. Watch.
All of a sudden, we were all piling on the ground. I just remember instinctively shouting, "No, no, no, no." I reached for my phone to text my wife and to tell her that there was a shooter and that I loved her in case anything happened to me.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have condemned the violence. Take a listen.
In this country, we have the First Amendment. We have freedom to speak what's on our mind and shouldn't get shot because we believe in our system of democracy, conservative, liberal, whatever you are, you shouldn't be shot for your beliefs.
This is horrific. This is awful. And the assassination of Charlie Kirk risks an uncorking of political chaos and violence that we cannot risk in America.
We've got team coverage of all of this for you this morning. Natalie Brand is standing by in Washington for reaction from the White House. Anna Schechter will have more on the investigation. But first, I want to get to CBS News reporter Andreas Gutierrez, who's joining me live from Orem, Utah. Andreas, what are you learning and what are you hearing from the Utah community this morning?
Well, Vlad, besides that murder weapon being analyzed, the FBI right now also working to analyze some footwear impressions as well as some forearm impressions they got of the suspect. So they have been working throughout the night in gathering this evidence, and those are some new pieces of information that we've received. They've also been able to develop a better timeline. We now understand that the gunman showed up here to the campus of Utah Valley University 8 minutes before the noon event yesterday, and then moved through the staircase wells of a building nearby about 200 yards away from where Charlie Kirk was speaking, went to that rooftop and ended up taking that sniper's position. They then captured him on surveillance camera, leaving the building from the opposite side of where he fired that single shot and moving down through the staircases and off the campus, ended up going into a nearby neighborhood. The investigators have canvassed that neighborhood. They have asked those individuals, homeowners, to provide Ring doorbell, and they are compiling leads at this hour to try to get a better understanding as who this individual is. And they are confident that they have the technologies available to go ahead and to identify this individual before they start releasing the name and photographs out to the general public. So they are quite confident that the technologies will be able to identify this individual. There were 2 individuals that were taken into questioning yesterday. They've been released. One of them was charged with obstruction of justice, but they've also noted that these individuals have been harassed.
I can't
since those
find
names have been
anything
released.
that's
We are
useful.
not naming them here on CBS News, but their names are out there on social media, and apparently they have been harassed. The FBI asking the public not to do that. And as you said, there is just overall a lot of shock and awe out here about what happened yesterday. Politicians, as you heard, condemning the political violence, but out here, just people having to experience the trauma of seeing Charlie Kirk getting assassinated in front of them. There were 3,000 people in attendance. Security also being questioned here, given that amount of people. There was no checkpoints. There was essentially no checking of tickets for the public coming in, so anyone could just come into this open venue. And so of those 3,000 that were in attendance, there were about 6 campus police officers that were guarding the perimeter of this particular event. But again, could have probably not done much given the position of where this shooter ended up firing off that single shot.
So, Andreas, we just heard from FBI and the special agent in charge, and remarkably, and I think this is good news for people who are worried out there because this suspect is still at large, that they have extensive video, and they've also recovered the weapon that was used in the assassination.
Absolutely, Vlad. And at this point, they essentially will rely on, the license plate readers that are in the area. They'll tap into those databases. They'll also go ahead and tap into the vast surveillance systems around here and try to see if they could perhaps use any AI technology, perhaps that now is out there available to them to see if they can zero in and trace the steps of this individual before and after he ended up doing this assassination.
All right, Andreas Gutierrez reporting live from Orem, Utah, the site of that heinous act of political violence yesterday. Andreas, thank you very much. All right, let's get now to CBS News White House correspondent Natalie Brand. She is joining us from the White House. Natalie, as you know, Charlie Kirk was not officially part of the administration, but he was very, very close with the president. He was especially close to Vice President J.D. Vance and the president's son, Donald Trump Jr. Can you just describe his influence? And we've seen the president angrily yesterday reacting to the news, and again this morning with the news that he's going to award him the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Just give us the macro view of how influential and how loved he was by members of the Trump world.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to why the president and his team, White House officials here, simply devastated by this political assassination. You know, there were tears at the White House yesterday. It's a very somber day,
That's a big
on
deal.
9/11, but I think you could hear it in the president's voice when he was speaking at the Pentagon a short time ago, and it speaks to the closeness of their relationship that he opened his remarks at the 9/11 remembrance ceremony at the Pentagon with a tribute to Kirk and this announcement that he would be bestowing on him the Presidential Medal of Freedom posthumously. Take a listen to a little bit more of what he had to say.
Before we begin, let me express the horror and grief so many Americans at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk have felt. Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people. Our prayers are with his wonderful wife, Eric, and his beautiful children. Fantastic people they are. We miss him greatly, yet I have no doubt that Charlie's voice and the courage he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on. I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd. Very, very big. Thank you.
Last night, in a video message, the president also noted his anger and grief. He blamed rhetoric from the left, although, again, as you've been talking about, this investigation still in its very early stages. So, unclear what the exact motivation here was, but just the sense of grief here at the White House. The vice president, in an extremely personal and lengthy account on social media, detailed his relationship with Kirk and how Kirk helped him really launch his political career and advocated for him to become Trump's running mate, noting that some of the most successful events organized on the campaign trail were not organized by the campaign, but by Kirk's group, Turning Point USA. He went on to say he wasn't just a thinker, he was a doer, turning big ideas into bigger events with thousands of activists, Vlad.
Yeah, I encourage everyone to read the post by the Vice President of the United States, where, as you say, Natalie, he is very pointed in sharing some very personal details about his relationship with Charlie Kirk, even going back to the moment where they first met and how Charlie reached out to him, and what Charlie Kirk did, which was to debate. You may not have agreed with his points of view, but he was always warm. He was always open to debate. And he was doing what he had always done, which is engaging young people and encouraging them to be part of the civic lesson here. All right, Natalie ran for us at the White House. Natalie, we appreciate you. Let's dig a little deeper into the investigation. Let's bring in CBS News senior coordinating producer for crime and public safety, Anna Schechter. Anna, just give us an update. We just heard from the special agent in charge of the investigation from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. But what more can you tell us about what's happening behind the scenes for this manhunt?
Sure. Well, investigators say they are confident that they will be able to identify the individual. They say they have good quality video, but from my read of that press conference, they don't have a name ID yet. And if they wind up needing the help to identify who the individual is, they might go to the public. So let's take a listen to the Utah Department of Public Safety lead, that is Bo Mason, and he had this to say about where the investigation stands.
So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon, but right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos.
So he and his team are going through surveillance footage. If they have some kind of sense of a vehicle, license plate readers, they're going to be casing local businesses, certainly wanting to limit how this individual might be able to travel and leave the area. So all of that is underway. You had dozens of agents descend upon the campus yesterday, but they were tripped up, essentially. They delayed themselves by the confidence that was expressed when there were those two individuals who were arrested. One immediately, that individual was determined not to be the shooter. He was let go. Then they took into custody a second person. That individual was also let go. So a lot of confusion. And unfortunately, that lent a little bit of too much confidence to teams working the case, thinking they might have the person who carried out this assassination, and they did not. That gave that individual time to get away. But what I will note also, as Andres was saying earlier, they have a footprint, they have a forearm print, a palm print. That can help them, but it can only go so far. I think that the technology of surveillance footage is really going to be the key here.
Yeah, I mean, we live in a world now, Anna, where there are cameras
People
everywhere.
game my ass.
And my guess is that the FBI has been able to access those cameras, especially on a college campus, which in recent years has stepped up security. And so I have no doubt that the FBI will eventually find the person who committed this heinous act. Anna Schechter, thank you very much. We appreciate it. A little later, we're going to have more on the impact of Charlie Kirk on the conservative politics in this country. And so we got much more news ahead, including a look at the investigation. Stay with us. You're streaming CBS News 24/7.
Sucks. I kind of really wanted to play this fucking game.
Take you inside the story.
The fuck?
I've been asking for over a year and a half for access into this place, and this is the first time we're getting it.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
This is NCIS. You put on that uniform, you agree to protect the person next to you, no matter what. Welcome to Australia. Match made in heaven.
Yo. I was gonna play Just Cause 3, but I can't get this shit to run. It's just not working.
NCIS Sydney. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus. Returns CBS Full.
It just
I'm Erin Moriarty of
it doesn't
48
crash
Hours,
either. It
and
just
of all the cases I've covered, this is the one that troubles me
stops.
most.
Well,
Listen
no,
to
no,
Murder
no,
in
because
the
that
Orange Grove,
when it
the
says stop,
trouble case against Carsley Green,
it
wherever you
just
get
like
your podcasts.
Be in the know.
it logs in, it goes into the loading screen, everything keeps loading, but nothing happens.
Better mornings start better days.
When you look good, feel good, you do good.
That's right.
Listen to CBS Mornings on the Go on Apple Podcasts.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of
I
America.
see a lot of threads about it, but I don't see a solution that works.
No, it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening
Well,
News
it's technically my job.
every weeknight.
I studied IT,
I can only describe it as evil.
Follow and
but I'm
listen
starting to get
Train
annoyed.
to Kill, the dog trainer, the heiress, and the bodyguard on the
See,
free
it's gonna
Odyssey
load
app
5 bars
or
and then
wherever
just stop.
you get your podcast.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Can get dangerous sometimes.
5, and now it stops.
I'm very good at what I do.
No bars get loaded, but the tips keep changing,
know you're scared.
the thing keeps spinning, like it hasn't actually crashed. I can Alt-Enter, I can Alt-F4, that all still works.
Made a promise. I'll
It's
never
not
stop looking.
a legit crash, it's just
Thank you.
Hear about the reward?
stuck on something.
Tracker. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
But it's not like I can open Wireshark and look at the packets, right? So I have no idea what's causing this.
All right, happening now this morning, we've got some new data on a key indicator on the health of our economy. The consumer price index, was up 0.4% for August. It follows a rise of just 0.2%.
We're also following the Charlie Kirk thing in the background for obvious reasons.
So I gotta start off today's video with a bit of an apology, and the reason I want to apologize.
I'll keep this
is
on
because
for
a
now
bunch of
because I'm
people
trying to
have been
fix this,
sending me
right? So
messages ever since I was on vacation.
I'm
in
about to give up
Ireland,
and play
those
Airline Tycoon,
messages
though, I'm gonna
have
be honest.
contained things like Anna Kasparian is promoting anti-Jewish or anti-Israeli conspiracies, and honestly, as somebody who is well aware of the fact that Anna Kasparian over at the Young Turks is very anti-Israel, I just assumed that the thing was happening that almost always happens in relation to this topic, where Anna was just being crazy anti-Israel.
I'm like literally
but in
inside
no
of the
way, shape, or
fucking
form was she
ini
actually
files and
pushing
stuff, changing shit in the
anti-Israel
hopes
or
that that does
anti-Jewish
anything.
conspiracy
But I
theories.
don't
And
see
this
how
is
it would,
because, let's
right?
be
Because
real,
this
a
is
lot of
technically not
times,
anything
critics of
related. Dude. I'm
Israel
just
are
trying shit
labeled
out.
immediately with the label of anti-Semitism, even though that's not necessarily applicable. And I had said on this channel multiple times that a lot of the leftists who are anti-Israel are not necessarily anti-Jewish. They're just like anti-Western, skeptical of American foreign policy, and they view Israel as an outpost of the West. They also view it as an oppressor dynamic, so that's not really fairly attributed to anti-Semitism in my opinion. So I never really looked into any of this stuff. I never really actually decided to watch any of the clips, and honestly, since I've been back from Ireland, I really
The fact that the
haven't had
EXE
time
is
to
130
watch any
megabytes
Young
also
Turks
gives me
content.
balls.
But
That's how you
fast-forward
know
to
it's
recently,
probably a
when
terrible
friend of the channel,
development.
Devin Tracy was actually telling me about this in
Your
private
EXE should never be more than a couple of megabytes because it should point to other things and not have it incorporated into itself.
Insane anti-Israel / anti-Jewish conspiracies.
Those are just my thoughts,
including but
yeah.
not limited to Israel did 9/11, and of course John F. Kennedy was killed by the Israelis. Now I'm going to explain the psychology on why I think Anna is promoting this, and I'm also going to delve into these conspiracies because unlike many people viewing this for the first time, I've actually been in like that
All right, last
9/11
try.
truth zone at a point in my life when I was like 19 years old. I've seen all the documentaries. I know where this stuff originates from. I know the debunks to
Let's
all this
disable
stuff.
the Steam
and I can
overlay as
tell
well,
when
just in
somebody
case.
is just like doing
Some games don't
intro
like to play nice
9/11
with that.
truth, and they don't even have the conspiracies right, much less have done the research to find out that half the nonsense they're promoting is just that nonsense. Editors note, during the course of the production of this video, after I shot large swaths of it, it was recommended to me by a mutual I guess that I either reach out to Ana Kasparian directly or indirectly in order to get some answers to some of the questions that I had throughout the course of this video. And in fact, this is exactly what I...
You want I'm going to be measured, right? Unlike I was last night. But it's a horrific tragedy that is going to blow up in the other side's faces. That's what I think is going to happen. How I view it. Like, out of all of the guys you could have gone after, you went after the most milquetoast of them all. That's probably not a good... That's not a good move. You wanted to scare people with it, I think you're going to find out you've caused the exact opposite of what you wanted to achieve. Busted. It's like the goal is to silence him, right? But what this achieves is now not only he was just at a basic level a political commentator, right? Like, this opens the floodgates. This puts targets on all political commentators' backs, because if Charlie Kirk can get shot, so can you. You know what I mean? Like, who is safe? So I think whatever the shooter intended, it's not going to be what happens. And I'm starting to get less and less sympathetic to people. Like, I'm gonna like, how do I put this? People always wonder, oh, how could a thing like 1938 Germany, how could that ever happen? This is how, right? Keep pushing, see what happens. No, keep pushing. If you think they're just gonna sit there and let themselves be massacred, I think you have another thing coming, and you are pushing the people who have all the 90% of the guns, right? Like, I don't think this is going to end up where they want it to be, where they want it to end. That's my measured take.
Did so whenever you see me pop
it makes me angry though.
Bizarro
like,
shirt, guess what?
It absolutely makes me angry. As does any senseless killing, right?
That is me giving you the answers or
like,
the lack thereof.
Perfect example. I absolutely, utterly despise Hassan Piker from the core of my soul. And I think he should definitely have law enforcement look into him, because there's no way he's any way, shape, or form kosher. No pun intended. That being said, if he gets horrifically shot like a dog in the street, I would still feel the same way. I would still be angry about it. You know what I mean? Well, wild animals do that shit. But, and here's why I think the reaction is, it's on the verge of being an atrocious reaction, is that if you act like wild animals, don't be surprised when people start treating you like a wild animal. And my sympathy levels for when that is going to happen are rapidly diminishing.
of certain questions that
Those are my
passed
2
through
cents.
the grapevine onto Miss Kasparian,
I'm trying to be measured,
and the
right?
answers that
Obviously.
were or were not passed back. So stay tuned for that. So this is what we're going to talk about today.
Well, in one
Anna
word,
Kasparian
horrific, right? Because
going
obviously
off
I saw all of the
deep end,
videos.
taking the
I didn't show them on
conspiracy
stream
hill,
for
if
obvious
you call
reasons.
it.
That would have
But
gotten me
before we
instantly
get
banned,
into that,
and I
wanna
don't
thank
really want.
everybody who supports
If you want to
this
see
channel,
that, you know where to find it. You know what I mean?
/join. Oh, and also you can find
Yeah.
Devin Tracy over at Censor TV. Use promo code RU or on Subscribe.
When they said he was
Link will be
alive,
in the
I was like,
description
there's
if
no
you
way.
wanna watch his
Right, there's no
content.
way.
So a large part of what I'm
He
gonna
was
be
dead
talking
before
about
he
today
ever
comes
got
from
into
this
the
Young
into
Turks
the
video,
car
which
to
will
get
be
into the
linked in
hospital.
full in the description
There's nothing to
for
be
you
done.
to check out for yourself, and it is entitled "Pro-Israel Group Forms Campaign to Get Anna Demonetized."
So, Stop Anti-Semitism, which is, I believe, the same group that clownishly.
That's actually
went
why I wanted to
after
play Just Cause
Jennifer
3,
Garner's
because I'm
little
like, I just
girl
want to blow
because
some
she
shit
was
up
wearing a
and
shirt
like
that
just,
had a
you know,
watermelon
take
design
my mind
on
off
it.
of all of this
Okay?
nonsense.
They're the same folks that are now
Or
coming
like,
after me. And so they
channel the
posted
anger in a
something
more
that I need
constructive
to,
way.
obviously refute because
And then the
it's a
game doesn't
lie.
fucking
Now, Anna
launch.
states that the
Fuck
purpose
off.
of this video is to debunk
Right.
5 claims from an organization that is accusing her of anti-Semitism. She lays out these 5 claims, but interestingly enough, she doesn't really refute all of these claims or even most of them. Like the first one, which they make the claim that Anna was saying that the Jews control the government, she does contest. She says Israel controls the government, and I can kind of let that one go because the whole thing over at the Young Turks is that money influences politics and gives them control. So like they're just labeling Israel a lobby. You
I
can
have no
argue
idea how to
and
fix
since
it.
they
I
do
think
have
we're
a lot
just-
of influence
Do I have
in
Just
both
Cause 2?
parties, this is what she's trying to say in order to give her the most generous
technically.
reading of that. But then she goes on to the topic of Israeli.
These games came out in piracy
9/11, and
heyday,
that
right?
is
So
when
I mean,
the butchery starts. And what I'm talking about
oh,
is the
sorry,
butchery of
I
facts
choked on
and
my
logic.
coke for a second there.
When it comes to Israelis celebrating 9/11, I remember Netanyahu on 2 different occasions said some positive things about what happened on 9/11, for the Israelis, of course. Let's go to graphic 4. As tonight, this was, by the way, New York Times, published September 12th, 2001. As tonight, what the attack meant for relations
But
between
yeah,
the
there's a
United
massive
States
powder
and Israel,
keg
Benjamin Netanyahu, the
brewing.
former prime minister,
It's
replied,
already been there
"It's
for quite a
very
while,
good."
but I feel like
Then he edited himself. Well,
it's
not
been lit for
very
a
good, but
while,
it will
and the
generate
fuse is
immediate
like
sympathy,
nearing the
meaning
explosion.
sympathy for Israel. That's what he was worried about. That's what he was thinking about. Sympathy for Israel.
So they can murder more Muslims, take more of their land.
He predicted that the attack would strengthen the bond between our two peoples because we've experienced terror over so many decades, but the United States has now experienced a massive hemorrhaging of terror.
He sounds
stupid.
So
Good
look,
for
I
stupid.
understand that many of people out there in my audience are not fans of Benjamin Netanyahu.
I guess I'll play some
Honestly,
Airline
I could care
Tycoon
less
then.
for the guy. He's a foreign leader, have absolutely no interest in him, and I do think they're probably better people that could be the prime
Super
minister
old
of
game, by the
Israel
way, so
that, you know,
they
if I
weren't.
was more invested, I would
But
push
it's absolutely
for to take
hilarious.
power over there. That being said, what Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur do with this quote right here is absolutely the worst reading that is contradicted by the very graphic they put up, and it's disgusting, and it shows you that they're just right there ready to smear because they're that angry at Israel that they're willing to
You know what
do
game is a
anything,
classic?
including lie, including misrepresent,
When
in
they still
order to
release fan-made
accomplish their
patches
goal.
for
And
it.
Conversely, I'm trying to give Anna and the Young Turks the best reading of this situation because I want to actually give the Steelman argument, but obviously they're not doing that. And what I mean by this graphic portrays them is that you can see from the top of this graphic, he was specifically asked what this attack means for U.S.-Israeli relations. And in response to that specific question about the attack's impact on U.S.-Israeli relations, he said it's very good. Then, realizing that that sounds rather insensitive after 3,000 Americans were just murdered in a massive attack, he then tries to edit himself in fear of people taking him out of context. But guess what? 24 years later, the Young Turks are going to
Well,
put
yes,
this graphic
obviously,
up
but
on screen, let you know in the graphic.
you have to keep in mind, a lot of people don't think that way. And a lot of people have been taking a step back for quite a while, and they're starting to get really sick and tired of it. The problem with that is while I, how do I put it? While I enjoy the sentiment, right, and I would think it's a very nice goal to work towards, you got to keep in mind we're still animals, and some of us are vile and vicious ones. It's in our nature.
That he was being specifically prompted.
And it doesn't help that you have talking heads on this very platform calling for violence and nothing happens to them. And I do mean that like in a legal / from the platform itself kind of way, not the, you know, right? Not the shoot the guy in the fucking neck kind of way.
About what the impact was on U.S.-Israeli relations, and then talk about how he had so much joy in the attack, and for some reason, for some unknown purpose, he tried to make it about Israel. I mean, he was asked specifically, as the Prime Minister of Israel, what impact this attack would have on relations between the United States and Israel, but for some unknown reason, according to Anna Kasparian and the Young Turks, he made it about the Israelis. How disgusting, how horrible. Benjamin Netanyahu celebrated the attack.
Yeah.
What an absolute scumbag.
100%.
This is the coverage that we're getting from the Young
That's why
Turks.
I'm like,
again,
why would you
it's
shoot
asinine and
Charlie
ridiculous.
Kirk
You
of
could
all
hate
people?
Benjamin
There's
Netanyahu. You could think he has too much influence on our government. You
how
could
do I say
despise
this?
what he's
Right?
doing in Gaza.
I'm gonna
if
use
you want.
this term,
Hold
but
all those
it sounds way
positions.
worse than I
But the
mean it,
fact
right?
is,
There's far better options than Charlie Kirk, who is like fairly mild. No, but that's exactly why I think that they fucked up in going after him. Because it is a symbol he represents, and you just martyred him. The dude was like 31, right? Been in politics, like since he was 18. Turning Point USA was made when he was like 18 or something. Like the kid spoke to a lot of people, right? And he always engaged with the other side as well. And that's the guy you shoot? That says a lot, in my opinion. First of all, about the other side. And second of all, that's gonna galvanize a lot of people on the other side. That's what I think is gonna happen, right? Hopefully, I'm wrong, right? Or right in a better way than I think I'm going to be right in. You know what I mean? Like, because it can galvanize people in a good way, like you say, like, oh, we gotta really start working to end the violence. But I don't think that's gonna be the outcome. I think the outcome is we're gonna fight back. I don't know. I hope I'm wrong, obviously, right? Because that's the worst case fucking scenario. 'Cause then you've got civil war. It's like, that's crazy, dude.
this is a lie, a blatant lie. You can see it on
Like, I feel like this might be an
yourself,
escalation,
and yet
not just like
smugly,
status
they
quo.
just go after it because, again, they're about pushing the conspiracies and connecting Israel to 9/11, and it's going to get significantly worse than this going forward.
In 2008, Netanyahu was quoted by the Israeli newspaper Ma'ariv as having told an audience at a university that the 9/11 attacks had been beneficial for Israel. Quote, "We are benefiting from one thing, and that is the attack on the Twin
They're also
Towers
on the
and
other side
Pentagon
celebrating the
and
guy
the
getting
American
shot. So
struggle
it's
in
like,
Iraq."
yeah.
I mean,
it's
says
again,
it, right?
He says it out loud.
You're just barking dogs, barking at each other until it fucking one of them starts biting.
You're gonna come
You
at
know?
me for stating the truth?
Wild
so this
animals.
is a real throwback to the Young Turks, where they put up a quote on screen, they speculate wildly about the
I'm not gonna
meaning
lie,
of
I
said
was
quote,
pissed off
but they
yesterday
never
too, man.
actually
Right? I was
informed
like
of the
angry as
fact
fuck.
that
I
they
said some
only
things I
put
probably
up
shouldn't
a
have.
portion of the quote, because yes,
But I can take a step back.
Benjamin
A lot of people
Netanyahu
don't.
100% said that. However, they left out the
Like,
part
just
where
look
he
on
said
Twitter
these
right now.
events
You know what I
swung
mean?
American public opinion
It's just
in our
freak
favor.
against freak.
Right?
He says it out loud.
So
what's up with that anti-Semitism?
Now look, the anti-Semitism organization
I'm not
is
religious,
very
but I like
likely
to use this
biased
phrase
towards Israel,
from your
so
lips
you
to
can take
God's
that into
ears.
account of your
But
analysis of their claims against
I generally use it
anti-Semitism. But
in a
the
sense
reason
where,
people are
yeah,
coming after
that's
you,
probably not gonna
what's
happen.
up with
you
that,
know?
if you will, Anna,
That's
is
the
that
problem.
you're lying. You left out
Like,
the most crucial part of the quote, that each and every one
Some
of these
crazy
outlets,
shit is
including
being
the one
said
you
online,
cited,
and it's bleeding into the real world. Like, I would not be at all, in any modicum of the word, in any sense of the word, surprised if this guy turned out to be radicalized on the internet, right? Where else is he gonna get radicalized these days? Whether you're listening to a mouthpiece on the left or a mouthpiece on the right, if they're crazy enough, you can believe a lot of things. I mean, just there's like a bunch of flat earthers. You know what I mean? Like, where's this the limit for people believing nonsense is like on another planet. You know.
Made sure to include, which was Benjamin Netanyahu was referring to.
And don't get me wrong, we
American
all
public opinion.
Sorry, Sean. We all fall prey to that, right? I've believed stuff that I was in retrospect is like, yeah, of course that wasn't true. What the fuck was I thinking, right? But having the capacity to take a step back, view what you were thinking about it, and then realize I'm a fucking retard. 5% of the global population has that capacity. 95% of people do not and cannot ever do that. They'll say one thing and in the very same sentence contradict themselves and have no fucking clue at all that they just contradicted themselves. Well, taking a step back and looking at the situation, right? Something many people do not ever do. And do not have the capacity to do. It's not taught at all. Critical thinking is not taught at all in school. My parents taught it to me, right? They were like, question everything. It's drilled into my head. Question everything, even what the teacher tells you. And in school, it was, believe what I say. Why? Because I say so, right? Here's the list you gotta know. I'm gonna test you on this list. That's it, you know? Yeah. The schooling system, the education system we have is a giant fucking mess. And an insult to our capacity, our intellectual capacity as human beings. And our moral capacity.
That's how Israel benefited from these situations, and the reason
I did not have
that out is because you
good
want
thoughts
to give
about
the
our education
implication
system.
that
But
Benjamin
anyway,
Netanyahu is
can you
celebrating
tell?
the attacks,
Sorry.
not again referring to American
I
public
kind of
opinion
fell through the cracks
post the
myself a
attacks.
little,
This is
so
like saying that Glenn
I've been
Beck
through the
used to
ringer
do, like,
on
the
that front.
9/12 project, talking about all the unity in the country the day after 9/11, was somehow saying that the attacks of 9/11 were good because he was trying to recreate the post 9/11 unity. It is obviously dishonest. You know exactly what you're doing. It's very difficult to find an article that even reprints this, that doesn't have this information, but who knows? Maybe Anna is embracing far more dubious sources than you can imagine, or maybe she's just pulling the stuff from social media. Again, I leave that up to you guys out there in the audience, but it is clear what he was referring to. You still can dislike the quote if you want, but to pretend that he was celebrating the attacks when he wasn't is just factually untrue.
So
what's up with that anti-Semitism?
That is what is up with that, Anna. That's what I was saying.
They keep talking about, oh, Anna's spreading these conspiracy theories. All these conspiracy
I can
theories
rename planes,
about,
right? I forgot how.
you know, what was it? Here we go. Said Israelis celebrated 9/11. Okay, now what did I mean by that? Look, you can't blame me when ABC News speaks to an American witness who saw what she saw on 9/11. Here's the report.
It began when this woman was watching the Twin Towers burning from her apartment in New Jersey. She noticed three men on...
Not just that, right? It's just, we don't teach you how to live in school. That should be what needs to be taught. How to be a decent human fucking being. And school doesn't teach you that at all. Not even in the slightest. And it's a gross miscarriage of injustice. It's a gross injustice to the fucking human race as a whole, right? Let's be honest. But I feel like in the West we should do way better than what we're doing right now. Like, we're making worker drones. We're not making innovators. We're not making thinkers. Just A equals B equals C. That's it. Done. Like, no, man. Like, yeah, okay, math is a thing, right? You know what I mean, right? I don't know. I don't really know how to express that sentiment too well. My bad.
on top of a van, posing for pictures with the towers burning in the background.
And I could see that they were like happy. You know, they didn't look shocked to me. You know, they didn't look shocked. I thought it was very strange.
The witness called police, who stopped the van hours later and arrested 5 men. All 5, it turns out, were Israeli. They were turned over to the FBI. Sources tell ABC News during a check of national security databases, some of the men were listed as having had connections with Israeli intelligence. At the FBI, that set off alarm bells.
Never in my wildest imagination did I think that we would get to the day where Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks is pushing the 5 dancing Israelis conspiracy theory, yet here we are. This is not an AI-generated video. This is a real thing. Let me dig up that Anna. It's real, guys. It's real.
Bro, why is that all so far?
Guys, it's real.
And honestly, I will apologize to all you guys.
I don't think I can even go that far.
Were sending me this video because I just assumed this was an organization that was angry at Anna over her Israel stance, that was trying to attach the label of anti-Semitism to her, and it wasn't really going to hold water. Now, of course, Anna then repeats another portion of the conspiracy that I think is hilarious.
Now, the 5 Israelis who, according to that witness, were seen celebrating as they were taking photos of the Twin Towers burning, later were released back to Israel. They were interviewed during a talk show, and one of them said, look, we were just there to document the events.
Is it Paris, New York, Paris? Fuck!
Because she's making me feel like I'm 22 years old all over again,
Did
reintroducing all these 9/11 conspiracies that I discovered for the first time over a decade ago. Because what she just said right there about how they said they were there to
How you doing, Shadows, by the way?
document
Sorry, I
events,
didn't.
super sketchy, super conspiracy oriented, and it's something that we definitely have to worry about because they said on a talk show they were there to document the events. And you know, how would they know that the events were happening unless they had prior knowledge of the 9/11 attacks? I mean, again, how would these people know to be there to document the events before the events happen, which is definitely 100% what was said on the talk show? Because if it's not what was said on the talk show, Anna would come off like a ridiculous loon right here.
And at that point, we were taken for another round of questioning, this time related to our allegedly being members of Mossad.
Shit.
The fact
I keep
of the
forgetting
matter
what my
is, we
planes
are
can
coming
fly,
from a
man. It's
country
kind of
that
important.
experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document the event.
So the clip in question that I just played for you right there is actually still available on YouTube.com, although I will give you guys a caveat. The account that I found it on is quite sketchy in that they basically open the clip with text that looks like it was made in Microsoft Movie Maker that references the
my schooling definitely wasn't
to give you an idea of where this is coming from. That
teach
being
me to have an
said,
open mind.
What we actually got on that talk show is a translated version, and if you want to believe that
In a couple
translation,
weeks.
you totally
Damn,
can.
you have to
If
start
wanna
that
question
early?
it, it's
Shit.
fine, where he responds to a question of
Relatable.
why were you there? And he says, according to that translation,
Very
that they were there
relatable.
to document the events.
Our purpose was to document the event.
And honestly, that's a smoking gun. Good enough for me. It was all right there in that translation. Nothing more needs to be said about this. Israel did 9/11. They had prior knowledge of it. Whatever Anna Kasparian is saying right there, 100% dead on accurate. And I owe her an apology for daring to question the deep research that she did into that.
Public schools,
I guess
man.
This is where I'm going to leave the video. That's all I really have for you
You're
guys
kinda
today.
weird.
But there is one thing that I might want to bring up that may contradict that, which is
Oh, I didn't
if
check the
they
date.
interpreted the question as why were
I know
you
the
there,
feeling,
as in
Shadows.
why were you at that spot filming the events?
Oh, fuck.
And they said to document the events as in like they were filming, so that's what they were doing there at that moment in time with their video cameras, like, you know, thousands of other people did on 9/11, then maybe this is wildly misinterpreted. Maybe Anna and Jank are deliberately misinterpreting the why were you there question or the why we were there answer as them
Let's say
saying
Punta
why they
Junta?
were
What
in
the
New
fuck is
Jersey
that?
or why they showed up to that specific spot
Did I read that
rather
right?
than what they were doing. It's not as if we haven't seen instances.
Punta Cana,
where
okay.
something
I
gets
read Punta
translated from
Junta.
another
What the
language
fuck?
to English, and the translation is
That's not much
quite
better,
one-to-one
I suppose,
exactly how
but-
it would be said in an American dialect. I mean,
Funny.
very famously in the Amanda Knox case, one of the reasons why they were convinced that she was meeting up with her employer in order to plan and plot the killing of Meredith was because she texted her her employer see you later when he told her that she didn't have to work that evening. And that see you later, even though we interpret that in English, in American English, as a goodbye, was not read that way by the Italians, because when it's translated, it comes off more as we have plans later. Now, the reason I bring up the translation issue right there is because it's, for me, a little bit crazy that Anna and Cenk are going off on this wild speculation that the Israelis had prior knowledge to the September 11th attacks based on a news interview that these individuals did on Israeli TV that is clearly open to interpretation. Again,
I can't remember how to start this game. Do I go for a route instantly? I don't think that's a good idea.
Lady saw you, and they were saying we're documenting the event like thousands of other people did with their cameras after the towers were hit. That's not unusual at all. That is not prior knowledge. In fact, it's the exact opposite. It's the reaction that a bunch of people had, by the way, including that woman who was using her binoculars to observe the event at the time. But the Young Turks don't have that standard because it's Israel, therefore smear, smear, smear.
By the way, the moving truck, they claimed that they were working for a moving company. It was a shell organization with ties to Israel. It wasn't an actual moving company. Inside the moving truck were all sorts of passports, all sorts of recording devices, all sorts of strange materials.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's what I was referring to when I was talking about the celebrating Israelis. Those 5 men were Israelis, and according to that witness, they were seen celebrating. They seemed jovial as the United States was suffering one of the actually the worst terrorist attack in American history.
Yeah, so I want to tackle the video and then the overall charges.
So Anna says that according to this witness, they were celebrating and they seemed jovial. And again, this sounds really bad if you're operating based on the emotional part of your brain rather than the logical part of your brain. Because remember, people are making the case that these are intelligence officers from the nation of Israel that were sent in advance with prior knowledge to 9/11 to document the events of 9/11. However, they made such a ruckus, it was so notable that a woman from an apartment that was pretty far away ended up calling the police on them because she found it to be incredibly suspicious, which begs the question, if you're an intelligence officer sent to document a terror attack that you have prior knowledge of in a foreign country, why would you be making such a ruckus to draw so much attention to yourselves that would basically blow the operation? Why not rent an apartment that has a view, surveil from inside, and document the event if that was your objective? And reportedly, according to many people at the FBI, what these guys were doing, and they were young guys, was essentially doing like a force perspective thing where they would hold up a lighter and have the buildings burning behind them, and when you actually have the camera lined up in a certain way, it would look like they were setting the building on fire. Again, this is a bad reaction. Obviously, in hindsight, this is disgusting, but this sounds much more like somebody in their 20s who sees something that is shocking and they're in awe of it, and them reacting in a dumb way in the moment, rather than a sophisticated intelligence operation where the absolute most key part of said intelligence operation would be not drawing attention to yourself.
Those 5 men were Israelis, and according to that witness, they were seen celebrating. They seemed jovial as the United States was suffering one of the actually the worst terrorist attack in American history.
Ironically, this statement right here that's meant to elicit an emotional reaction to you is actually something that contradicts what you would expect based on her previous statement. But you see, this isn't about logic. This
Just
is
in time.
100% about emotion.
Let's go.
And of course about projection, because Anna's first iteration of posting this particular clip on the internet.com appears to be in response to somebody posting a video of Palestinians in the West Bank unambiguously celebrating the September 11th attacks after it was 100% clear to everybody around the world that it was in fact a terrorist attack.
Dan, that we're going to show you from the West Bank. These are Palestinian celebrations in the wake of Tuesday's terror attacks in the United States. Apparently, Palestinians took to the street chanting, "God is great." People were throwing candy, distributing candy to passersby. The U.S. government obviously has become increasingly unpopular, particularly in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, because Palestinians feel that the U.S. government has sided with Israel One man, Nawal Abdel Fattah, wearing a long black
That's
dress,
too far.
threw sweets in
Oh
the
my
air,
God.
saying-
What was the premium
Actually,
note?
that's a woman,
The
pardon me, saying
penalty?
she was happy because, quote, America is the head of the snake. America always stands by Israel in its war against us.
So Anna's like, oh, large celebrations in the streets of the 9/11 attacks in a Palestinian territory. I can't really refute that.
Oh, no.
I
Oh,
can't
thank
address
God.
that in any meaningful way. So let me dig up this conspiracy about the Jews celebrating 9/11, Israelis in particular, so I can also then lead that into maybe they had prior knowledge, which of course eventually leads into maybe they're the ones who did 9/11 when you really think about it. And to be clear, I'm actually not a fan of
Monday
showing that
underneath
clip of
104.
people in the West Bank doing that celebration, because while it absolutely happened, and yes,
No, I
that
studied
population
IT.
is in broad
Um,
support of terror attacks, not just in
I just finished, literally. Right, I had to re-educate myself due to personal stuff. So I went back to school last year, and I finished this June, right? 3 months ago now. July, I guess, early July. I did basics of network administration. I did basics, well, assembly. That's not really basic. Cybersecurity, like level 1. The basics again, right? So I'm more of an all-around computer operator, network administrator type, yeah. So, you know, setting up networks, servers, managing those internally, externally. So hopefully soon it will be my job. We're trying to get that right now.
in Israel, but in
Yeah.
the United States of America.
You're all
I find
fucked.
it to be kind of dehumanizing to appeal to people's emotion
Yeah.
in that way, because in reality, a lot of people get the takeaway from them celebrating that their lives don't matter and it's okay to brutalize them and whatnot. And that's not a message I would ever want to communicate out into my audience. What we have to realize about folks in the Palestinian territory is that they are among the most radicalized people on the entire planet. And for a lot of them, their hatred of the United States of America is merely just an extension.
Yeah, I had a much
of
better
their
time
hatred of
this time around
Israel.
than
So, like,
originally.
Yeah, I would not normally want to play that clip for you, because while it did happen, while it's 100% the motivation why Anna is pushing this conspiracy, it really kind of like goes out into the world and it gets people to a dark place that I'm
Yeah,
not
we did
comfortable
PowerShell.
promoting. But Anna, no such hesitation when it comes to the
PowerShell is
Israelis.
actually really powerful.
So first, about the video, people get really
I
emotional
was
about
surprised.
it. They get so, oh, that's so very wrong. You're not allowed to show an ABC News video. You're not allowed to show a Fox News video. They did exhaustive, actually back when they did investigative reporting about this as well. And so it turns out we captured a lot of Israeli spies after 9/11. And you're not going to be shocked to find out what happened next. We let them all go.
I'm not gonna grab her.
Now, look,
She'll
to
never
Jane's
come back.
point
But
about people getting offended at the
Just
idea
trust me.
that you're showing this video or talking about this story, people who are offended that you even bring this up,
she's
those
in my
are
race
absurd
chair, but
individuals.
I was smart.
However, what
I knew
Jen's
they would be
doing
attracted
is
to
not
it,
just
so I
asking
put a thing over it,
questions
over
or
the
just
seat.
showing you the video. He is drawing wild conclusions, as is Anna, based on parts of this local news segment, which, by the way, they didn't bother to show you the end, which is that they ended up finding out that they had no prior knowledge to the 9/11 attacks.
In jail, the 5 Israelis were repeatedly interrogated and given lie detector tests. Stephen Gordon was their American lawyer.
They were asked questions if they had ever been approached by or hired by any non-United States intelligence community.
While there is still some debate among American intelligence officials, many investigators believe some of the men were part of an Israeli operation aimed at monitoring radical Islamic charities that support groups like Hamas, something lawyers for the 5 men and the Israeli government strongly deny.
These 5 Israelis were not involved in any intelligence operation in the United States. The story is simply false.
In the end, the FBI concluded there was no evidence that any of the 5 men had advance knowledge of the September 11th plot. After 71 days, the 5 Israelis were deported, leaving some ruffled feathers among both U.S. and Israeli officials.
So whatever reason, try to figure this out for yourselves. The Young Turks shows you the beginning of the segment, the innuendo, but never actually shows you the conclusion of said segment. But in addition to that, Cenk also asserts that they arrested a lot of Israeli spies after 9/11, and yeah, I'm sure this is true. In fact, they arrested a lot of people, detained a lot of people of all different nationalities after 9/11, hundreds of people at least. The ACLU actually did a report on the lengthy detention of all these different individuals from all these different nationalities, but these people never get brought up because, again, there's nothing in it to do conspiracies about Turkish nationals that were detained and held for months under suspicion of some kind of a connection or something of the sort. There's nothing in it when you're doing that for other Arab countries, unless, of course, it's Saudi Arabia, which people have talked a lot about. Members of the Bin Laden family being detained and being allowed to leave the United States.
He's
of
taking
America.
the piece.
And there has been kind of
you'll learn
conspiracies about that to be 100% fair.
Reach
But yeah,
shadows.
Cenk isn't talking about any of those other ones. He's focusing
Resident
on these
Pistaker.
Israelis, and again, he's implying that they had prior knowledge using an ABC segment to support that, but the ABC segment states clearly they didn't have prior knowledge. If the first half of the AB segment is good for the goose, the second half should be good for the gander.
And so it turns out we captured a lot of Israeli spies after 9/11, and you're not going to be shocked to find out what happened next. We let them all go.
We let them go.
We let them go back to Israel. So those are indisputable facts, and you can look them up.
Also, it is now time to point out that Cenk Uygur and the Young Turks actually produced a segment years ago about Ted Nugent liking comments on Facebook that implied Israel had prior knowledge and or was involved in 9/11, and he called those likes by Ted Nugent that he thought were so significant he was going to do a whole story on a blatant anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic conspiracy. And in fact, he said that doing this kind of thing opens the door up for all these different anti-Semitic things to come out into the forefront.
In what might constitute further evidence of what Cenk calls the unraveling, or just might be evidence of the further unraveling of Ted Nugent's weak mind at this point, he recently has been liking comments on Facebook
What I did
that
times 10.
indicate support for the idea that Israel was responsible for 9/11. Let's bring up this first image. Seeing there, the like on the actual first comment, that is actually from Ted Nugent. Israeli Mossad was responsible for the 9/11 attack. Why are we still protecting the Zionists who also control our media? Podcasts are fine, but you should have a bigger forum.
It's not to go on a warpath against Ted Nugent, which I've done plenty and he's deserved plenty. And I get it. You look at this and you go, well, that's a small thing he's liking. And maybe he didn't understand what he was liking, etc.
He's a moron.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. So, but the reason I bring this up and I find this story interesting and disturbing is we're lifting the lid off the Pandora's box, right? So it started with, it started a long time ago, but in this latest cycle, Trump comes in, guns blazing against Mexicans. They're rapists, they're criminals. I guess there's some good ones, right? Then he moves on, and Ben Carson moves on, and others move on to Muslims. And so there's a problem in this country. It is the Muslims, right? And that's literally what a person said to Donald Trump. And he generally agreed, and then he doubled down on it the next day. And Coulter comes in with the talk of the f***ing Jews, right? And so then that puts you back a little bit, like, wow, like it shouldn't be any worse than the attack against Mexicans, African Americans, Muslims, etc.
Dude, you did marine biology? What the fuck?
It's so taboo in this country.
I didn't even know that.
When he does it, and there is not an enormous reaction.
Thoughts on the Ocean Gate bullshit?
Yeah, like, oh my God, we just went there, right?
I know
So
it's not
now,
technically related,
Nugent,
but it kind of is.
This is true, and he follows up with like, hey, maybe the Israelis, right? So because when you peel that lid off and you open up Pandora's box, one of the things that flies out is always anti-Semitism. All across the world, all across history, right?
So for Cenk to pretend that he doesn't understand why people would think it's kind of anti-Semitic to do the Israel did 9/11 thing, when 9 years ago Ted Nugent even liking Facebook comments was enough for him to do a whole video about how anti-Semitic it is absurd and ridiculous. But again, the hypocrisy that we can expect from him. And again, he talked about how it
How do I change that training?
Made a point in this segment to
It's
talk
probably
about how
the
inappropriate it is.
You can see that they're getting emboldened emboldened, and you can see their courage rising.
The flight attendants are rolling
it's
crap
like
because the
uncle
pilots were
who-
all right.
Now he doesn't need 3 drinks to start saying something racist at dinner. Now he starts as everybody's sitting down at the table. Like, you don't want that. You want it to require something extra for them to reveal how dark they actually are.
Yeah, now people encourage them with talking like, oh, Ben Carson's just a truth teller.
Yeah.
Donald Trump's just a truth teller. You know, these guys, when they attack this
Gatsby
race or
earlier,
this
I
religion,
was
they're
like,
just
what the
telling
fuck am I
truth, man.
hearing?
They're the only ones with courage. So these guys then think, oh, I got more courage where that came from. I hate the Jews too.
Yeah.
How's that for courage?
If you like Trump, you're going to love me.
Right? So...
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, man, and once anti-Semitism leaps out, it's an enormous
weren't
problem
wrong.
in and of itself. It
To
also
this day,
encourages
right?
everything else. That means there's no bottom
What's
left.
off limits?
What's off limits? There's nothing off limits. So dark forces have been unleashed in the world.
Fast forward a couple of years, Anna Kasparian isn't just liking those posts, she is directly repeating this conspiracy whack jobbery, and Cenk
1,
Uygur
2,
totally
3,
on board with it. Cenk
4,
Uygur now
5.
supporting
I need to
her,
replace
cheering
5 of
her
them.
on.
By the way, the moving truck, they claimed that they were working for a moving company. It was a shell organization with ties to Israel. It wasn't an actual moving company. Inside the moving truck were all sorts of passports, all sorts of recording devices, all sorts of strange materials.
Also, the claim that they had a bunch of suspicious things on them in the van at the time that they were pulled over by the police is ridiculous and absurd. And Anna's example of passports and whatever does not hold up to scrutiny. First and foremost, anybody who's ever traveled outside of their home country knows for a fact that you are told to keep your passport on you at all times. It is a universal ID. Also, in addition to that, passports are also stolen, and considering these were Israelis, they had to come into the country with some kind of documentation. Them having passports on them is not suspicious at all whatsoever. In addition to that, one of the things that sounds really suspicious when you realize it's September 11th, but actually isn't, was the fact that they had box cutters on them, which again is evocative of the way that the hijackers took over the planes, but they were in a moving van where box cutters would be expected to be found because they're standard moving equipment. So no, Anna, your innuendo that passports and other suspicious things in the moving van doesn't stand up to scrutiny because, again, you would expect box cutters to be found in a moving van, and you would expect non-citizens to have passports on them. That's their identification. Now, in addition to the fact that I will link the original documents so you can check this out for yourself, these Israelis actually did an interview with Gray Zone a couple years back, so even though their names and a lot of the information in the documents is heavily redacted, we can actually figure out who is who when you compare and contrast this interview to, of course, the FBI documents. And what you find out is that the suspicious things they thought about the passports were that one of the individuals actually had 2 passports. However, this was explained by this individual being a dual citizen between Germany and Israel. In addition to that, you also had reports of flight records that were in the vehicle at the time. However, this was explained by the fact that one of these Israelis had a vacation that departed for India the very next day. In addition to that, a camera was gifted to this individual for his trip to India by his brother. And by the way, the feds were able to corroborate his itinerary in India for this vacation, which is one of the reasons why they dismissed suspicion against him. Now, another one of these Israelis also had about $4,700 worth of cash that was on his person. Again, suspicious. However, he explained to the feds that there was a break-in at his apartment and he wanted to keep his money on him. And yeah, certain foreign cultures like to carry cash on them. So even though this is pretty damn suspicious, don't get me wrong, the fact is they were able to verify the report of the break-in that he was talking about. In addition to that, and this is absolutely crucial, there was one individual of the 5, this guy called Kurtzberg, who by the way also had a camera of his own, who was the person that was the most suspicious to the feds, who they believed was actually a guy that might be Israeli intelligence because he had a diplomatic passport. Now, you have to understand that the Israelis have mandatory service. So every Israeli, except for those with religious exemptions, has to serve in the IDF. And every one of these individuals was questioned about their military record, and every single one of them answered those questions except for Kurtzberg. Again, this is why when you read the documents, it is absolutely clear that the person they think is intelligence the most most is Kurtzberg. However, eventually, after weeks of interrogation, he ultimately ended up submitting to 2 polygraph tests, which again, I'm not the biggest believer in polygraph tests, but again, if you look at the documents, even though the feds still had their suspicions, this was enough at the time in order for them to grant their release. Also, and I think this is
How do I
important
see the
for
plain
everybody to take
information,
note of,
bro?
is that the FBI never referred to these individuals as dancing Israelis, and in fact, none of the witnesses, including Maria, the one that Anna Kasparian is highlighting the most, referred to them as dancing Israelis. They were described as high-fivers because, according to Maria, she said that they appeared to be jovial in that they smiled, hugged one another, and gave high fives. In a second interview, she described the behavior as horsing around. In a third interview, days later, she described the men as appearing to be happy and joking around. The first account of dancing Israelis actually comes from Mohammed Atta's father in an interview he did on September 28th, where he was trying to deflect blame away from his son.
So my question is, if those folks, the 5 spies in that particular story, were confirmed as spies, and they were, why did we release them? That's super strange, isn't it?
It's raining really loudly over here all of a sudden.
When a country catches a spy, they never release them. You might do a spy exchange, you might kill the spy, you might keep the spy in jail forever for the rest of their lives, but you never return them for no reason back to their home country, unless that country is controlling your country.
So Cenk just smuggles the premise in it that these 5 were later confirmed to be spies, but this is also not true. In fact, it is still pretty much contested between the United States and Israel, because the United States speculates that these 5 Israelis were likely a part of a clandestine intelligence operation to surveil charities that they believed were doing funding to Hamas.
According to federal officials, the 5 men have been barred from returning to the United States for 10 years, they say because they violated immigration laws.
Bottom line, John, is there any evidence any of these 5 men knew about the September 11th attacks before they occurred?
The FBI spent a great deal of time examining this question. It does not appear that they were in place taking pictures before the planes hit, but shortly thereafter. And they say they haven't uncovered evidence that any of these 5 men, and they did their backgrounds, they searched apartments, they telephone records and so on, had any advanced knowledge of the attack.
And while the FBI or certain sources might believe that in fact they were Israeli intelligence, they don't believe that the U.S. was a target, that they were actually investigating Muslim groups?
They believe if this was an intelligence operation by Israel, that it was focused on the Islamic groups and charities that raise money for groups that are considered by U.S. law enforcement and others terrorist groups. And you'll note that after September 11th, the U.S. moved on many of these groups with indictments, arrests, raids on their headquarters, something that hadn't happened prior to
So
that.
how the fuck do I see my plane information? I'm so
Hamas
confused.
and other terrorist organizations.
Groups that are responsible for most of the suicide bombings there.
But in reality, that is just that, speculation. It was never confirmed. Cenk just made that up. And again, it appears that they're pulling from a document that essentially took the government's release and kind of repackaged it in a certain way to make it look like that, inserted some innuendos and some summaries, rather than the actual government document.
Why did we release them? That's super strange, isn't it? Normally when a country catches a spy, they never release them. You might do a spy exchange, you might kill the spy, you might keep the spy in jail forever for the rest of their lives, but you never return them for no reason back to their home country, unless that country is controlling your
Surely I
country.
have to see that. I have to be able to see that somewhere.
Right here, and by the way, it could be deliberately so. In fact, I do believe it is deliberately so. Is misleading his audience on what happens typically when a spy is caught in your country. Now, if you find them stealing secrets or something of the sort, then they will be charged with a crime, and if they're convicted of the crime, at least in the United States of America, they could be sentenced to a lengthy.
I'm so fucking
but the idea
lost.
that we don't
I gotta look
send
this up.
spies back to their home country in the United States of America, and we only did this for Israel, and by the way, again, these people aren't confirmed to be spies, just gotta put that out there, is absurd in every possible way, because guess what? Cenk Uygur, of all people, has talked about how common this is, and again, not just for Israel, for countries that I guess he has to now argue control the United States government and the Obama administration, because we're talking about Russia. Again, this is a segment from the Young Turks.
What are the consequences? He says, Huffington Post explains, in addition to hitting 2 Russian intelligence agencies, 3 companies, and 4 individual intelligence officers with sanctions, banning them from travel and business with U.S. companies or individuals, Obama ordered 35 Russian operatives posted at diplomatic facilities in Washington and San Francisco to leave. So this is a pretty significant size hit. And so it's funny that we know where their operatives are, so that when we need to kick them out, they're like, okay, take the Russian spies out. Why don't we do that earlier? Partly because we also have spies in Russia that they are aware of.
Look at the difference in tone that Cenk Uygur took when it's Russia and there were 36 spies that were told to leave the United States of America, meaning that the United States government knew the whole time that those 36 individuals were in fact Russian spies, and they were counter-monitoring them, but as a punishment, as a diplomatic slap in the face to Vladimir Putin, the Obama administration didn't arrest them, didn't hold them for an exchange, didn't hold them in prison for life, just released them, and Cenk is not remotely shocked by this. The way that he talks about this is as if it's standard procedure for you to send spies back, especially
I don't know if that's high or not. 4,000 and 3,000?
With a serious crime.
4,000 seems kind of high.
You don't want them in the country. And again, that's how we treated an enemy of the United States.
Okay,
not
hang on.
a
What's the
nation,
price?
Israel, that is a designated ally of the United States. Again, whether you think
how much is a barrel
or not, it makes no matter. But we treated our enemy better than Cenk is saying we should have treated the Israelis. Weird how there's a double standard whenever the topic of Israel comes up. And again, Cenk knows this. He knows this is a common practice. He understands this. He in fact laughs at it because he thinks it's goofy. But all of a sudden in Israel with these 5 people who again were not confirmed to be spies, a little suspicious, isn't it? Let me give you a little innuendo. They're controlling our government. I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know if you guys are aware of this.
Okay, and so why? And the answer that no one can give, all they just do is huff and puff, huff and puff. Oh, you can't show that video. Don't show the video. Don't tell people what the Israelis are up to. Don't tell them that this.
Bro, this is in gallons, but the plane is in liters.
Not to show the video, but why don't you actually show the whole video? Why don't you show the part where the FBI confirmed at the time that there was no prior knowledge to 9/11? Like, why don't you do that? Why don't you actually give the full context? When you do quotes of Netanyahu, why don't you do the quotes in context? Or when you read them and you start making up additional things, why don't you acknowledge that you're just trying to do mind reading after the fact? Like, yeah, I'm not afraid of showing these videos. I'm not afraid of these clips.
So
I'm not afraid of the truth, because guess what?
100,000 gallons is
I went through all these
roughly
conspiracies myself, and
400,000
I know the
liters,
level
right?
of knowledge you have on them, and how embarrassing it is for you.
That's
who,
100
by the way,
hours of flight.
admitted that this line of reasoning was an anti-Semitic trap years ago when it came
one
to Ted
tank.
Nugent liking Facebook comments, but now you're pushing it yourself.
Okay, well, kiss my ass. We are telling them, and we're telling them because it is about the government of Israel, and stop slandering our brothers and sisters who are Jewish Americans who had nothing to do with it. They were not part of a spy operation. Mossad didn't call them. No, this is the government of Israel.
So this is the delineation between Israel and Jews, which again, you can criticize the nation of Israel and not be anti-Semitic. That is 100% true. But considering that Cenk Uygur specifically said this type of conspiracies, the Israeli 9/11 conspiracies, are anti-Semitic and are about Jewish people. Again, when it came to Ted Nugent liking Facebook comments, it's kind of weird that he and his executive producer are pushing those exact same conspiracy theories.
So last thing on the video, that when they go back to Israel and they say, one of the guys says, we were there to document the events. No one can answer, what does he mean? How did you know there was going to be an event on 9/11?
So in case you thought I was stretching when I was pointing out that the implication is that the Israelis had prior knowledge to the 9/11 events, Cenk just comes right out and says it. And again, we already discussed the we were there to document the event could have been in response to what were you doing when that woman saw you? That's how they could have interpreted the question. But Cenk never talks about that option. Instead, he goes to the conspiracy option, which is they had prior knowledge and they interpreted the question as why were you in the United States of America, or why were you in the New York area, or in this particular case in New Jersey, because that building was in New Jersey, even though there are much simpler, much more logical explanations. And it's kind of ridiculous to assume that the Israeli
1,800
spies
liters.
would
That's
admit
really
prior
nice. The
knowledge
range
of
is shit.
9/11
Oh, sorry,
on
the
Israeli
passengers.
news.
Yeah, never mind.
How did you know to pull the van up before the towers were hit?
50.
To take the pictures and the video. Why were you celebrating?
It turns out my plane's not that bad on fuel.
I don't care. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. What I want to know is
18 million.
How did you know? How did you know there was going to be an event?
So Cenk's like, oh, well, how were they there? How did they know to park there before the towers were hit? Why were they there? Why were they there? How did they know to park there? Really emphasizing the point of
cargo is a lot of money.
Even though the witness that they were talking about with the binoculars actually saw
cargo
them at
can I
around
even do? I have
9
no
o'clock,
idea.
according to her account, which is after the first tower was hit. And depending on how far, since the second tower was hit at, I believe, 9:03 a.m., it could have been after the second tower was hit. But there is a reason why these individuals were there.
16.
Remember, even if you think it was an intelligence front, at the time they were doing a job in that very building. But you might ask,
I don't have cargo
why park
planes.
there of all the other places?
What's an
to
actual
park
plane
in and
cost?
around that area where you happen to have a perfect view of the towers? I mean, isn't that suspicious? Isn't that unusual? Isn't that weird? Isn't that something that definitely we should latch onto? Well, no, because I've actually seen the building. Here's a photo of it. And as you can see from this photo, the Israelis were parked in the parking lot of the building that they were doing a job in.
How did you know to pull the van up before the towers were hit?
So the reason the car was there, the reason they decided to choose that
No
place
plane
to
can
park
do
is
40.
because
What
that
the
was
hell?
the parking lot. The
Oh, wait.
building that they were supposed to do the job in, that's the parking lot.
12,000
for the
liters
building.
an
You can
hour.
see in the photo, that's the parking lot. That's where you park. So the reason why their car was parked where it was parked is because that was the parking lot at the place that they
92
were going
million.
to. That's why they were there.
Jesus.
In case you were wondering, Cenk, in case you needed to break this down. And again, lots of people filmed the 9/11 attacks after the first plane hit, like, by the way, the FBI says they did at this particular situation. So the idea that
You
we're
can
gonna
make your own
adjudicate
planes. I
why
just don't remember
every
how
one
that
of their
works.
Cars was parked where
You have to
they were
unlock that
parked
somehow.
is absurd, especially when you say it as I'm saying it, rather than Cenk saying, how did they know? How did they know to park there? It's because they had a reason to be in that building, and that was the parking lot, Cenk. He's like, but why was their car there? Because that was the parking lot. That's why they were there,
Bye.
Cenk. It's not hard to figure out.
One of these falls open, and there's a bra in there that I need.
The towers were hit.
Now, to be clear, this location was only a couple of minutes away
It's kinda
from
random
the
when it
company
happens,
that these
though.
guys worked at, which was like
Oh,
the
there
Urban
it is.
Moving Company, and they said
Thank
that
you.
they drove there after the first plane was hit in order to get a better view. In addition to that, the FBI has actually corroborated this, saying that according to radar, this van arrived there at 8:50, which was after the first tower was hit, but prior to the second tower being hit. So when Cenk says, how did they know to be there before? What he's actually saying is that he didn't read the documents and he wants to make things up. In addition to that, I will also point out that Cenk grew up in the state of New Jersey, and as a New Yorker, who by the way has family in New Jersey and has friends
I
in
forgot
New
how this one
Jersey,
worked.
I would just like to point out something that is
He
absolutely
gives you the
obvious, which
access
is
to
when
daddy
you're
here?
just over the Hudson River, when you're in Jersey City and any of these towns that are alongside the Hudson River, guess what you have a great view of? Downtown Manhattan. Multiple people got to a location where they could have a better view with their own eyes after the first plane hit the first tower and after the second plane hit the second tower. Again, this was not the only spot in all of New Jersey or even in that area where you would have this view. It was just a better view than where they were when they heard about this. So like I said earlier on in this video, I did make an attempt to reach out to Anna Kasparian to clarify whether or not she is standing by the allegations or allegations.
False allegations and not facts.
That
Start
all
getting
5 of
known.
these people were confirmed to be spies, and what I ended up receiving back was an article from somebody who's kind of from a pro-Israeli perspective that essentially makes the case that according to the feds, at least 2 of these individuals showed up in a known intelligence operatives database. Now, the thing is, this is a far cry from the confirmed 5 of them are all spies that Cenk Uygur was spouting out in his particular video. It represents a significant backpedal, and to me, this doesn't really change any of the content of the coverage that I've done so far, because I actually don't think it's crazy for you to believe that these are possible Israeli spies or Mossad agents. The fact is, I take issue with you saying it's confirmed when it's
How does this
anything
work?
but. And again, even if you say 2
They have to
were
fly
confirmed
multiple
behind
times?
the
Like
scenes,
40
according
tons?
to
100
these
tons?
FBI
No plane
officials
can do
or
100
whatever,
tons.
that is still a far cry from saying that all 5 were confirmed, and of course, the implications of prior knowledge of the attacks. Now, the second thing that I requested clarity from Anna Kasparian is, of course, this idea that the Israelis admitted to or implied prior knowledge on the Israeli TV interview in the statement that was translated to English that ended up coming off as we were there documenting the events or we were there to document the events.
And at that point, we were taken for another round of questioning, this time related to our allegedly being members of Mossad. The fact of the matter is, we are coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document the event.
Now, the way I had this question posed to Anna Kasparian played on the fact that Anna is a speaker of at least 2 languages. And by the way, Cenk Uygur also speaks 2 languages as well. Anna speaks Armenian and English, Cenk speaks Turkish and English, and they should know, as people who speak multiple languages, that when you translate something into English and it is a direct translation, oftentimes what ultimately ends up coming up is something that would never be phrased that exact way in the English language. And of course, there were viral videos back in the day of people putting Let It Go, the Frozen lyrics, into Google Translate, then translating it back to English and then singing it to demonstrate this difference. So I wanted to know and I wanted to understand the thought process behind posting this or talking about this in such a way that doesn't take that into account. In addition to that, I also highlighted the fact that this Israeli talk show was in front of a live studio audience, and you would think that if you had people admitting to prior knowledge of the September 11th attacks, that you would actually hear an audible gasp or some kind of reaction from the crowd or from the talk show host to this stunning admission, unless of course you are under the impression that everybody in Israel, including the live studio audience, is aware of the fact that Israel had this prior knowledge that is being implied and or alleged by the way that people cover this story. It would seem rather absurd that you wouldn't get any reaction. Now, for me, the idea that Mossad agents would go on Israeli television and admit to prior knowledge of the 9/11 attacks is absurd on its own. But in addition to that, the idea that there would be no reaction from the crowd would also be absurd. So obviously, what I believe happened in this particular interview is that something was translated into English that sounds far more sinister in English, but is actually rather benign in the original language that was spoken. I used the context clues around it in order to draw that conclusion. And unfortunately, despite me pressing this issue, despite me leaning on the fact that, again, I'm speaking
I don't remember what to do with these items.
Communicating with somebody who also speaks 2 languages and should know this, I did not receive a response to this prompt. First question, got an answer right off the top. This question, end of discussion, essentially, which is unfortunate because it's been about a day and a half since I put in those questions for answers.
Their whole effort is to, let's just keep it real, they're just trying to intimidate me, right? And a lot of people, I get it. I understand why they would fall victim to that intimidation and they would maybe back off of these stories and not cover them and not talk about them.
And by the way, I will also add that Anna ends up going on this whole rant about how she's not gonna tolerate all these different various people who are more concerned with the foreign country than the United States of America. I'll play a little bit of that for you right here.
And I'm not gonna be intimidated by someone who has far more concern with a foreign country as opposed to our country here in America. I'm an American, I'm gonna look out for America.
And look, while I 100% agree that Americans should put the United States of America over not just Israel, but every other country in the world, let's be real about what's going on. Anna started pushing this stuff publicly when people started sending her videos of people in the West Bank unambiguously celebrating 9/11. So what Anna's actually
I don't have
doing,
room
because she's so
or time.
blinded by disdain for the nation of Israel, is putting the Palestinians above the United States of America, above truth, and above her ethical obligations to actually look into and seek out the explanations for the stories that she presents on her program. She's just running with the dancing Israeli conspiracy, not bringing in any countervailing information.
You literally have Netanyahu saying 9/11 was the best thing to happen to Israel.
That's on the record. You're right. He did say that. Netanyahu said on the record that 9/11 was good for Israel.
So you're
How are they our allies? Someone please explain that to me. People, I love when Israel defenders bring this up as if it's like something I made up or pulled out of my ass. Even though there's FBI documents about it. There's Fox News channel reporting on it. I mean, they tried to wipe the internet, but it's still available in the archives. There's ABC News video of it.
Of what?
The whole dancing Israelis thing.
Oh.
Right? The woman who witnessed it and called the authorities, she is on the record. She's in an ABC News report where she's talking about what she witnessed, what she saw. Then you have these, you know, I believe it was 7 Israelis who are, after being detained for a few months, sent back to Israel. They do media interviews, and they're like, we were just there to document the events.
Yeah.
What the does that mean?
Right.
Now, Anna should be fully aware of what the impact is of pinning 9/11 on a certain group of people and what the reaction from her audience would be to that information. And I can assume if she is aware of that, then that is her intentional reaction. And I find that to be absolutely disgusting. And again, considering that Anna, again, when I asked for clarification on this stuff, volunteered that she doesn't believe that there is enough evidence to say that Israel was behind
I don't think my planes are
9/11,
big enough
I
to
find it
satisfy
even
this.
more disturbing, because if you're leading people on
No
this
pun
trail
intended.
of breadcrumbs to
This
a
route.
conclusion that they're obviously going to draw based on what you are saying is true and indisputable, and then you don't actually believe the conclusion that you know going to draw from this information, I think it is highly irresponsible to not at least clarify your position publicly. And again, considering it is in response to somebody showing, originally at least, the Palestinians celebrating this, and she had a visceral reaction to that because essentially a lot of people will use a clip like that to justify any kind of wrongdoing to the Palestinians, which is why I don't want to post clips like that just randomly. She should get the implications of that and not want to do it herself, but instead she just goes full force on this. Now, Anna goes on another podcast that I had never heard of called the Habibi House Podcast, where she doubles down on the dancing Israeli things, talks about the FBI documents and how they're trying to scrub this from the internet. And to be clear, they did remove a lot of this information from YouTube specifically and other social medias when they did the conspiracy theory crackdown, when they banned Alex Jones, if you guys remember that whole wave of the internet. And I don't want to tread the same water, but Anna says she read the FBI documents, but whatever, that's neither here nor there at this point.
I mean, we are getting
because she's going to go on to talk
money,
other
so that's good.
anti-Israeli conspiracies that I think need to be addressed.
Me too. And 9/11?
Yeah.
Don't get me started.
Yeah.
It was them Arabs.
Well, look, 9/11.
They
9/11. I am curious what you guys think about it, because I'm not convinced that Israel
controlled
was
demolition.
behind.
I don't know about Israel, but it's
well, if you
it's
literally
a controlled demolition.
Yeah, you look at the videos and it's definitely
3 buildings.
suspicious. Yeah.
So of course you have this other guy bring up the controlled demolition theory, and again, all of this is to obfuscate responsibility from Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden, who took responsibility for this attack. And I feel like I'm talking to a 22-year-old version of myself, so I want to say, hey, don't be a dumbass. Don't start talking about architecture and all these things that you don't understand like you're an expert. But Anna, who's older than I am, is just kind of nodding along and agreeing with this.
The facts of 9/11 and like the buildings falling and like the building behind
7?
Building behind them saying it fell, but then it didn't fall yet, and like
So let me understand something.
and then the guy didn't go to work and he said pull it.
So Anna and these guys talk about 7 WTC, which again, if you're somebody who's like getting into the conspiracies around September 11th, this I can understand hanging on to the absolute longest, because the explanations for it are not as quick and easy to understand as the other debunkings as I've seen. And I don't want to just hate on them for buying into conspiracy theories, because in reality, a lot of people buy into conspiracy theories. But then they move on to the insurance conspiracy related to 9/11, and it's first stated by one of the hosts and then repeated by Anna as something incredibly suspicious.
And like all these
there was the insurance policies.
Exactly.
I'm kind of waiting for someone to start sabotaging.
It's like theories, guys.
No, it's not even the conspiracy.
Now, look, I understand buying into the insurance conspiracy or the insurance fraud conspiracy theory when you first hear about it and you are not familiar at all whatsoever with the subject matter, much in the same way that I was when I was 19 years old and I first stumbled across this portion of the conspiracy theory. That being said, Anna Kasparian teaches journalism at a university, and she's also the executive producer over at the Young Turks, so you would think that she would do basic fact-checking before uttering something related to the insurance policy scheme, which, by the way, is maybe one of the dumbest propositions ever related to 9/11 truthism, or whatever you want to call it. Because if you guys are not aware, this all stems from the idea that Larry Silverstein, he was the president of the World Trade Center organization, which of course governed the complex to which the Twin Towers were a part of. And as a part of being the president, he ended up getting insurance for this entire complex. And as a part of that insurance, there was a provision in that policy that said if the World Trade Center was hit by a terror attack, then the damage that would be paid by the insurance company would be double what would be paid if it were like damaged by a natural disaster or something of the sort. So people took that and ran with it. They said that was insanely suspicious. How did Larry Silverstein know that there was going to be a terror attack there? Why would that provision exist in that insurance policy? That's suspicious. That's weird. And for Anna Kasparian, apparently 20-something years after 9/11, that's as far as she thought about that issue. But the thing is, there's an obvious reason why that provision would be in the insurance policy. Because the World Trade Center,
making money. It's good
specifically
enough.
the Twin Towers, were already hit by a terror attack 8 years before 9/11. Muslims did it again back then, if you guys are not aware, where somebody parked a truck full of explosives near what they thought was a support beam that, if you hit it hard enough, would cause the towers to tip over into each other and collapse onto the streets of Manhattan. This is a
I need to make way more money,
thing.
though.
Everybody
How
knows
can I ever
about it.
afford
And
another
in
plane?
reality, a lot of the literature that conspiracy theorists glob onto that has imagery of the Twin Towers post
Should we risk it?
93, but pre 9/11 was based
And
on
grab,
the fact that it was already targeted by a terror attack. In addition to that, financial centers have been
Loan.
historic targets of terror attacks, and I believe other World Trade Center complexes around the world had also been attacked or had high-profile instances. So while initially, when you hear this, you might find it suspicious that this place had an insurance policy that specifically related to terrorism pre 9/11, but in reality, financial centers are often targets of terror attacks. World Trade Center complexes around the world have had
consumption
major
is
security
ridiculous, though,
concerns,
damn.
and of course, the Twin Towers had
That one's
already
nice.
been targeted
Pretty good
by a
consumption
terror
for
attack
4,000?
8 years prior to 9/11.
20
So
million.
in reality, they're saying, "Wow, that's so suspicious." But 2 seconds of
I'll
Googling
pay
will
you
tell
two.
this was the most likely place for an attack to happen. In fact, it had already happened there. Everybody was concerned about it. And by the way, one of the reasons why you would have provisions that would double up for the damage is because after an attack happens, typically people want to relocate their businesses out of the most likely place to be attacked. So you have to compensate them beyond the physical damage to the building for other associated costs for people abandoning the World Trade Center, rents dropping, revenues dropping from the premises. So yes, it makes perfect sense to get this policy. Larry Silverstein would have been an absolute idiot for not getting a policy like this. And in addition to that, when you take over large buildings in the city of New York, you're obligated by law to do
I
so.
can only
So
get-
everything about this, the insurance policy. Why
Never
would you
mind.
get terrorism insurance for the most likely place to get hit by a terror attack that had already been hit by a terror attack is nonsense. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. And again, it's something that you can get around. You can debunk. If you're actually looking for answers, not trying to blame somebody else for these attacks, then you could figure it out in
I forgot
2
that
seconds of
existed.
Googling. Now look, I get the game that they're playing where
Hello.
you project whatever is being thrown at the Muslims or at the Palestinians against Israel and the Jews, but do a little better than insurance fraud, Larry Silverstein, pull the building, and all this other nonsense that, again, you could shut down in 3 seconds if you just think. If you just remember that the 93 WTC attack happened, you would never utter these stupid, ridiculous sentences. And when somebody did, you would bring up that obvious fact. But then they're going to get into the John F. Kennedy thing.
And then, Kennedy tries to register AIPAC as a foreign agent.
Mm-hmm.
Mysteriously gets...
Just mysteriously, yeah. No, I totally believe the cover story of how he got assassinated.
Yeah.
Now, look, to be clear, there are plenty of John F. Kennedy conspiracy theories. I've heard the mafia conspiracy.
I don't know what this does.
I've heard the theory of the Kennedy signing that executive order to have a silver-backed currency, and agents of the Federal Reserve taking him out, the CIA, all these different various groups that are supposedly behind this. And again, I want to get into the Kennedy stuff at some point in time in my life because I do find it to be incredibly interesting and the conspiracy culture around it to be incredibly interesting. However, as somebody who used to argue that Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't possibly make that shot from the book depository, and then someone who visited Dealey Plaza where this went down saw where the motorcade is, which is marked on the ground, and where the shot came from, I realized that, yeah, a lot of the conspiracies about that in particular are stupid in every possible way. I felt like if I was in the book depository and you gave me a baseball, I could throw it at John F. Kennedy from how close it was. That whole area is significantly smaller than I imagined in all the movies and whatnot and all the films that you've seen. So again, I'm not going to ding you too much for having a conspiracy theory related to the event that has prompted the greatest amount of conspiracy theories in American history. That being said, I also want to point out that this is also an instance of projection, because we know for a fact that Sirhan Sirhan murdered Robert F. Kennedy Jr. a couple of years later, and Sirhan Sirhan is a Palestinian. He was somebody who was displaced in the Arab-Israeli War of 1948, became a refugee, came to the United States of America, and killed Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in part because he thought that RFK Jr. would be too pro-Israel. So yeah, that is considered a contributing factor to why he killed RFK Jr. But once again, when we have a clear-cut case of Palestinians doing something, self-identified Palestinians, we gotta get a version of it that kind of blames Israel. That's what it feels like we're getting right here. But again, it's all about projection.
9/11? Yeah. Don't get me started. Yeah. It was them Arabs.
You have this guy sarcastically saying Arabs did 9/11 when the hijackers were overwhelmingly Saudi, which means they're from Arabia. So he throws it on the Jews.
Like sabotage
We
meme.
have unambiguous video evidence of people in the Palestinian territory celebrating 9/11. Oh, well, actually, what about the Israelis that were reportedly dancing in New Jersey? All these different terror groups and governments that attack Israel have genocide of the Jews in their charter. Well, guess what? We accuse Israel, a couple days after October 7th, of doing a genocide against the Palestinians. It's all projection. It's all transparent. Anybody can see what's going on here, and yet we're supposed to pretend like this is a normal conversation. Now, look, I'm going to link all my sources and, of course, the original videos in the description of this video for you to check it out for yourself. But one of the things that I was curious about was what would be the reaction from the anti-Israel left wing to Anna Kasparian putting this stuff out there, because honestly, a lot of these conspiracy
I'm
theories
like barely
are very
making money,
popular
dude.
among the anti-Israel
Minus 39 on
right-wing,
this one.
and you will be shocked to discover that Lance from the Serfs, of all people, a guy who can't stand Israel, opened up his video with like a 5-minute explanation of how he hates the nation, hates everything about it. Even he found this to be a bridge too far. Even Lance from the Serfs, who I've called the dumbest person on the internet.com, the most bad faith individual out there, somebody that I never thought would be right about any issue, was like, whoa, Anna, this is a little bit too crazy.
Oh, they're doing 9/11 trutherism. I mean, they're doing it playfully. You can grant them that. It's just more just kind of like, I just don't know if we know the full story. Right? Yeah. What do you mean? You know, the buildings, the controlled demolition aspect seems realistic, right? Like, why wouldn't it make sense? I don't know if you saw, but like in some of the footage, there's like what looks to be like dust and exhaust coming from the windows as they collapse. That could indicate that those were bombs going off. The buildings do go down in a very controlled demolition way. We've never seen it before, where like an airplane hits a building and then the building just like completely collapses. That's kind of interesting. And then we can add motives to it, right? Like who stood to benefit from the potential for such an attack
Still no
on the United
sabotage?
States, and why would they do such a thing, and who would have the allowability and access? Like, I'm one of the biggest critics of Benjamin Netanyahu. I think he is a disgusting-ass war criminal who should spend his remaining days in a prison cell. And honestly, the crimes of Israel have gone on for so long and been so pacified by the United States that there is an enormous amount of war criminals along the way who should stand trial. And there should be an absolute, not only right of return for Palestinians and them to have full emancipation, but there should be reparations, there should be rebuilding efforts. It should go so far beyond simply ending this apartheid and this nation state that is effectively destroying and occupying and murdering and genocide.
It's like, I don't really know what to do now.
It doesn't mean that they did 9/11.
Like, I'm barely making money.
Here.
Very, very slowly.
Why would
Ooh,
you do
sabotage.
this?
So yeah, Anna, bad job all the way around. And honestly,
Even though I
know
got like a
people are
ton
gonna
of
roast me in
passengers,
the
bro.
comments for this, I actually expected better from you. This is a complete regression
afraid I
back
have
to your
bad news.
old ways,
There's
and
been
now
a
you're covering
sabotage
some dark
incident
territory. And the thing is, I
was a
knew
malicious attack
100%
with
that Anna was
biological weapons.
anti-Israel.
I can't
Like that's
tolerate
what the
things
Young
like
Turks
that
have
in my
dedicated
airport.
half of
I
their
want to warn the
programming
person who
to
did it
since
not to
October
try anything
7th.
like that
However,
again.
that didn't really bother me because I never wanted to make my
And on to the
breaking
next
point with
topic on our
somebody
agenda.
who, again, is
Your
moving in a
okay,
positive
your planes
direction
are
on a
in
bunch of
and
other issues, a foreign country
I'll
or a
restart.
foreign conflict. So yeah, it's not like I've been making all
Yo,
these different
yo,
videos
excuse
and
it. Yeah,
whatnot
biological
attacking
weapons.
Anna over that. I just
When I
figured,
restart,
you know,
I'm
this is
I'm
something
not
that we're
gonna
gonna
take a route
disagree
too
on.
quickly,
This is
or I
something
will
that
take
she
a
cares
route.
passionately about. So
but
I'm
I'll
not
leave
gonna
one
be,
plane
like,
open. We'll
super
see.
harsh when she says things that are borderline or crazy, but this is beyond
Pick a
the
character,
pale, and
exquisite.
again, beyond what I expected. Roast me in the comments for not seeing this coming all the way, and roast me again for getting these messages like a month to 2 months ago and not really thinking they were all this serious, because I thought that people were just kind of overhyping the anti-Israel conspiracy element or the anti-Jew conspiracy element. But in reality, I mean, the proof in the pudding is in the taste, and it turns out the taste has been constructed by the Mossad, apparently. I don't know. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments.
It's
below.
me,
As
Mario.
per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about Anna embracing the Israelis did 9/11 conspiracy. Never thought I'd say that sentence. Till next time.
Give me a second, I'll tabbed.
Ah, so you're the new tycoons. Interesting. I would like to make one thing completely clear. I will not tolerate anything which upsets my airport. So mind what you're doing. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. We will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Kind of rude.
It's just before 10 p.m. on August 22nd, and 34-year-old DeCarlos Brown Jr. is seated on a Charlotte light rail train. Several other people are around him. According to officials, a few minutes later, the train doors open, and 23-year-old Irina Zarutska gets on and takes a seat in front of Brown. She's wearing what appears to be a work uniform, AirPods, and looking at her phone.
Only 126
But then,
passengers.
the unthinkable happens. You see Brown pull out what officials say was a pocket knife.
Oh, yeah. It's
He folds it,
147.
then stands up behind Zarutska. What we aren't showing you is the moment where Brown then stabs
4,000.
Zarutska several times.
On August 22nd, 2025, at around 10 p.m. in
24 tons
Charlotte,
of
North
freight?
Carolina, Irina Zarutska, a Ukrainian refugee who fled the conflict over
Steve.
there in order to come to the United States of America,
Oh,
boarded
it's
the
very
train
Ukrainian.
after getting off of her shift at a pizzeria that she worked at. However, unfortunately for Irina Zarutska, there was a man called DeCarlos Brown who was in the seat that she would ultimately end up sitting in front of. Now,
Why is there
DeCarlos Brown
21 in
has
the
a
in
lengthy
brackets?
criminal history. At least 15 mugshots were presented in the local news media just for this area of North Carolina. And among the crimes that this person had been accused of in his past, we're talking armed robbery, assault with a deadly weapon, and all sorts of other miscellaneous offenses that,
No
again,
idea.
should have had him held in detention due to the fact that he was a repeat offender and a serious ongoing offender in society. In addition to that, he was known to the court to be suffering from
Fuck.
schizophrenia. So this guy was also mentally ill. He was known to be
Restart.
a danger to other people, and his mother on multiple occasions tried to have him committed. However, the court system in North Carolina, and specifically Judge Teresa Stokes,
Always played the
decided to
blonde
release
guy.
him time and time again. And in fact, his most recent arrest, which was not for a very serious offense, but considering it was offense number 14,
so you're
he
the new
ended
t-
up getting rewarded by not having to post any bail at all whatsoever. And the thing is, this guy was homeless. He didn't have any money. He had been booted from his home by his family due to the fact that they knew he was a danger. So any amount of bond could have held this guy pre-trial, awaiting to actually get his sentence on those previous charges, and left Irina alive. However, what ultimately ended up happening was that Judge Teresa Stokes, who, by the way, apparently has not even passed the bar, which we'll get into a little bit later, decided to release him on his own recognizance with a promise that he had to sign for that he would reappear in court when his next date became due. And the thing is, the guy was known to be a paranoid schizophrenic, so even if he intended to reappear and not harm anyone, the fact is it was only a matter of time before he attacked somebody, got killed, or of course did something else that was going to warrant him being rearrested. But this was ignored due to the fact that we have to treat all criminals, specifically
I took him,
black
the green one,
criminals,
because he's
like
closer to
innocent
the
Bella
travel
Angel
thing.
Aladdins, and this ultimately ended up costing Irina her life. And this is what we're going to talk about today. This particular case, everything surrounding it, and of course the reaction from both sides to this, because I find it to be ridiculous and patently absurd. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Say it appears that Brown and Zarutska did not know each other, and a motive for the stabbing remains under investigation. According to court documents, Brown has a criminal history dating back to 2011, including robbery with a dangerous weapon and other offenses. Brown is charged with first-degree murder.
So there's been a lot of criticism of the judge that released this particular suspect, DeCarlos Brown, without any bail, with just a promise to reappear post his 14th arrest. And of course, there have been a lot of people who have been saying that this person, Teresa Stokes, is not actually an attorney, and questioning why North Carolina actually allows some judge positions in order to be filled by non-attorneys. And I want to be clear about that.
Oh, the Atlantis thing was a different fucking. That was the last game.
Especially in the southeast of the United States, from my experience, for low-level judges to be elected positions that don't actually require attorneys to be licensed in order to hold those positions. In fact, on this channel, we've done stories that covered this ground before, and I'll link one of the videos in the description of a place in Georgia that has no such requirement for somebody to be an attorney. However, just because a rumor is flying around on the internet.com doesn't mean we should just buy into it whole cloth. So what I decided to do, since state bar numbers are actually public, is pull up the northcarolina.gov Bar Association lookup, enter Teresa Stokes in order to find out if she's actually licensed in the state of North Carolina. And what I ultimately ended up finding out was that no, she is not licensed as an attorney according to this website as a member of the North Carolina State Bar. So yes, this woman is not an attorney as far as my research has been able to tell me. Now, by the way, if you're thinking that maybe this website is not definitive or maybe there's something wrong with the link, I actually ended up looking up other district court judges using the same search engine, using their just their last name and their first name, and of course the state of North Carolina, and I discovered that yes, you can pull up other people's bar numbers that are judges in the same district as long as they're attorneys. So while there might be some countervailing evidence in the future of her being admitted to the bar, it seems like as of right now, she was not actually an attorney. So yeah, this is kind of an underqualified DEI hire, if you will, to this position, who released this person again with a promise to reappear. Now, to be clear, he was charged with like abusing 911, which was not the most serious offense. But the thing I want to highlight is that he had repeat offenses, repeat releases, and based on his previous history and mental illness, maybe you could have charged some bond for this in order to hold him, in order to prevent this murder from happening. So I think I have some credibility when it comes to this issue, because there are not many creators on the internet.com who have been covering the George Floyd effect, the George Floydification of the United States of America, and of course the soft on criminal treatment that followed, specifically in Democratic states / Democratic cities. I have been highlighting the fact that we have a multitude of these cases where different individuals have been released onto the streets time and time again, up until the point, it seems like, where they do something so horrible that we cannot leave them on the streets any longer. In fact, I actually talked about how this is essentially the strategy in these blue cities as it relates to the Jordan Neely case, who again was threatening to harm people on the subway in the city of New York until Daniel Penny intervened in that situation. And of course, Daniel Daniel Penny was the one that was facing serious criminal charges. But just like in this case, you have a known history of mental illness. You have serious violent offenses in this guy's criminal history. You have somebody who is kicked out of the home by family members who could no longer deal with this person. And of course, you have judges that time and time again gave free pass after free pass, only to then suddenly care when something goes down that can't be reversed. And in the Neely case, it was Daniel Penny restraining him, which ultimately ended up leading to his death. However, in this particular case, it was a murder, a psychopathic, unambiguous homicide that is caught on video for the world to see. And of course, there is outrage in response to this. And much of this outrage, 95% of it, is well deserved, as it is aimed at the suspect, as it is aimed at the judge, as it is aimed at the Democratic politicians who are focusing on putting in equity commissions in the state of North Carolina. All of that is warranted. All of that is just. All of that is necessary. All of that needs to be re-examined. And I'll also throw in the district attorney in and around this area for not doing the job of a prosecutor and incapacitate repeat offenders. Again, how many times have we highlighted stories where people are labeled mentally ill? We're told the standard in order to forcibly commit them is when they're a danger to themselves or others. We find out after they murder somebody that they already had a violent history. They've already proven to be a danger to other people, and yet it has gone unchecked. How many times have we called out on this channel all these different various people who say that, oh, the unhoused, they're so mentally ill, and what are we going to do about them? And yet they release them onto the streets time and time again. How many times have we highlighted racial disparities in criminality, which of course is getting a lot of attention in this particular case, and how trying to pretend away the disproportionate danger that black people present to other people is not actually helping anybody except for the criminal at the expense of the law-abiding person. And that's something I also want to highlight in this particular case, because yes, there is a racial component to this. There's also an attractiveness component of this. Irina is obviously, or was obviously, a very beautiful woman. You're seeing photos of her across social media, how attractive this girl actually was, and for her to be stabbed without warning. And by the way, when you watch the full video, one of the things that you realize, and it's actually heartbreaking, is that she didn't appear to know that her life was coming to an end. She didn't appear to realize that she was being stabbed by some criminal, by some thug who should have never been out on the streets in the first place. But again, I will highlight that it is true that DeCarlos Brown did say something about white girl, white girl, white girl after the stabbing was actually initiated. However, I don't need to on this channel play up the racial motive in this particular case, because the guy was unbalanced, the guy was a criminal, he was carrying a weapon on him, and the fact is, he would have eventually done something like this anyway, because the way our system works, the way that it is structured, especially in these left-wing cities, is to give break after break after break to violent repeat offenders, especially if they are black, especially if they're considered disadvantaged by the left wing. And this is the result of that piss poor behavior. This is the result of those terrible policies. And by the way, we see this not just in this isolated case, but across the country. Again, it is so obvious that Irina should not have died. She should not have been killed. Our public transportation should not endure this level of fear in average everyday people, that there's some psychopath who has been engaged by the criminal justice system repeatedly, time and time again, and given a free pass repeatedly, time and time again. But this is where we're at, and this is due to the fact that we pass a bunch of these woke criminal justice reforms in response to the Black Lives Matter movement, in response to the George Floyd incident. And I also want to highlight the fact that people are trying to turn Irina into the right's George Floyd, or white people's George Floyd, as many creators on the internet.com have said.
I just watched this footage again.
Oh, too bad.
Hey, white America, I think you just found your George Floyd.
Now, whether you're doing cringe monologues like Steven Crowder or you're posting white squares like I saw on X following the release of this surveillance footage, I need you to understand that if you're engaging in this nonsense, then you are in fact one of the weak individuals who will not be able to lead us forward. I have been on this issue of bail reform, of these woke judges and district attorneys releasing people over and over again for years. I would have covered this story regardless of the race of the victim, because it is the policies that enable the perpetrators that are at issue here. And more importantly, Irina did nothing wrong. Absolutely not. She came to this country as a refugee. She seemed to love the United States of America. In fact, her family still love the United States of America so much that they're not even going to take her home. They want her to be buried here in her adopted home, in her adopted country. And she never abused drugs, used a counterfeit bill, resisted arrest, or did any of all the crazy things that George Floyd did that ultimately ended up leading to his death. And in addition to that, even if you buy into the George Floyd narrative that he's an innocent Baba Angel Aladdin who is killed by an evil white racist cop, the fact is that is so rare in this country, a white cop or any kind of cop killing an unarmed black person. And by the way, many of those unarmed black people, the 9 a year that get killed by police, are actually in the act of arming themselves or driving a car into the police, as a Daily Wire article ended up exposing, that we should not be making national policy on it. We should not be releasing violent repeat offenders based on an incident that happened in Minneapolis, even if that incident wasn't a complete and utter nonsensical farce that was portrayed in the mainstream media. So no, Irina is not George Floyd. Irina was never a criminal. Irina never did anything wrong. Irina never provoked her attacker or anything of the sort. Irina was just a 23-year-old beautiful girl who presumably had her whole life ahead of her, who came to this country as a refugee, embraced this country, didn't hate on this country, didn't try to tear it down, and she sat down on a light rail train and she was killed by a violent repeat criminal that should have never been released in the first place. Any policy that is rooted in actually stopping what happened to Irina would actually be good for this country. It would be good for this nation. A re-embrace of incapacitation as the purpose of the criminal justice system would produce many positive results for many more people who are constantly killed by violent repeat offenders. Again, let us look at Baltimore. A lot of people are giving the mayor of Baltimore, and we talked about this before, all the credit in the world for the reduction of homicides post 2023, but in reality, that mayor took office in 2021. He introduced his woke criminal justice reforms back then, and guess what? They didn't do absolutely anything in order to reduce homicide. You know what did reduce homicide? The election of Ivan Bates and the getting rid of the previous Black Lives Matter district attorney, Marilyn Mosby, because you know what Ivan Bates did? Ivan Bates looked at individuals like DeCarlos Brown, repeat offenders who committed crimes with weapons, and he removed them from the streets because he operated under the assumption that if somebody commits a crime with a weapon, like a knife or a gun, it is only a matter of time before that someone who is a repeat offender already established ends up firing that gun or stabbing somebody with that knife. So he got those people off the streets before they were arrested 14 times or the 10 times prior to a homicide arrest that is common in Baltimore. And guess what? The homicide rate plummeted. The man managed to correct an 8-year trend of spiking homicide in the city of Baltimore just by doing the basics, and that's what we need to do across the country. Also, and I hope you guys understand, the reason why I mentioned the previous mental health diagnosis that DeCarlos Brown had is not to endure sympathy for this individual. It's not to do a Van Jones where I say, oh, hurt people end up going out and hurting other people.
It's not about cashless bail or no cashless bail. It's about the fact that we don't know how to deal with people who are hurting in the way this man was hurting. Hurt people hurt people. What happened was horrible, but it becomes an opportunity for people to jump on bandwagons. And then for someone like Charlie Kirk, he should be ashamed of himself. No one mentioned the word race, white, black, or anything except him. What people mention is the horror of what happened to this young woman.
The reason I mention it is because we knew this before this crime. We knew this prior to this happening, and the time to address the mental health illness, the time to get him off the streets and get him committed was before he committed this murder, before this action was taken. Oftentimes, what the left wing likes to do is exactly what Van Jones and other people in the mainstream media are doing with this particular case, and use it as an excuse to backwards justify criminality, when in reality, all of this information was available not
That's
to just
some
the
premium,
judge who let
or
him out
penalty,
most
I mean.
recently, but to previous judges who had interacted with this individual and could have done something about it. Previous prosecutors who ended up facing this guy in court and could have held him to account. He was known to be a danger, but make no mistake about it, the time to address a mental health issue is before somebody gets hurt, before somebody gets killed, not afterwards as a way to mitigate the severity of the crime. So yeah, DeCarlos Brown deserves the maximum penalty available in the state of North Carolina for these actions. This isn't a case of special circumstances or anything of the sort. The man pulled out a knife and stabbed somebody directly in front of him, and the idea that we can expect this guy to never be in a situation ever again in the future where anybody in public is in front of him, either standing or sitting, is absurd. This is the definition of a serious ongoing threat, and he needs to be bare minimum incapacitated for the rest of his life, maximum the death penalty if North Carolina supports it. Now, I will also add that there are some people that are criticizing the other folks on this particular train, particularly those who are next to and, of course, behind this particular incident, for getting out of the way of that situation. However, I do want to point out for everybody out there in the audience that based on initial testimony, one of the things that we discovered is that a lot of people didn't realize what actually happened until they saw the suspect, DeCarlos Brown, dripping blood on his way out of the train. And eventually, an individual who spotted this girl keel over ended up trying to rip off his shirt in order to stop the bleeding. But the fact is, based on where this girl was stabbed, there was nothing anybody could do in order to help her. So for me, I'm not gonna come down super hard on random individuals at a light rail train station at 10 o'clock at night for not having the perfect reaction, for not even having a good reaction in a snap-second decision moment where, of course, many people don't step up and act like heroes like that one individual and the lady that was with him who attempted to aid Irina in her final moments. Now, of course, the guy filming it on his cell phone, that is a black mark on our culture for sure, but the people trying to get you to name and shame all these other people that are in frame at the time that the stabbing happened, again, watch the footage and you'll realize that even Irina didn't seem to understand what actually happened to her. And again, people don't know what to do in crisis situations. This is something that if you've ever taken a CPR class, you'll learn full well, because one of the things that people teach you is that if you need somebody to call 911, you don't ever say someone call 911. You pick a person out from the crowd and say you call 911, because if you say someone call 911 or someone do something, everybody's going to assume that someone else is doing something. However, if you isolate an individual, if you call them out, if you ask them for help, that ends up shifting social stigma. And this is such a widely known phenomenon that this is taught in CPR classes and has been taught for decades and decades and decades. So yeah, I'm not going to come down super hard on the people who just wanted to get off the train. The fact is, Irina was not going to be saved anyway. And again, you don't know how you would react in that split-second moment. You hope that you would do the right thing. You hope that you would be brave, but let us be honest, many of you know deep down that you would act very similarly, or at least you fear you would act very similarly to the people who just wanted to get off the train. Now, there's other posts that are even more crazy about how people should have fought this individual who had already stabbed somebody. That's also absurd. But again, the overall point is that everything that went wrong in this particular case happened before DeCarlos Brown got on that train, before Irina got on that train, because he never should have been out on the streets in the first place. Again, 14 prior arrests up until this incident in this particular county, violent crimes in the history, a history of mental illness that was so bad his mom had to toss him out on the streets, tried to get him committed multiple times, and the system repeatedly, time and time again, said no, innocent Baba Angel Aladdin don't want to criminalize mental illness, we don't have enough social workers in order to deal with this, don't want to criminalize poverty, and this is the result of that hubris. This is the result of that ignorance, and this is the result, and of course, it is paid in blood, the blood of this innocent young woman. Now look, those are just my thoughts on this particular case. I happen to be 100% right about this, 100% correct about this. I happen to have been talking about this phenomenon in this country for years, longer than almost anybody else that you've been listening to on the subject of criminality, black crime, black on white crime. But you know what? I'm sure that the random influencer who's trying to use this to talk about how base it is to being called racist knows better than me. So if you like this video, if you like actually hearing the facts about this particular case, then show me by leaving a like. Subscribe for more content. Follow me on my social medias. Support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about a horrific stabbing at a light rail station in Charlotte, North Carolina, and the broader implications. Till next time. This is Jessica Burbank.
Just lashed out on her. That's what happened. They lashed out on her.
Cover the story to avoid inflaming racial tensions, a level of caution that seldom applies when the roles are reversed. There is justified fury that anyone in America, no matter their race, could face such a heinous attack on a commuter train. There are justified questions about why the killer was free. US President Donald Trump said this.
For far too long, Americans have been forced to put up with Democrat-run cities that set loose savage, bloodthirsty criminals to prey on innocent people, really very, very innocent people. In every place, they control radical left judges, politicians, and activists, and they've adopted a policy of catch and release for thugs and killers. In Charlotte, North Carolina, we saw the results of these policies when a 23-year-old woman who came here from Ukraine met her bloody end on a public train. And here's a picture of it. This is the picture of it. And this is a picture of the woman, a beautiful young girl that never had problems in life.
Oh.
With a magnificent future in this country.
What?
And now she's dead.
What President Trump did not mention directly was race, but just about everybody else has. And that is where the question of what is justified becomes a debatable point. Commentators, including CNN's Van Jones, accuse popular right-wing influencers of opportunism and race baiting.
Fuck it. Why that man did what he did. We don't know how to
I don't even know how that happened.
With people who were hurting in the way this man was hurting. Hurt people. What happened was horrible. No one mentioned the word race, white, black, or anything except him.
Response to Conservatives has been to point out a double standard, citing nationwide fury over cases like Daniel Penny and George Floyd.
So the narrative we hear from the media is exactly what you would expect. They are infinitely more outraged at the alleged racially charged language of conservative pundits than they are at the actual butchery of an innocent woman by a 14-time career felon on public transportation.
It's a vexed and contentious debate, which is why we're going to have it now. Joining me are the host of Bet News, Mark Lamont Hill, Christopher Rufo, author and senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute, Isabel Brown, host of the Daily Wire's all-new Isabel Brown Show, and Dr. Alison Wiltz, the scholar and co-founder of Writers and Editors of Colour. Well, welcome to all of you. Christopher Rufo, it struck me very quickly.
They released pictures of the guy.
There was an extraordinary lack of interest in this story from most of the mainstream media, to the point where I posted on X, why is this not getting more attention? It's one of the most shocking things that I've heard or seen in a long time. This innocent young Ukrainian refugee in America on a train, just being cold-bloodedly murdered on a train. And yet it was getting hardly any attention in mainstream media. First of all, on that point, why do you think there was such a collective lack of interest?
Well, there's the obvious and much discussed racial double standard at places like the New York Times and CNN and the progressive media. But I think there's a deeper reason. And the reason is this. The death of Irina Zarutska is precisely what happens when cities adopt progressive policies. And so this is actually a didactic tale of what happens when you have a left-wing government, left-wing decarceral policies, left-wing bail reform, a left-wing magistrate judge who has, by the way, a DEI consultant as she moonlights. And this is what happens. You get people that have 14 convictions, that have diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. In this case, this person's own family, DeCarlos Brown's own family, requested that this person be held in a psychiatric facility, but progressives have demolished all of the places that would have kept people safe. And the end is quite simple. You end up with a girl that is stabbed in the neck on a train. This could be prevented. And the reason that it wasn't prevented in this case is simply because of the progressive policies adopted by Charlotte and really blue cities all over the country.
Mark Lamont Hill, before I get your response to that, I want to play, this is an audio emerged today of DeCarlos Brown talking to authorities, and he was asked why he did it.
She's from the Ukraine. She's from Russia. And, you know, they had a war going on against the United States. So I'm just trying to understand, out of all people, why her?
That's hey, it ain't. I don't have nothing. They just lashed out on her. That's what happened. They lashed out on her. Whoever was working the album, whoever was working the material, they lashed out on her.
I mean, Mark Lamont Hill, there seems to be little doubt that this was a man suffering from severe mental illness. That much is evident in the horrific act that he committed of murdering this innocent girl. But the fact that he had been convicted 14 times and was still allowed to just be freely operating on trains in any way he saw fit to then be potentially able to commit this crime, that is a scandal. I mean, you may not agree with Christopher Rufo's characterization of it all being a left-wing problem that's created this, but it is a scandal that somebody like that was out free in that mental condition with that number of convictions, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Chris that this is a scandal. I agree with you that it's a scandal. I also agree that it's an indictment on public policy. I don't think, though, that this is the result of liberal or progressive policies. It's quite the opposite, in fact. Unfortunately, for decades now, we have divested from mental health resources. We shut down mental institutions, mental homes, mental hospitals. We take out resources for drug treatment and rehab, and we criminalize everything. And so if we had invested in housing, if we'd invested in healthcare, et cetera, we would have the structures and systems necessary to deal with someone so that they don't have to use the subway as a homeless shelter. We could deal with someone whose own family is saying, please give this person some support. If the only thing you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And in this country, the only thing we have is hardcore right-wing policies that try to criminalize everything. The reason that finally this isn't a story or hasn't been a national story, I don't think it's the racial angle of it as much as I think there are clear winners and losers. You know, when you and I debate, and you and I debate a lot, Piers, about these stories, it's often debatable, an issue is debatable because we're asking, for example, if someone's getting choked out on the subway, is the rider correct to put the chokehold on, or is or should we be siding with the person who's doing harm on the train? If it's George Floyd, we're debating it because we want to know whether or not the police went too far, but they do have the right to use some kind of force, but did they use too much force? And here, no one debates that the guy was wrong. No one debates that she was an awful, awful victim of an awful circumstance. And I think that's why we don't see more conversation about it, because it's not sexy. It's just an awful, terrible story to I feel great sympathy for.
Well, it shouldn't have to be sexy, should it? I mean, I would ask you, Mark, you lambasted Charlie Kirk in 2020 online. You said you tweeted nothing about what should happen to the officers who killed George Floyd. White supremacist capitalist logic values property over black people. But I could throw back the same thing at you and say, we did a little check and we couldn't find anything that you'd posted about the murder of this Ukrainian woman on a train at the hands of a black man. And the criticism would be that by not saying anything about this, even as it was raging around.
Today's not a
social
good day, man.
media,
Nothing works.
You're making a calculated decision that you don't care very much about this. And the critics of you would say that that is a racial calculation you're making. That when it was George Floyd and it was a white policeman who was committing a heinous crime, I make no pretense about that at all. I said it at the time and believe it now. But when it was that way round, then you were absolutely steaming in on anyone who wouldn't share your view about it and wanted to be publicly very clear about that. But on this, it was like it hadn't happened.
Yeah, I think there's a far more accurate and less interesting answer for that. And the truth is, I didn't hear about the story until recently. And I heard about the story because of the right-wing, vocal right-wing people who were saying, hey, you guys are ignoring this for good reason, or you guys are ignoring this because of a racial agenda.
But this story was everywhere.
And then we began to talk about it.
Hang on, Mark. This story was everywhere. You're a journalist. You're a journalist. You're all over everything, right? Yeah. The idea that you weren't aware of it at all for 3 days. Come on. It's me you're talking to.
All I can do is give you the honest answer. And the honest answer is I didn't actually track the story until I started hearing complaints about the story not being covered. And then I did cover it. But I'm saying on the first day, I didn't know about it. Second day, I didn't know about it. That's the honest answer. But if you also look at my record, and I'm sure you did this because you're a devoted journalist, you know that I've covered many stories of white people who've been harmed by black people. I've covered many white people who've been who've faced the death penalty.
This is where the game gets stuck.
Who were shot by police, unarmed white people who were shot by police.
But my problem here with this, all right, but Mark, my problem with this story, in the way that it's played out, is that it's so easy and so lazy for people to ignore the story in the mainstream media, as they did for several days, completely ignore it, and then only report it through the prism of all these right-wing hate bangers are trying to play the race card with this story, and that's why we're now doing it, which is what they've been doing. I saw some headlines in the New York Times. I saw them on some of the CNN and others. And I was like, wow, what, you think that's the only reason? That's the only justification for covering this? Is that because right-wing people on social media are saying it's outrageous that the media aren't covering it? You can point to that as the story. That's the nose. That's the peg. But it's not, though, is it? The peg should be that a beautiful young Ukrainian woman had her life snuffed out on a train, and the video is one of the worst things I've seen in a very long time. And my journalist, as you put it, my journalist head, after many years working in the media on both sides of the Atlantic, is this is a huge story. Not because right-wing people are saying no one's commenting on it, but because it's a disgusting, heinous crime that's happened on a train in America.
Yeah, I mean, the sad part, Piers, is that disgusting, awful crimes happen throughout the country, and they all deserve coverage. But in newsrooms, as you know, we often pick stories based on what will get ratings, what will draw attention. Or
why did George Floyd? Why did the George Floyd? Just explain to me from your perspective. But Mark,
that's the.
Yeah, but Mark. Final point to you before. Final point to Mark before I move on to others. But I'm just curious. Why, when George Floyd was killed and that video came out,
he looks. But you think
mainstream
federal agent looks like? They don't actually look like that, bro.
Made this the biggest news story of the year, almost instantaneously.
It looks a little too
there almost appeared to
stereotypical.
be the collective opposite response of just almost pretending it hadn't happened. And I don't buy the story that none of them saw it. I saw it. I saw a lot of people talking about it.
I think some
and I
people
was like, why is nobody covering this?
Yeah.
This is heinous. So I just think there's a clear double standard there, which I'm really struggling to get my head around.
I don't think that it's a double standard. Again, I think the question is, and that was the third point I was making, is that sometimes when we cover news stories intensely, it's because they become windows into broader debates and issues. In the case of George Floyd, there have been long-standing debates in this country about the extent of police power, about the limitations of police power, about police violence, etc. Also, there's something counterintuitive about police killing somebody who is unarmed. I don't have when a gang member kills another gang member, I don't do a front page story on it. It doesn't lead on my news show. Why? because one, it happens a great deal and it's awful, but it happens a great deal of time.
How many innocent young women? How many innocent young women are stabbed to death on a
just let me
train?
finish the sentence. I have no expectation of a gang member protecting and serving me. I do of a police officer. So it becomes a counterintuitive and dramatic story. In this
Dude,
case,
Just Cause 3
I
is
am
still utterly
horrified.
broken, bro.
I think
Stuck
it's
on the
awful.
screen.
And there are many stories about people being killed on trains throughout this country. The fact that this particular one didn't get told is unfortunate, but I don't think it's because she's white or because the assailant was black. I think, honestly, it's far more cynical than that. I think that people don't care, and often newsrooms pitch to what people care about, and people like sexy stories. They like counterintuitive stories. They like stories of corrupt power, and this isn't one of those things.
Wow. I mean, it is to me, let me bring in...
and it is cynical.
Let me bring in Isabel Brown here, because, you know, to me, it is a huge story, and the racial component cannot be ignored, because we don't know for sure what the motivation was, and he clearly is mentally ill. However, he was reportedly heard saying, "I got that white girl," after killing her. Which, you know, if it was the other way around,
There's no evidence of that.
That was a beautiful young black girl who had been murdered by a white man who'd said, "I got that black girl," I think all hell would have broken loose in the mainstream media. And I say that as someone who's been in the mainstream
no
media
evidence of that.
for a long time, right? So
it's on video.
It's literally on
We
video,
have
Mark.
no evidence. I mean, this is. I'm astonished, truly, Piers, hearing what I'm hearing today, that it's just not a sexy story. We only cover things that people care about, as if you shouldn't care about the death of a beautiful, innocent 23-year-old girl who fled a literal war zone to come to the United States and live a peaceful, prosperous life, coming home from her work shift to be brutally murdered, presumably simply because of her skin color and what she looks like. And we can say we have no evidence or we don't know what the real motive was in this situation all day long. But the truth is, in an 8-minute video that has now been viewed billions of times on social media, I hope at this point, we hear twice, not once, but twice, "I got that white girl," coming out of the mouth of the man who decided to commit this heinous crime. This is something that should be a firestorm for our culture, but it's incredibly telling to me that within moments after George Floyd's death, you saw the Catholic University of America
I was
instantly
hoping
put up
something
a
would
mural
happen,
of
but
the
it doesn't look
Virgin
like this is
Mary
going to continue
cradling
anytime
George
soon.
Floyd. You saw an Instagram trend that took over every single leading company, brand, influencer, celebrity's account, spurring millions of people to post a black square. And you saw our society change overnight with the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement. But now you can see literal days go by with CNN having 42,000+ stories of George Floyd on their website and 0 search results for Irina Zarutska within several days after an attack like this happens. And the Wall Street Journal wait to weigh in on this until days later on page 5 of the newspaper, in which their only headline was "Women's Stabbing Death Becomes MAGA Talking Point."
Right.
This is the clearest window into how much the media is doing everything they can to pit people against each other. And I, for one, am kind of grateful for how disgustingly they're treating this, because it's a wake-up call for humanity to realize we don't have to live this way. We don't have to expect that this is normal on a train ride home from work in Charlotte, North Carolina, for a beautiful young girl trying to provide for herself and create a better future. And the expectation that this should be a normal response to this outrage is disgusting to me.
The only thing I took issue with you about, in terms of what you wrote about this, you said for almost 2 minutes, not one person sitting around Irina even called 911 or asked if she was okay. No one jumped up to try and stop the bleeding. No one held her hand and prayed with her in the last moments. We effectively removed our common humanity from society. Shame on us. Now, I've watched this video. The whole thing is horrific, but I've watched the full extended sort of sequence of events. I don't think most of the people, if not any of them, really realize what had happened. You know, it all happens very quickly. She kind of slightly slumps, but you certainly, if you weren't looking directly at what he did, you may
Nobody
have just
did that,
thought
though.
they'd slightly collided as he got up and walked
The
away.
footage we have is from the
I
bus
don't think
camera.
You can blame automatically the passengers for not being aware of what had happened to her. And it was a black man who first came to her aid, as it turned out. So again, I don't think there was a racial component to the lack of assistance that she received.
Mhm. Oh, I totally agree. And I certainly understand the immediate shock, because this did unfold so quickly. And it even takes Irina 10 to 15 seconds.
No, that's
to
her phone. I assume he was trying to call somebody, but her phone's probably in Ukrainian, right? Yeah, it was her phone. The guy who was broke his shirt off to try and stop the bleeding. That's the guy that was fucking around with her phone, but he couldn't do anything. He put it back when they put it back in her pocket when they moved her body into the aisle.
To really fully understand what has just happened to her. The image that we see of her in a still of this video looking up and feeling completely petrified, trying to
Yeah,
work
bro.
through
The
these
last couple of
emotions,
days, I've seen
and
some
then we
horrific
see her
videos,
accept
man.
her
Jesus
fate
freaking
of,
Christ.
I probably am going to die in the next few seconds. I'm going to die alone as she puts her head in her hands. I think that's the really telling moment to me about how we respond to situations of tragedy like this. Skin color be damned. It doesn't really matter if you look the same as this young woman or not. 15 seconds is a long time. Think of how much screen time we all have every day watching 8 million 15-second videos in our free time. It's enough time for people to at least glance in her direction, to realize something is wrong here, to yell out help or to call 911. And yet when you watch this series of events unfold on this video, it's so troubling to me that everyone looks out the window, they avert their gaze, they go back to their phone, someone pulls out their phone to record this, thinking it's more important to have clicks or views on social media about a tragedy than to try to help an innocent young woman in the most desperate moments of her life. And then to see everyone get up and leave from their seats and try to leave the train is so telling to me that we can't even connect with someone who might be different from us or who we don't even know her story.
I'm gonna be
In her
honest, I
last
don't know
few
what I would
moments
do,
on
man. I'd stay far away from the fucking lunatic with the knife, that's for sure. You know what I mean?
Earth to comfort her and provide a sense of community around her
If I had a gun, I'd probably shoot him. To be honest.
last few moments because we're so afraid of something bad happening to ourselves. And we covered that on my show today, that ultimately we can blame 8 million policy prescriptions for why this happened and what needs to happen moving forward. But I hope this is an interesting moment for America to take a long, hard look in the mirror and say, honestly, shame on us, because we know what could have happened on the other end of things if someone did have the courage to stand up and do something. We saw it with Daniel Penny mere months ago, and everyone tried to attack him as this horrible, evil individual for society. But he said, consequences be damned. I might end up in prison, but hopefully my soul will receive an award for this in heaven. And I can honestly hit my pillow at night saying, I did what I could to protect my community today, no matter who is being hurt on the hands of evil.
Okay, Dr. Alison Wills, what is your response to the way
I don't know what
this
to do
story
now,
has
man.
been
Fuck.
covered by the media?
Well, first of
Fucking
all,
Just
I
Cause
would
is
say that
busted.
I
It doesn't even
also
launch.
first heard about
Fucking
it,
useless.
actually from trolls online who made me aware of the story, and they were instantly telling me, why didn't you focus on this? Secondly, I would like to say that the stabbing itself was tragic, and I think that all of us should be sending condolences to her friends and family. I think it's essential to point out that some misinformation has been shared so far. Violent crime is actually down 31% in Washington, D.C., 29% in Baltimore, and 29% also in Charlotte, where this crime took place. So when we say that certain stories are being cherry-picked, it's because it's not reflective of the actual data that shows that crime is down. That being said, also, last month, if we're going to talk about selective outrage, there was a Black woman who was unfortunately stabbed by a white man on a public bus in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And none of the people on this stage so far have addressed that last month. So I think if we're going to call out selective outrage, I think that's fine.
Hey!
We can grow and be better.
Los
But I think
sistemes.
we have to be honest that the Black woman who was stabbed last month, that luckily she survived, she was randomly stabbed by a white man. I don't tend to think of this as a racial story. That
Fucking
being said,
cats.
the investigation needs to play out. If this is a hate crime, it should be acknowledged as such. That being said, FBI data shows that Black people are actually the group who are most likely victims of hate crimes in this country.
They're supposed to
And
be
they're also
sisters. I
the
can't
most
fucking
likely
tell
to
half
be
the time.
wrongfully
Fucking.
convicted
But
of
why would you be
Fuck's
saying
sake.
that? Why would you be saying that now? I mean, what relevance does that
Because
have?
I think it's important.
But what relevance
Because
does
it-
that? Oh, hang on. What
Because
relevance?
it's being cherry
Yeah,
picked, right?
yeah, but in a way, you're playing a sort of crude form of whataboutery, because actually,
No,
it's got
I'm talking about reality.
all
A
these
Black woman
statistics.
with
Yeah, but all
reality
these statistics
stabbed.
you're talking about
Broken
have
piece
nothing
of
to do with her
shit.
death. Right? It's nothing to do
Well,
with
it has to do with people saying that it's unsafe.
I don't
People are
think that's
saying there's a culture of unsafety. And I'm
well, that's
trying to
not.
provide some
But that's
facts
not.
to
That's
show
not.
that
Yeah, but that's not what.
feeling is.
That's not what we're debating. I'm not debating about whether the crime statistics or this
So
or
you
this.
want to debate whether or not
No,
they should
I'm-
have paid attention to the story?
What I'm curious about is why there was a collective refusal to treat this story with the
But that
same
wasn't
kind of
true.
magnitude that it deserved.
Right, but that
Well,
wasn't
if
true. So I
we're-
guess I can't. All I can do is be honest in my point, and I can
Mm.
show you on Twitter. The moment I found out is when someone responded to an unrelated post. I was talking about selective empathy because that's something that I talk about frequently, and they posted and said, "Well, I didn't hear you say anything about this." And that's when I started to look.
Have you said
into the
anything about
story.
it now on X?
Not yet, but I'm preparing a story. I wanted to investigate.
But why haven't you
and
said
really
anything?
learn
I mean,
week
this is-
later.
With all
Oh,
due
no,
respect,
I'm
this was
totally
a
working on
major
it.
story in the national media, as this has become in the last 2 days, and it involved a white man killing a black girl and being caught on tape saying, "I got that black girl." I suspect you would have posted about it. And this plays. And by the way, this works
5
both
seconds
ways,
after
right?
it happened.
There are people on the other side of this, right, who I would make the same accusation to. Selective interest in stories based on your agenda, your
So what
narrative.
happened about the story last month in August when the black woman got stabbed? Isn't that evidence of your selective empathy on the far right to not have called out that
Well, I'm not-
story
what do you mean
in the
far-
same way
I'm
that
not
you're
far-
calling out?
Are you saying I'm
Well,
far
what-
right?
Well, I don't know.
Nobody here
I'm
is
kind
far
of
Have you ever watched
Oh, okay.
anything I've ever done? Do you know anything about
I
me?
have.
Do you even know who I
have
am?
watched. Yeah, you're Pierce Morgan.
You think I'm on the
you're a
far
British-
right?
I think some things. So I'm a progressive. So let's start there.
Why don't
So
you
to
tell me one far right thing I've ever said?
Well, I feel like
I don't know how to
while
fix
it's
this.
far- Okay. So I think that your line of questioning, your line of targeting comes from a far right political perspective.
I really wanted to
because
play
it's
it too.
why
That's
you're calling out
fucking.
selective
That's the
empathy
annoying
for
part.
This, but not the selective empathy last month.
But do you understand when
Correct.
you call somebody like me far right, you instantly lose all credibility. Even Mark Lamont Hill wouldn't say I'm far right, I hope. Would you, Mark?
No, I'd say you're far wrong most of the time.
That's fine. And that's a good joke. But actually,
Well, if I'm wrong about your political ideology, so be it.
but in a way, Dr. Allison, in a way, Dr. Allison, here's the problem. It's a bit like when the progressive left say Trump's the new Hitler. They're all a bunch of Nazis. When you say ridiculous things to try and distract from whatever the particular thing is, you lose all
But is that
credibility.
ridiculous?
You lose all credibility. When your response to me saying, if it was the other way round, and you had a white man on tape saying, "I got that black girl after literally executing
He's up like
her
Pacific
in cold
Zone.
blood on a train." If literally your response is, "Well, you're far right," that's why you're saying, that's why you're asking me. It is a distracting tool which makes you lose credibility. You're not answering my question. You're just
What
trying to
I'm
turn
trying
it
to
into,
do-
well,
Let
the
me
only
give you
person,
another point.
the only
No,
person
Well,
who
let
would
me-
think
if you
that
would-
is
if
a
you would
far
allow
right
me to
lunatic.
answer. Allow me to answer. No, I don't think you're a far right lunatic at all. I think that there's a certain political ideology that causes you to focus and accuse others of not focusing on this story. When in reality, if we look at just last month in August, there was a similar story where a white man stabbed a black girl. So if we're talking about selective empathy, I provided a perfect example of if that was truly the concern that could have been brought up. And instead of us having an honest discourse about that, if I'm wrong about you being far right, then my apologies. My intention is not to misrepresent you. My intention is to try to understand to the
I guess
best
I
of
might
my
set the wheel up
ability
at some
and to
point.
communicate.
Let me bring in Christopher
Let me
Rufo.
let me ask a question for Allison. Allison, you have taught us to look at things through a racial lens. You've taught us not to cherry pick stories that don't reflect underlying statistical and racial disparities. Maybe you can settle this question for us, because under your theory of looking at things through a racial lens, it's relevant in the case of the DeCarlos Brown murder. What demographic group has the highest rate of homicide? And what demographic group in
Oh, she's
particular
not gonna
has
wanna
the
answer that
highest
one.
rate of interracial homicide?
So, for black people in this country, black people are the most likely to be
No,
sentenced.
answer my question. Which demographic group has the highest homicide rate? And which
Oh, yeah.
demographic group has the highest rate of interracial homicide? Simple
Well,
question.
white and black interracial crimes are very similar statistically. Among white people, it's around 80-something% around white people.
I would try to
20%.
lie.
Look it up. I invite anyone to look it
Yes,
up.
but I'm not
white on
asking
white
what
crime is very
interracial. I'm
similar.
saying interracial. Which demographic group has the highest rate of homicide? and highest rate of interracial homicide? It's a very simple question.
That's white
I
people.
suspect you know
White
the
people are
answer,
the most
and why
likely to
aren't
commit
you just
hate
saying it?
crimes. I said white people. White people are the group that are most likely to commit hate crimes in this country, according to FBI data. So that's your answer.
That's an answer to a different question.
And I provided you the
An
second answer
and
too.
look,
Oh,
Mark
hate
Montiel
crime. That's
knows
not what he
this,
asked.
You know this, and this is precisely the point that Piers has been making. The reason this story is generating attention, and the reason this story is generating attention in particular after 5 years of George Floyd hysteria, is that the simple underlying fact is this. Black men have the highest rate of homicides in the United States by a long shot, and black men have the highest rate of interracial homicides against
13%
white people
commits
and
80%
in
of the
particular against
murders.
white women. This is an ugly statistic. None of us wish it were true. But if we want to talk about disparities,
true
if
at
we want to
all,
talk
though.
about looking at things through a racial lens, you have to grapple with this fact. This is not an outlier. This is, in fact, statistically
Black people are 7 times more likely to be
everywhere
wrongfully
across the
convicted
United
of
States.
murder. So if you want to talk about statistics, let's talk about the fact
But that's
that
a
black
different.
people
That's a different
are 7
statistic.
times.
Yeah, but with all due respect.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but
also
hang on.
squirrels are
Time out. Time out. Look, Christopher, let me just ask Mark Lamont Hill to respond to Christopher there, because on those 2 points, Mark Lamont Hill, do you dispute what Christopher's saying? U.S. national
Commercial.
debt is more than $37 trillion.
I hate that he does that, man.
Times of the
Like,
global economy. It's enough to make you
let me ask a
think.
question and then
Maybe
go to the
now would be
commercial.
a
How
good
about
time to
you
buy some gold.
go to commercial before you
Whether
ask
it's
the
a hedge
question?
against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just
Mm-hmm.
sensible diversification. Birch Gold Group believes that every American should own physical gold. And they created something special. Till the 30th of September, if you're a first-time buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals and qualifying purchases. To start the process, request a free information kit now. Just text PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, to 989898. Make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate of up to $10,000 when you buy before the end of September. Text my name, PEERS, to 989898.
Imagine how much
Claim
money
your
they're making if they
eligibility
can
and
rebate
get
you
your
up to
free information
10K.
pack. Again, just text PEERS to 989898. Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Natural, makers
2 in a
of the
row?
Optimum
Yo, go fuck
Day
yourself,
and
bro.
Optimum Night.
No, I think that the data speak. I think the data. I won't say speaks for itself. No data speaks for itself, but I think the data is clear. The numbers are clear. The question for me though isn't that. The question for me is why Chris jumps to the conclusion that that's why it wasn't covered. I actually think the data actually supports a different conclusion. Black people are more likely to kill. To be killed and to kill, right, in the country. That's Chris's fundamental point, right? We could get into all the sociological and structural factors for why it's not black pathology, and I'm not saying Chris said it's not black pathology. It's not that we're more prone to kill, we're not naturally or biologically evil.
He didn't say any of those things. He simply mentioned 2 statistics.
I just said that Chris did not say. Pierce. I just said I didn't say that Chris is saying that. Chris did not say that. Just listen to me. We don't always have to disagree. We agree on that. What I'm saying is that news stories and news coverage often does not or do not cover the most prominent victims of a crime or the most prominent purveyors of a crime. We often tell news stories for particular reasons. For example, black people get killed every day by black people. It usually doesn't make the news. Why? Because we understand why. There are clear winners and losers. There are clear good guys and bad guys in how we tell the story. I'm not saying it's accurate in terms of how we tell the story. And it doesn't make the headline. Oftentimes, the stories that make the headlines are the ones that are counterintuitive or the ones that force us to examine relations of power. That is why we often, for example, if a police officer gets shot by a citizen, if a gang member shoots a police officer, it doesn't usually make national news and stay on the news for 2 months. Not because we don't care about the police officer dying, but because there are clear good guys and bad guys. There are clear understandings of what should happen, and no one is disputing what the justice outcome should be. When it's the other way around, it gets more complicated, and so we talk about it more on talk shows. That's all I'm saying. It's more complicated than that. And my sister's point a moment ago was an important one, and you focused on the right-wing part and ignored the bigger point she was making.
Because it was a
Earlier in the
ridiculous
show,
comment.
you showed...
Somebody calls
you're
me
not
far
right-wing.
right. They obviously know
Well, some
nothing
people
about
that
me.
I know have referred to you that way. So
Piers,
Okay.
Piers, you're not all right.
Nobody's called me
allow us to
far
move
right
on.
in my entire
we-
life. Until now.
I'm sure you've been called far right before.
No, I've never been called far right by anybody.
But Piers, even now, you're not allowing me to make the other point, to focus on the other point. You're still focusing on not being far right. We all agree you're not far right. Now let's move to the actual point. Earlier you were saying that if the tables were turned, we would be covering it. And she was pointing out an example of when the tables were turned, and we in fact did not cover it. We as a media group, we as journalists, and even on this show, we
was
don't
there a
cover
potential?
every story.
Okay, but was there in that case? Let me ask Dr. Allison to be fair. Was there a tape which had a clear potential racial motivation to that murder in that other instance?
No, it wasn't filmed.
Okay, so they are qualitatively different in terms of what could be reported. As a former newspaper editor, the moment you have someone on tape saying after they have murdered someone on a train, I got that white girl, there is a clear potential.
Right.
And I accept the guy was mentally sick, but there is a clear
That's what these people do,
potential
dude. They're racial
motivation.
grifters.
And I'm simply saying, and I think I'm saying this from a
They
position of
can't
some
ever
strength here based on
say anything bad
recent
about their own
history
race.
in the way American media cover these stories. Had it been the other way round, had it been a form of the George Floyd story, and you had
that was
someone
the
on
point.
tape
That's why they're on this topic
in
right now.
the instance you're talking about, saying, I got that black girl, I think it would have been a completely different ballgame in terms of how the media covers it. And so there, to me, is a clear double standard. And that is why I now resent, I'll bring Isabel in here. I really resent the way the mainstream media, having ignored it, are now feeling that the only way they can cover it is to focus on the MAGA influencers, trying to make it a race story, when actually there is a tape there. There is a clear motive apparently there on tape of a racial motivation that may have inspired it. It may not
From
be
a potentially mentally disabled person.
Okay, fine, but I don't think you would have. I don't think. Hang on. I don't think, Alison, with all due respect, I don't know you. For all I know, you might be far right too. But I know, laughable, right? Isn't it? When you call people far right when they're not. I know, absolutely laughable.
Well, I'm sorry if I knew you were not far right and that would have offended you, I would have never said it. So just keep that in mind as well.
Right. When you go on somebody's show,
called
Piers Morgan Uncensored, it might be a good idea, just an FYI, for journalist to journo, right? If you just do a little bit of basic fact checking about who the host is.
I did, but we have very
Clearly
different
not.
political ideologies, and once again, the way you're approaching this story.
That's exactly the dude. She said the quiet part out loud. What a dumb bitch. We have different political ideologies. Yeah, that's the fucking point. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you got there. Thanks. Welcome to the next day. Oh my god, these people.
It does to me seem on the right. If not on the far right, it is not a sin.
But you are in a way, okay, but Alison, in a way, what you're doing right now is exactly what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
What you're doing is you're trying to frame this whole thing around the prism of I must be far right because I'm trying to make a race element to this story which doesn't exist, and that's because I'm far right. In fact, as I tried to tell you, wait a minute, let me explain before I ask you a question.
Okay.
As I've tried to explain to you multiple times now, and I'll do it one more time, but please listen this time. There is a tape.
He's being super condescending, I love it.
Saying, I got that white girl. That suggests to me that there is a potential, not definitely, but a potential racist motivation to his execution of a beautiful young Ukrainian refugee on a train in America. And I'm sorry, that is a huge story. And if it was the other way around, if the other way around, you wouldn't be racing to make
you just admitted that
excuses
yourself.
for this killer. You wouldn't be saying,
these people are so fucking dumb.
hang on, he was mentally ill. I don't think you would, right?
No one has made an excuse.
You have brought up his mental illness. So allow me to respond respond very briefly.
Very
and
quickly,
we
then
can move on.
Isabel. Very quickly.
Okay,
respond.
thank you. Okay, so essentially, I never said that there was no
Sandra
racial
Schultz.
component. I agreed with you that we do not know that, and the video, the audio, if that is accurate, does point to that. However, what I do in my writing is I focus on stories that are reflective of broader patterns. And the fact of the matter is, even
I
if
just
this is
told
a
you
hate
a broader
crime,
pattern.
black
This
people,
reflects-
do not interrupt me.
This
Thank you
reflects
very
a very
much. Black
significant
people,
broader pattern
do not
that you
interrupt
will-
me.
that you
Black
refuse
people
to
are
address.
the group that are
You
the
know.
most likely to be killed from hate crimes in this country. That's a statistic that has not changed since Jim Crow.
She should just go full out, man. Oh no, you did not interrupt me. It's holy fuck, man. Could they be more stereotypical?
Look
Holy
at the
shit.
FBI. I invite anyone who listens to this to look for
This is
yourself. You do not have to
precisely
believe
the
me.
problem. You
Snap,
want to
snap.
maintain the fiction
Look
that
at the
America in
data.
2025 is
Oh,
Jim
Look
Crow
at the
America,
data.
same as always. When the fact
did
is
not
that
say
that's not
that.
true anywhere. Charlotte has a black mayor. It has a black police chief. It has
29%
aggressive
down
DEI
crime.
policies.
Great
it has
job.
a black judge in this case who let this person,
Yeah.
Carlos Brown, go. You cannot blame white people
He's
for this
being-
situation. You
he
cannot
has
blame
been-
systemic racism.
He is
You cannot
being
blame
charged with
obscure
first-degree
statistical
murder. That is not letting
misrepresentations.
him go.
This is a
So
story
this
that
is-
matters.
this is his
a
fifth-
story
That is not letting him go. Does this chick even know they let him go 14 times?
Everyone's talking. When you
Wow.
all talk, no one can hear any of you. I want to bring Isabel in. 'cause she's not-
black woman
Hang
was
on,
stabbed
please.
last month.
Alison, all due respect, if everyone talks, we can't hear a word. So, Isabel,
Look,
to you.
we're rushing to provide whatever explanation we possibly can to excuse the actions of this depraved young man. And we can say he struggled with mental illness, and that certainly is a conversation our society needs to be having. But to say, oh, no one's letting
Bring
him out
your
of prison.
asylums
He
back.
was let out of prison 14 separate times, including after serving a
one
5-year
said that.
sentence for armed robbery, where he went out of his way to prove to society he was willing to kill someone in the process of committing a crime. And
So we need
decided
more
that
healthcare
wasn't
resources.
enough. Keep this person off the
No,
streets.
we need to build more prisons.
No,
I live in Louisiana, the mass incarceration capital of the world.
They were talking
If that's
Let Isabel finish her point. Let Isabel finish her point. Please
Can we let
speak one
Isabel
at a
finish? I
time,
want to
otherwise we
respond.
can't hear. Isabel.
Allison, they were focusing on these broad
Even
societal
the-
patterns and the big
I love how even the black guy is like, yo, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to have a debate here. That's
cultural
funny.
topics that pervade every single instance in
The guy
the
that's supposedly on
umbrella.
her side.
Let's just look at the last few weeks of how the media has treated the subjects that they don't want to talk about. When an evil individual who potentially was struggling with mental health problems, I believe he was, decided to shoot up a Catholic elementary school with notes all over his journal detailing the evil behind all of this. And within hours, the mainstream media went out of their way to say, oh, well, we shouldn't feel really that bad because prayers don't work, prayers don't work, prayers don't work. The only thing that works is pushing a left-wing agenda. This, to me, is indicative of the exact same behavior where we conveniently
Well,
ignore
actually, it was
something.
actually worse. You know what? It was actually. Hang on, Alison. I'm about to make a point. It was actually worse than that because what mainstream media did there, the guys on NBC, I think it was, they issued a public apology for misgendering the trans murderer who was dead. We apologise for not using the right pronouns. Oh, piss off! Seriously.
Exactly. And in this
I mean, what is
particular
the mainstream media
What-
doing
why?
when
What's
they
wrong
think
with
the
that?
most
And you wonder
important
why I call you far
the
right.
most important thing in the world is to issue a public apology to a
I'm telling you, these people have no idea what they're fucking with, bro. Far right. If you want to see far right, keep acting like you are. You'll see far right, and trust me, it doesn't look anything like it is like right now. I guarantee you. Like we've seen far right. All right, okay. We know a little thing or two about far right over here in Europe, right, guys?
dead mass shooter for misgendering them. It is preposterous.
It is, and it's exactly the problem that
And
we're
by the way,
facing.
Mark Lamont Hill, if you think that's progressive, you need to get out more and ask average Americans whether they think that's progress.
Pierce.
When you have a mainstream
Misgendering
network
someone is on the left or the right?
apologizing for misgendering a mass shooter.
Well, to finish this point, look, the problem is this is.
Well, hang on, let
this
Mark
is
respond.
large-scale
Let Mark
societal
defend the apology for the misgendering.
No. Piers, you set up an entire debate that I haven't said a word, and you already disagree with me, argue me down, and now you're wedging more space so I can defend a position that I never took.
Okay.
Let's get some talk, and then I'll tell you what I actually think.
Mark, which sex was the shooter in Minneapolis? Was the shooter in Minneapolis a man or a woman?
Which is Minneapolis? I'm sorry,
The shooter at Annunciation Catholic Church, the recent shooting in Minneapolis, was it a man or a woman?
Oh,
for both of you. Allison and Mark, was it a man or a woman?
I don't remember.
I'd have to look it up to the story because I don't know if it was a trans man or a trans woman.
That are theoretically involved in the news. You guys certainly have your head in the sand on every major story of the last month.
I think that everyone should be called the gender that they represent as.
Unbelievable.
Why is that important?
Yeah.
Why is that
I'll tell you exactly why it's important.
I'd like to respond to that.
I would like to hear why Martin Hill jumped in when I was berating.
I'm not gonna lie, I like Piers Morgan and Sister. I can't help it. It's such a troll show. It's fantastic. They just bring people on to yell at each other, and I kind of enjoyed the drama. I'm not gonna lie.
Beating NBC for that ludicrous apology. Why did you jump in?
It's a good shtick.
Hang on, let Martin Hill.
Especially when Jink Yuger's on. Dude, that's such an angry buffalo, man.
Hang on, Isabel. Let Martin Hill.
Oh my god, I love it.
First, Chris, you may not know this, but I took a vacation for the last 3 weeks or so from my show and from doing most news shows because my child was hospitalized and because my mother was sick. And so, no, I actually have not been following news very much. I actually agreed to come on this show, and I read in on this story specifically to do the show. So, no, I haven't. I'm not feigning ignorance. I'm saying I don't understand.
Well, I'm sorry to hear.
I'm sure we disagree on the trans issue. I'm sure we disagree on the trans issue. I'm not ducking your question. I genuinely just wanted to give you an informed answer.
Well, fine. Well, listen,
is a trans woman a woman or is a trans woman a man?
A trans woman
that's all I'm saying. I'm happy to.
A woman. They're a trans woman. They're a type of woman.
Do some women have penises?
Oh my God.
A trans woman may, but see, and you wonder why y'all said no far-right people were on the show, and y'all are trying to gaslight me and make me think.
You sound like you're far out on some psychedelics.
Well, hold on, can you listen or can you can I say one sentence?
Hang on. I'd like to take Mark Lamont Hill back to the moment he interrupted me when I was berating NBC for publicly apologizing for misgendering a mass shooter. So you jumped in there, but I wasn't sure why.
Right. Yeah, I was jumping in to respond to a different point, but to answer your question, I do disagree with you slightly in that they weren't. You said they were apologizing to a mass shooter, and I was simply saying they weren't apologizing to a mass shooter.
They were.
They were apologizing to the public.
Wait, I thought you didn't know anything about this story, Mark. It seems like now you know all about it.
Chris, allow me to finish. Okay, you know what? You're right. I would assume that NBC is not saying, hey, Mr. Mass Shooter, I'm sorry for misgendering you. I was going on what the information Piers just provided, which suggested that they apologized for misgendering the shooter.
Why would a mainstream...
Please allow...
No, I'm going to ask you a question. Why would a No, Alison, I didn't ask you. I'm asking Mark.
I'm trying to answer your question.
Why would a mainstream media company in
yeah.
America...
Yeah, it is very lucrative. Like, I'm not even outraged at any of these people, right? I think it's... Oh, I just noticed. Fucking son. I just think it's absolutely hilarious, dude. It's such good content. Like, the guy is just genius for having this show, bro. Like I said, some people, when he gets them on, it's just an hour of shouting. Sometimes I have to turn it off. Like, if it's fucking Cenk Uygur and Rabbi Shmuley, oh my god, that's... Nothing of value gets said at all, right? In these cases, sometimes... something interesting gets said, and then they start bickering, right? Which is hilarious. But when it's like, yeah, the real crazies, I don't really like those. But stuff like this, I'll eat it up, dude. I'll fucking watch it. Yes, sir. I think it's hilarious to a degree, right? It's also a scorching indication of how badly it is with the world. Yeah.
Issue a public apology for misgendering
Let's be real.
a mass shooter. Explain to me.
Okay, so I feel like I've heard your question. I'd like you to allow me to respond just
I'd love you
10
to
seconds
answer
without
it.
interruption. My answer to you is, again, based on the information you provided, because again, I didn't see the announcement. I'm only based on information that you just provided. So again,
Oh, he never has that on.
I
Yeah.
understand, but Chris was saying
That's not
I gotcha.
drama enough,
He said
though.
you didn't know, and now you know. And I'm saying I still don't know. Only based on the information.
It's like the Whatever podcast, if you know those guys. There's a reason 99% of their guests are only fangirls. You know what I mean? It's set up. Because if it was like, let's how do I put this right? They're getting humiliated for their complete brain dead takes. But all of the retards that are crying about those OnlyFans horrors in the comments, sub to them, right? Why do you think the OnlyFans girls go on there? Because it fucking helps them out with the money. For me, I view it as like Big Brother. You know, I never liked Big Brother. I like these kind of things. This is my Big Brother. This is my guilty pleasure.
Why?
So to answer, no, I'm trying to. I am trying to. You don't have to
Spit it
back. You
out,
don't have to press me. I'm answering it. I'm happy to answer it. Sir, for someone who spent 10 minutes arguing why you went far right to a straw man, you can certainly allow me 10 seconds to breathe. What I'm saying
Just
to you
answer the question.
as a news outlet, as a news outlet,
Right?
you have a
Yeah.
responsibility
I know.
to
I know.
your
I shouldn't be watching this
If
shit,
you
right? I know it's less. 90% of it is mindless drivel, right? But it's entertaining mindless drivel.
under your
And the other 10% sometimes is thought provoking, right? But that, well, 5% maybe.
the person you're talking about in the story, whether it's the good guy, the bad guy, the good person, the bad person, the correction and the apology is given for the audience's benefit, not for the assailant's benefit.
Do you know why the Democrats? Do you know why? Hang on. Don't all start shouting.
You know what, Mark? I wasn't done responding.
Do you know why the reason the Democrats?
I have not given. I have not completed my answer. You have not heard my answer yet.
I would
like you to allow me
hear
to
your
finish the answer. So, okay, one way to do it is to not talk while I'm answering.
I thought you just answered it.
But just let me finish. And I'm telling you I haven't. Please allow me to finish.
Okay.
I also, like... I don't know, man. Does Discord have this amount of latency? I've never noticed that when I'm having Discords with people that there's like crazy latency on the call. Well, when it's lagging like fuck. But actually no, that it still doesn't have latency. It just sounds like a robot and it starts, you know, you just can't understand them. But sometimes it feels like the latency on this show is like, it takes 10 seconds before the guy can even start making an answer. Like, what the fuck? Is it that long on Discord? You know? Morgan Show does have an effect on some people? Guaranteed. Of course. It leads back to the previous discussion, right? Like, 95% of the fucking planet is an idiot. Like, I'm actually part of that 95%, right? I'm just smart enough to realize that I'm an idiot. So I try to do better, you know?
Their queen.
Outlet issues corrections.
I'm definitely an
Any
idiot.
news story that has been given in my 20 years in news, and I'm sure in your 74 years in news, you know very well that if anybody
I just recognize
is
my
misgendered,
idioticness,
even if they're
so I
not
try
trans,
to
you issue a correction. So it is not uncommon to issue a correction. What is
reflect,
uncommon that
avoid.
you're correct about is that they don't typically apologize. I am simply saying that the apology wasn't, as you suggested, to a mass shooter. I can only imagine that the apology was to the audience because there are many people who are offended by that. And that's why they did it. Is that a political choice? Yes. But that doesn't mean that...
Here's my point, though, Mark. And apology for my language. I couldn't give a fuck if they're offended. I couldn't give a fuck. Why would I care about them being offended about a mass shooter being misgendered? The problem's with them. This is the problem with the progressive left. You've all lost your minds. You've forgotten what ordinary people think. This is why the Democrats are now polling the lowest they polled in recorded history, because they say absolute nonsense like that. It's nonsense. Nobody should ever apologise to a mass shooter for misgendering them. I've got a few things I'd like to call that person, which don't involve his gender. Right? Oh, I've misgendered him. I couldn't give a fuck. Sorry. But this really enrages me. It enrages me that we feel the need as a society.
See, sometimes he says stuff like that, which is just like right on the nail, right? That's what most people think. Like, oh, you misgendered a mass shooter. Who the fuck gives a shit, right? You don't apologize for that. Like, the fuck? Oh, but some people might be offended. Well, so fucking what, right? I always come back. Okay, I'm gonna play this again. I play this like many times. There's a flaming homosexual in the UK that I am a huge fan of, named Stephen Fry. It's really scuffed audio because it's quite old.
It's now very common to hear people say, I'm rather offended by that. As if that gives them certain rights. It's actually nothing more, it's simply a whine. It's no more than a whine.
I find that so offensive.
I find that offensive.
Oh,
That's,
right.
it has no meaning, it has no purpose, it has no reason to be respected as a phrase. I am offended by that. Well, so fucking what? I mean, you know, it's also...
I have internalized that message very well. Well, so fucking what?
To issue clarifications and apologies to dead mass shooters. It's preposterous. Anyway, let me...
I'm not sure it's contributing to it. It's definitely exploiting it.
One last roundup with the other. So, Isabel, where does this leave us? Now the mainstream media's caught up with this story and is now giving it plenty of attention, but also the prism of, look at these right-wing lunatics all making this a race story, which I just think is so ridiculous. Notwithstanding the fact there are right-wing lunatics and there are left-wing lunatics. We've just heard one. But Isabel, where does this leave us?
Yeah, it's a great point, Piers, and it's important to bring this home because ultimately, you know, people are going to walk away from this taking what they did from this debate, but this is precisely the problem with the society that we live in today. We are receiving information through the prism of an agenda of powerful elite people who are doing everything they can to pit people against one another, the masses, who just don't know any better and who need our programming to tell them what to care about, whether it's apologizing for the mispronunciation of pronouns of a dead mass shooter, and I noticed we referred to him as Mr. Mass Shooter a few minutes ago, so perhaps we need to apologize for that now. Or telling you that you shouldn't care about this incident on the Charlotte train, even though it's evoking a visceral response.
I can see your viewpoint.
And you know that this is wrong because it doesn't really fit the agenda of the race conversation we're trying to push in this country
I
and
think
in
some
Western
people
civilization.
are beyond
Good people
safe.
are waking up, though, and I think this is precisely why trust in the mainstream media is at an all-time low, and the people are the media now. This is precisely why young people are getting news from TikTok and Instagram and YouTube channels rather than tuning in to MSNBC, CNN, and the like, because we can no longer reasonably trust that the people who are the educated journalists in our society are actually going out of their way to tell us
Well, I
the
think they
truth.
all operate
I'm very
from a
jaded,
weird
though,
agenda. I mean, Alison,
in general.
I mean, Alison,
So, I don't know.
Like my son's
I might not be the right person
32,
to
28, 24, right? And they were very, when the George Floyd thing happened, they were very keen that I
To
do
talk
the
about
right
hope
thing. They were like,
for a
"Dad,
better
you've
future."
really
You know
gotta
what I
come down hard on
mean?
This is disgusting. The videos are. I said, "Oh no, don't worry."
I'm quite
And I was.
pessimistic on that front.
But today they're all like, "Dad, why?"
I'm surprised we haven't killed each other yet.
It's one of the worst
Like,
things we've ever seen.
extinction
Why did
level.
it not get the same attention as George Floyd? I said, I honestly don't have a rational explanation for this. It is one of the worst videos I've seen in a very long time. And yet, for some bizarre reason, a load of newsrooms and American media looked at that video and decided it wasn't a story, even though there was then an audio that came out that had the killer saying, "I got that white girl." And my only point and observation about this is I'm absolutely certain that if it had been the other way round, and it had been a white guy killing a black, young, beautiful black girl and saying, "I got that black girl," it would be leading the news within minutes. And that's the difference. And that is a problem. And it's not to say, Alan, shake your head, But to say there are
Because of last
there are
month.
many examples the other way round. I accept that and I call them out when I see them. I don't have a horse in this race, other than I call it all out when I see blatant double standards. And on this story, there's been a blatant double standard exacerbated by the way that mainstream media is now trying to report this story only through the prism of MAGA people playing the race card.
I
And
really
think that's
miss
reprehensible.
being
I
able
really
to just
do.
blast through everything, dude. Like,
I think it's very unfortunate.
it's a little too Dark Souls-y.
I think it's unfortunate that a lot of people want to cherry pick the story, but as somebody who studies statistics and studies patterns in behavior, I can say that crime is down in Charlotte, 29%. We can walk and chew gum. We can mourn the loss of life of this beautiful Ukrainian immigrant woman who should have been protected.
Holy shit.
Right? And at the same time, we have to be careful not to stereotype, not to overgeneralize, not to fearmonger, because what we need is systemic.
That's only gonna get
solutions
worse.
to make problems.
Yeah, but everybody,
What scares me is
everybody
AI,
wants
bro.
To generalize about police officers in the Derek Chauvin.
Like, how long until you can't recognize an AI video anymore?
Okay, so you're generalizing.
Most people can't now.
No, with all due respect, this is the part
Like,
of
if you
this you're
see some of the comments on the AI videos, I'm like, how can you not? How do you not see that this is fake as fuck, right? Like, if you can't see it now, what's it gonna be in 5 years from now?
missing. And I want to bring a scientific lens to this. The
Like, that
reason
shit scares
why
me.
George Floyd was a big story is because black people
Because there's a
in
lot of bad
America
actors
are
out
3 times
there.
likely to be killed by the police. If that statistic was not true, I do not think it would have been
Yes, but
that
Alison,
story. And I think that this
But Alison, you've steadfastly ignored Chris Rufo's 2 statistics he gave you, which show that there is a pattern. That there is a pattern in this story, which you don't. You're
Whose
not
version of
interested
it, though?
in. You're not even prepared to accept the statistics, which Mark Lamont has accepted. are
I
correct.
stole that from Stargate. I'm not gonna lie, but
what I said was
that's another like
literally,
profound statement that's always
white
stuck
people
with me.
are more likely to commit hate crimes.
You're
against black
talking
people.
about
That's
another
true.
statistic.
Let me finish because other people were allowed to finish.
It's like
But you
some
won't answer
episode,
Chris Rufo's
some episode where a senator wants the Stargate Command shut down, and Woolsey is like sent in to basically shut them down via audits, but he basically thinks they're doing a good job, so he gives his actually, I don't think it was. He thinks there's like massive problems, but he finds out that the senator who sent him has alternate objectives, and he's not comfortable with those, and like goes directly to the president. And the president asks, they're having a conversation, and then it shows up, and Woolsey says, I just want to show people the truth. And then the president looks at him and answers, whose version of the truth, Mr. Woolsey? And I've never forgotten that, man. That is actually, because I was like, I don't know how old I was, like maybe 16. That had such a profound impact on me. Because it's so fucking true. You know what I mean? It's like the saying, like, history is written by the victor. You never really stop to think what that actually means. You know? It's like, oh, it's a nice thing to say, but thinking about the phrase and what it actually means is the impact, or the not the impact, the implications of what that actually says is beyond scary. Right, because when people say, "Oh, we'll be on the right side of history," that's only true if you win. You know what I mean? Right? Like, I actually think that's such a dumb thing to say. Oh, well, we'll be on the right side of history. Like, okay, do you even know what that means? Right? That means you have to win by any means necessary.
Take this. Nowhere to run.
Well, morally speaking or realistically speaking? Again, whose version of the truth? Because they have two very different answers. Like, morally speaking, obviously. Realistically speaking, I don't think most people give a fuck about what happens to most people elsewhere. Like, it's all emotionally based, and emotions lie. Like I said, I'm very jaded. Yeah. We have a saying in Dutch, pessimist tot in de kist, which means pessimist till I die. But, you know, it rhymes. Pessimist till the coffin.
Barely broke a sweat.
Yeah, we're definitely not wired for an interconnected society, but that is what we have, right? So, adapt or die. It's basically the meaning of life. Adapt or die.
Statistics.
I am, but you will not allow
Do
me
you
to
admit
do
he's
that, bro,
right?
because I admit that he's right. His interpretation is wrong. Black people are also 7 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted. So when you talk
You're
only
giving
of
another
when you
statistic
talk,
again.
When you talk,
You're playing
because it's
whataboutery.
relatable.
I'm sorry,
Because
but
it's
you
re-
are.
No, I'm not.
You're playing
Listen,
whataboutery, and your
listen,
justification for the
All you
coverage
have
of
to
the
do is
George
let me
Floyd
finish.
story
It'll take
was there
less
was a
than 10 seconds.
All right,
But
Marlon
because
Hill.
you're trying to push a narrative, you won't let me finish.
I'm not pushing any narrative. I
Let me
promise you.
respond. Let me respond to the point that
Yes.
she's raising, because I just looked it up. You're wrong on actually all accounts. For someone who supposedly studies statistics, I would recommend that you find a different line of work, because not only are you willfully blind to the two statistics I've raised, which group has the highest homicide rate, which group has the highest interracial homicide rate, but according to FBI statistics, actually, per capita, Black Americans have a higher rate of committing hate crimes than white Americans. There's a statistical disparity there. That not in absolute terms, but in per capita terms. Even your prize statistic that you're using as a shield to ignore the reality all around you indicates that you don't even understand that statistic.
You can't even say the statistics. So let's address this. Let's address this before we move on. Because you keep pushing a narrative. We're going to address it. Black people in this country are more than 7 times.
Okay. In case you're Christian or Catholic, don't take this too heavily, but I don't believe in any of that nonsense. And I think... How do I put this? I think it's a... What we are now, right, only happened in a large part due to the Christian heritage, but I still think it's all nonsense. I'm not saying no good thing came from it, right? We built the best societies in the world off of it, in my opinion, right? But it's run its course. And please, stop doing things in the name of fucking God. Holy shit. Religion breeds animosity and conflict. It's done some really nice things, but it's responsible for some really fucking heavy wars. And still is. So, not a fan. I'd be one of the first to be put against the wall, right? I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any of that shit. Right?
More likely to be wrongfully convicted of murder. So when you only focus on the arrest, when you only focus...
Yeah, but I do think, right, the reason we are where we are today is because of Christianity, and it's I don't want to call it an enlightenment because it's not really an enlightenment, but it's like coming to senses moment of like maybe we shouldn't kill people for not believing, right? You know what I mean? I feel like that's a good, you know, look, it's a big reason that we are where we are now, which is also a bad thing because I am not for the way immigration is being handled in Europe, and I'm talking about Europe. I'm not talking about America or Canada. I don't know anything about how that. Well, in America I do know a little bit about it, but Canada I really don't. But here in Belgium, it's absolutely not going well. Yeah. That's 100,000%, right? Like all of the 10 commandments are. It's basically what is it? The Book of Hammurabi? I don't even remember. But there's like some fucking Egyptian thing way beforehand that like even had like the virgin birth and all that shit. Like it's all bullshit. Okay, it's all taken from other things. That's my point, right? Yeah. The rise of no. Well, yes, that too. But we have massive immigration problems over here.
Storm point.
I hate this boss. It's a skill check, pure and simple. You don't kill him in time, you die from the environment, and I think that's a really shitty mechanic. On the one hand, it's a cool idea, but on the other hand, it just makes it a skill check, so it's, yeah, not a fan. I'm dubious about it. Okay.
When you only focus on the arrest,
that's the thing too, right? Like, I'm always open to talk about these things. I'm always open to talk about these things, and sometimes I'll get heated a little bit, but I never like hold any real ill will. Is that a ooh? It's the one I'm carrying, for fuck's sake! It's like literally the one I have equipped right now. Fuck you, game. Are you shitting me right now? And it's a worse version as well. Fuck off. Right? You bullshit.
Another ancient contraption.
Pretext for what? I just want people to not just like be bus loaded in here, you know? Like, yo, maybe stop. We can't even take care of ourselves right now, dude. And if you commit any sort of violent crime, you're out immediately. Like, I'm from Belgium, right? The first time I ever saw a gun in real life, I don't even remember the last time I saw a gun in real life. All right, we didn't really see too much gun violence or any of that nonsense. They're throwing grenades 10 kilometers away from my house at each other. Like, what the fuck are we doing, guys? Like, that used to be unheard of in Belgium. It used to be unthinkable in Belgium. And that's only like 15 years ago? Now I realize 15 years is a long time, but it's not really, is it? Right? Like, we're 40. Or at least I'll be 40 next month. 2 months from now. When I think about 15 years ago, it feels like yesterday. You know what I mean? I just realized that Do they follow me? Oh, that's that. I never noticed that before. Yeah, I'll bet. But Canadians have guns themselves, no? You guys don't have too stringent? Well, my information is like way out of date, but so you guys have a lot of guns as well, regardless. We used to have guns, and then one nutter shot 2 people, and everyone went nuts. And now, no one's allowed guns. And I'm pro-gun. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be right. I think everyone should have the right to defend themselves. And a gun is the ultimate force equalizer. No, I'm not for unregulated free guns, obviously. You've been talking to me for a day now, you probably realize I'm fairly sensible, right? Yeah. Well, Canada, it makes sense, right? Love that game, by the way. Hunter Call of the Wild, fantastic game. Super fun, ironically. It's a lot of walking. Random thoughts. I jump from thought to thought. It's a bit of a feeling, I know. Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. But I still think you should be able to get him. It's nearly impossible in Belgium, and good luck for having it in your hands as a defensive tool. Nope. Has to be at a gun club and shit. It's like, okay, no point. I play airsoft. Well, I used to play airsoft and stuff. I'm quite into guns. I'm gonna be honest. A bit of a gun nut. Let me ask you, what's your opinion, if you remember, on the Kyle Rittenhouse incident? We followed that entire trial, beginning to end. That's where I lost all faith in the media. I still had like a little modicum of faith left, but that trial took it away, dude. Holy shit. They were like saying again, we streamed the entire trial, right? Every single minute from start to finish. And the shit I was reading in the news about what's happening at the trial was 180 degrees the opposite of what actually happened. Like, holy fucking shit. I lost all faith in media at that point.
Storm point.
It was a doozy. Damn. Yeah. That kid should have never been on trial in the first place. And some of the arguments that I want to say OM, but that's not it. The state, I guess, made. OM is in Dutch. Openbaar Ministerie. The state made was kind of reprehensible. Like, they're showing you a video of one of the first attacker, right, hiding when he sees Kyle coming and then popping out of the car after out of between two cars when Kyle passed by, and they're like, "Oh, look at him! Kyle is he shot him for no fucking reason." Like, bro, on your own footage, I can see that it's like literally, it was kind of nuts, yeah. But I feel like that kid should have never gone to a trial. Like, we watched the footage of it, like 15 minutes after it actually happened in real life, right? And there was a lot of footage. Like, it literally was the how do I let me think how to word this. It was the most obvious case of self-defense that was on tape from beginning to end ever. And he still got... They still tried to put him in jail for murder. Crazy to me. Yeah, I'm trying to do the same thing. It has been a while ago. But to this day, people still think Kyle Rittenhouse like literally went out to murder those people. To this day, people still think Kyle Rittenhouse shot 3 black people when he shot 3 white people. You know, like there wasn't a black person involved. Well, actually, there was. Jump Kick Man was the only black person that was involved there. But nobody knows who he is. He didn't get hurt at all. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he just kicked him in the face as he was falling down. So yeah, it's the propaganda and misrepresentation that came out of that case was crazy, and it's all because of the demonization of guns and the fact, you know, it was a Black Lives Matter protest and a white kid defending himself. The case will always, like, I will always remember that case because that's like, it's the exact moment I can pinpoint where I lost all faith in what people told me. Tell me, you know what I mean? Like, you cannot, you can't believe what the media tells you, and that's the moment I fully realized. Which makes it really hard, you know? To like form proper opinions about anything at all, right? I've seen the pictures now of like the supposed Charlie Kirk shooter, and like just look online and it's like wild conspiracies are flying like all over the place and shit. No, that's the thing, right? It's not even, you can't trust the media, so you do have to like read if you want us to read more about a story, you have to read, you know, left, right, and center, and then try and figure out what actually happened. And it's nearly impossible. Like, when the Israeli thing happened, right, October 7th, I streamed a few days with like the live streams of the war going on, and I was like on Al Jazeera, and some dude came in and just like railing. I don't even remember exactly what was said, but it's like, oh, you're because I was at the time I don't want to say I was pro-Israeli, I just understood why the hell they were going to war, you know what I mean? So I wasn't, some dude was coming to argue his matter from the left perspective, so to speak, and I'm like, dude, I'm looking. He's like, oh, you're biased and this and that, and you'll never go out of your bubble. I'm like, dude, I'm watching Al Jazeera, bro. They could not be more biased against Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? It's like those type of interactions and stuff make me like really, I don't know. Again, I come back to the word jaded. You know, it's just, we're in so much trouble as a species. It's like I literally had Al Jazeera and Fox News open at the same time, you know? It's like, yeah, okay, dude, whatever you say, bro. But sadly, that's just how it goes. That's how it is these days, and it doesn't look like it's gonna change anytime soon.
Storming arrow.
I like this map, man. Everyone has to walk over my lightning arrows. Come. Oh, it's becoming easier and easier these days. The political median is shifting. Becoming far more extreme, right? Like the bar. In before horseshoe theory comes through, which it probably will. If it hasn't already happened, come to think of it. I feel like there's quite a bit of overlap between the far left and the far right. This latest assassination ain't gonna help that shit. Objectively, that's always a hard one, right? I tend to like, I always go. See, here's the thing, right? If it's about something like, let's say, the Charlie Kirk shooting from yesterday, if it's like immediate, I think you can pretty much trust 95% of the media. And the other 5% are really blatant about their stupidity, like MSNBC last night, right? Where they're like, they literally said this, by the way. It could have been a Charlie Kirk supporter shooting his gun off in celebration. They literally said this, okay? Very clearly on what side those people are, okay? Like, their bias is like, blur. But their updates will still be relevant and they will still be fairly accurate, right? So if it happens immediately, then I feel like if you're on the story immediately, then I feel like most news you can trust, quote unquote. You do have to read between the lines, or unless they're like MSNBC, they just outright state it, right? But the line becomes far more blurry if it's about something that already happened, or the aftermath of something. That makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? What I'm trying to... So when you ask me, like, recommendations for objectivity, I have none. I literally don't. Because they all lie, you know? To a degree, obviously, right? I would not be comfortable giving a recommendation. I wouldn't even know who. He's like, yeah, Fox is right. CNN, they used to be in the middle, but now they're leaning left. MSNBC, far left. Reuters and AP, they lean left. Less so than most, I feel, but these days, not too sure. And then you have all of the lower ones, right? Even the media over here, like, most are predominantly leaning left. I think I can't even think of one that like leans more right. Which is kind of weird because technically we have a right government now because the right overwhelmingly won in my country. The less biased sources, they're all super biased, right? Like, especially like if you think about it, they're gonna have stories that they're all super biased about. But I feel like I read a lot of CNN, juxtapose that with Al Jazeera generally, and Fox News. I try and piece my three. It's like the triangle that I try and pick out what actually happens. You know, because you've got like CNN again. They used to be fairly in the middle, but not so much anymore. Al Jazeera is definitely on the side of their own, you know, whoever owns them, the Saudis or whatever. And CNN, or sorry, and Fox News is definitely on the side of like Republicans and Trump. So that's generally the three main ones that I go to. Whether they're biased or not, they're obviously going to be biased, you know, in all cases. So that's the hard part these days. That's what I'm so jaded by. It's the fact that like there is no objectivity. Does that exist still? Did that ever exist? I'm not even sure if it ever existed. It probably never existed. Let's be real. Like, the news has always been a business, right? And a business needs to make money. What do you want? Did I give you food? Yes, I did. Sorry, I'm talking to my cat. I do that sometimes. I know, but like... It's why I like separate the two as well in like breaking news, like this is happening right fucking now, and this happened, and now we're gonna tell you how, when, and why from our perspective. Oh shit, I'm trying to run. Oh fuck, I was in demo mode for a second. It's WASD in this game, right? Actually, you can choose that, but WASD is better. I gotta go around. Jeez. Wait, what? Why is that still going? These guys? I don't understand why that's still going. Yeah. I'm definitely not defending Fox. It's just when I look for news, I'm not a journalist or anything, right? I just literally just Google it. And those three are always like near the top. Those are their affiliates, right? Because when I say Fox, right? If you're watching like some Fox 9, whatever the fuck, from bumfuck Virginia, nowhere, right? That's still Fox. No, I'm getting it. I'm just expanding, I guess. Because on the other side, you also have like, you know, like I said, MSNBC doing the exact opposite. Oh, he's in the best shape of his life. Oh, yeah, we can tell, right? Like, there was clearly something wrong with him. that was a crazy ass fucking story too, man. Holy shit. The whole and then Kamala Harris just being installed as the next nominee. Holy fuck, bro. That is crazy to me. Oh yeah, no worries, dude. Like, that's what I'm here for now. Like, I know a lot of people don't like to talk politics on stream. I don't give a shit. You know, it's fine. Or, well, I guess this isn't technically politics, but it's politics in a way, you know. All right, here comes the skill. Oh, no. Here comes the skill check. Gotta get it up here. 3. Critical. All right. I don't even have a jewel yet. Sucks. Everything is politics now. Yeah, I hate it. Like, I low-key hate that. But I think it's because I'm from Europe, right? I know in America people used to be like, oh, we don't talk about politics. But in Europe, nobody gave a fuck, right? Oh, who'd you vote for? Oh, that guy. Oh, really? Why that guy? You know what I mean? Like, nobody really cared. That's changing, right? But we never really had that stigma on like openly conversing about political candidates and stuff. That I feel like America was like kind of ingrained with to a point that also changed dramatically in recent history. But I still remember when America was like, we don't talk about politics, or we don't talk about who you vote for and all that stuff. And honestly, it was probably for the best. It was probably better that way. But I never really lived underneath that. So for me, you want to talk about it? I don't give a fuck. Sure, why not? Just don't, don't commit violence because you don't like what you hear. It's crazy you have to say that these days, man. What the fuck? And I'm not meaning you, right? I mean in general. Nuts. Shit's radicalizing like crazy. Like, we've always had like the thing, like, because even politicians too, right? Like, they'll be the worst enemies. They'll call each other all kinds of shit, but at the end of the day, they're going home and they're laughing about it because they do the same fucking thing. They get paid for just yelling at each other. You know, I'm not sure if it's still now, but there didn't used to be animosity between politicians. They're all in a nice little clique, you know. It's like, is that called realpolitik? What the fuck is that called? Like friends with benefits? Oh no, not in that way. You know what I mean? I didn't mean. It's not friends with benefits. Okay, you know what I mean. All right, let's dive to this skill check. It's gonna happen once, at least. Knock, knock.
No, thank you. Fury!
No, I mean more like I didn't mean it that way. It's just a clique, you know, CLIQUE, clique. I don't know if that word's in English. I'll use a crew term, a gang of people, not of you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, and Dutch, same. We use the same word.
Thank you.
Wow, what a start. Oh, rude.
Fury.
No! God damn it. I was this close. You can tell, right? God damn it. Wrestling factions, no, yeah. That's actually a really good analogy, dude. Damn. Yeah, it's the NWO from, fuck, what was it? I don't remember. It's been a long ass time since I saw wrestling. Holy shit, that's actually a really good analogy. I'm like, yeah. You are not wrong. I always say they're football teams, but wrestling factions is actually a much better. Although, I'm from Europe, right? We got a lot of hooligans here, so football teams actually works perfectly as well still. I mean soccer teams, I suppose. Yeah. It's called football in the rest of the world, boys. Come on. I'm gonna let this guy horny it up in your ears while I go to the bathroom. Yeah, but yeah, bro. Okay, I'm not sure if you noticed, but the UK has this problem, and Belgium too, to a degree. It used to be in my when I was young, of like just literally hooligans. So they're fan clubs, aka hooligans, that like literally go to a field somewhere. There's like 20 guys, and they just have this all-out fucking brawl. Look it up on Google. I'm guaranteed you'll find something. It is ridiculous, bro. It makes no fucking sense, man. Over a fucking football team? What? You guys need a different hobby, okay? Maybe take up knitting or crochet or something. Jesus. I'm gonna go to the bathroom before it's too late. We're back. I feel like an old man today, Jesus. The first day I haven't driven in the rig for like 8 hours. And my legs are crying bloody murder. Oh.
That many of these black people are exonerated, you are pushing a narrative, and that is not reflective of the data. And I have never denied that black people are the more likely to be accused of committing violent crimes. But you have to take into consideration that a lot of those convictions don't stick. And if you don't take that into consideration, you're simply not being honest and dealing with good faith.
Okay.
I never denied that.
All right,
that
hang on. Hang on.
So can you explain to us the statistics per capita?
I know, right?
Okay, I want to
get my final word?
I want to give a last word to
I definitely feel it when I'm like standing up from, or like getting in and out of the rig, because it's quite low to the ground.
Much better. She's recovering pretty well.
Okay, good. That's good to hear.
I mean, it's not that bad, right? I'm complaining to complain a little bit as well, let's be honest.
It seems to me, Mark, the reason I'm exercised about this story is I think there is a clear double standard. And I don't like the way that the only time mainstream
But 10
media
years ago, I wouldn't have had
felt
this
the urge
problem.
to report this is because they could use it as a way to bash the MAGA right.
So here's my response. I think you put us in an impossible position. And I mean us, I mean people who are arguing the opposite. If you say there's a double standard, the only way to prove that there isn't a double standard is to cite counter evidence. When we cite counter evidence, you then say that's whataboutery or whataboutism. There's no way to prove that it doesn't happen in the converse unless we point and say, well, look at this black person who also got ignored. And in which case you say it's whataboutism. I think it's important to point out the disparities here and the differences here. My point here is that they're not necessarily reducible to race. I actually find Chris's point more interesting. And one more point. Again, I have not heard the audio saying that I got the white girl. I heard the claims that was said. I did not hear. I'm not saying you're wrong. Again, I read the story very intensely. I believe you, and I think that changes the dynamics. If that is in fact true, and again, I have yet to hear the audio, but if you two say you've heard the audio, I take you at your word. If that is in fact true, I think that does add another layer to the story. But to me, the more important thing about this story is not necessarily whether or not we talk about race in terms of why we don't, or the role of race and why we don't talk about this story. For me, what's more interesting is all the other stuff that gets the person here. Why is this person out of prison but not in a mental institution? What are the circumstances under
I
which
wish
they got supervised?
they still did like proper
Why they have
debates.
access to weapons?
I used to watch those a lot.
Where they're able to
Like
there are lots of policy issues.
Richard
that I
Dawkins
think
versus some,
into why we're talking
I don't know,
about this. And if
Christian,
I were to
Muslim,
have
whatever.
to
He did a lot
choose
of them.
between your
Right.
analysis and Chris's analysis,
Those were all just
I would,
really
I would
interesting
lean
to
more
watch.
into Chris's, even though I disagree with his conclusion. The problem here isn't liberal
And at least
policy. It's the fact that we don't have
90% of the
progressive
time they're
policy,
intellectual.
And all we have is a carceral state that does
Versus
not
10%
seek to heal
drama.
or invest or protect.
It's very much
or
gone the other
educate,
way.
But instead only wants to incarcerate. So that's where I think we end here. And I think finally,
But he was let out of
there are a
prison
lot of,
14
again,
times.
pieces of evidence
We
to
don't
show
have
that.
enough of a carceral state. He was let out of prison 14 times, sometimes immediately. We
But let
actually
into
should have
what?
had him in
But-
prison.
but-
that would have been the solution to this problem and prevented this senseless death.
I paused at a really bad time.
and Chris, again, I think that's missing my argument here. You said like he was let out of prison a bunch of times. Yes, but remember I began by saying
I know, right?
all we have is a hammer. Everything looks like a nail. I'm saying he
Like,
was
don't
let
get me
out of
wrong,
prison,
right? I enjoy this type of shit for its drama content. I ain't getting anything out of this that like intellectually stimulates me. That's not why I watch it. Right? Not even remotely. I just think it's hilarious. Right? Like a train wreck in slow motion. How you not gonna watch?
but he wasn't let into a mental institution. What would a secure confined mental institution where he gets actual treatment and care look like?
Well, look, I'm going to wrap things up, but there's no doubt. There's no doubt.
I'm terminally online, though.
At almost every level here, and I include the mainstream media, and I think they let themselves down here, and I think they expose
I'm well over
a
it.
bias. And I was hoping we were moving away
my
from
God.
that because it's so obvious and so easy for social media to blow up and expose it and say this is clearly biased.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna leave it there. Very interesting debate. I appreciate you all coming on.
You think the media? You think the media? You think the media? I'm just to be clear. You think the media is biased against white women?
No, I think the liberal media.
Just so I'm clear.
I think the liberal media is skewed in a way that they cover these types of stories. And had it been the complete reverse of the story, then I think it would have got a lot more attention, a lot more.
Last month it didn't get any attention.
Yeah,
And
but
again,
I've already
she just showed, and she offers you the counter evidence. She proves you wrong with that, and then you say, "Well, what about it?"
Let me ask you. Let me ask you. Was there a video? Was there a video? Let me ask Alison.
When you and I worked at
Hang on, let me ask Alison. Was there a video? Was there a video of the killing, and was there an audio where it suggested a racial motivation? Yes or no?
The crimes were not the same, so no.
Okay.
So if that's all because you want to after.
And it didn't result in a.
All right, bro. Yo, thanks for hanging out, dude. And the conversation.
It is because
It's always nice to talk with an adult.
your bodies, because when a black woman's throat was
You don't see those often on the internet.
suddenly that's not worthy of covering. But
Oh,
you're here
shit.
trying to discipline us and school us, black people and journalists on what you consider the left for not covering a story when you yourself was the same thing last month.
The only thing I want to school you about, Alison, is the fact that I'm not far right. Other than that,
I believe you.
You are entitled to your opinions, and I respect them, and I
I don't know,
respect
Piers.
Huh?
After this
The
conversation,
trans debate kind of made me question that.
All right, I've got to leave it there. I'll take my little far right
Thank you.
onto the next debate. Thank you all very much. Hello and welcome. We begin with some breaking
Yeah.
news. Woke is dead.
We'll see. Ooh,
War on
God damn it.
It's officially over. Cancelled celebrities.
From your lips to
virtue,
God's ears.
Jail. Virtue signaling has been outlawed.
Like, I think
Mass
more
ridicule,
people of
and
our
we
age are
finally free to
far
call
more
a spade a spade.
reactive
So
than we
what's
care
the
to
cause
admit.
of death? How did the silent majority finally
Like, I have
win?
that too, right? I'm reactive, but then, fuck's sake, then I stop and try and think about it.
As well as
Which is a step most people do.
heroes, villains who have dominated news and culture across 10 years of madness. This is my personal roadmap back to a less divided world. A world where we can agree to disagree, where debate triumphs over censorship, and where common sense is king. You'll be shocked by how much you agree with me.
Not again. Oh my god. Why is it? Why did?
Today, the episode remembers both.
Why is it
Charlie
always
Kirk
right at
and
the
Irina
end?
Zrutska, as the tragedies of both of these cases come to light, and particularly as.
Yo, thanks so much, man. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Prevention innovation. Businesses are turning the tables on would-be thieves with unbreakable glass that doesn't shatter, something that could put smash-and-grab thieves out of business. Just this week, mass thieves leave empty-handed after trying to bust into one of these display cases at a jewelry store in Sherman Oaks.
Tonight, we get a look at how the shatterproof glass works and why it could put an end to smash-and-grab theft.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention, and a local Los Angeles businessman has proven that to be true yet again. This individual was absolutely furious with the fact that his storefronts had been broken into time and time again by these flash mob smash and grab robbers who take absolutely everything without any regard for the damage that they do. So he decided to come up with a type of glass that is essentially indestructible and start selling it on the internet.com to all these different various storefronts, and for display cases in order to prevent these robbers that the city of Los Angeles and the state of California has been enabling for years in order to commit these crimes. Because we all know that according to the left wing, according to the progressive left, these thieves, they're not thugs who are just stealing things, destroying businesses, destroying areas, driving them out of business and creating poverty in their community. They're actually the victims of poverty. They are much like the famed Disney character Aladdin, who are just thieves with hearts of gold that are only stealing in order to feed their starving family because, of course, they're innocent Beba angels, as we have heard time and time again. Well, guess what? The free ride for the riffraff, for the street rats, for the people that the city of Los Angeles says, I don't buy that, just look a little closer, is now officially over. It is now their time to be embarrassed, to make hilarious videos for us of them trying to smash up displays and failing miserably, and I'm 100% here
God,
for
I'm
it.
sucking.
And this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we get into that, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
This is one of those, why didn't I think of that moment? A local businessman who is trying to protect his own goods may have come up with something to help protect everybody's. It may be the blessing that LA retailers have been waiting for. It's called a polycarbonate unbreakable glass that stores are now using to defend against hammer-toting criminals.
So first of all, it needs to be said for everybody out there in the audience, for everybody who doesn't live in a place where these kind of smash and grabs are so common, that this should not need to exist. This should not be a thing. We should obviously be holding repeat criminals.
I was literally thinking, imagine having the need for that.
Los Angeles and the state of California and other cities across the state of California have passed laws and have put people into place that do not take criminality seriously. These are people who genuinely believe that criminals are the real victims of society. So when we watch videos of these thugs, of these absolute brutes trying to smash open a store, and we see little kids with them, for whatever reason, the Democratic Party politicians over there think, oh my God, life is so sad for that little kid, not because he's surrounded by criminals that are bringing him into the fold in order to commit these crimes, but because they can't actually get through the store. But because this glass actually exists, it actually works, and even though we're all laughing at this moment in time at the fact that these thieves can't break these displays and break these windows, the fact is California Democrats are working tirelessly on a way to undermine this. And make no mistake about it, I do believe that eventually they will pass a law in order to criminalize this break-proof glass. And the reason that I think they're going to do this is because somebody down the line is going to say, what if there's a fire inside these particular buildings and the door is actually blocked off? It's actually going to be too difficult for our firefighters in order to get through this. Therefore, it needs to be removed. Therefore, we need to uninstall this glass. But for now, we're all going to enjoy these criminals trying to smash the glass and failing miserably. We're all going to enjoy this innovation beating thuggery time and time again, because this shows us the great American ingenuity that even when the system fails, your government betrays you, they side with the criminals. They allow this Black Lives Matter, George Floydification to take over all these different parts of the country. The American people will not stand idle. The American people will not stand back. We will endure, we will innovate, and we will create things in order to protect what we built from these thugs that just want to tear it down.
Ray Thiessen, himself a business owner, got the idea 2 years ago.
A lot of break-in back then, in that time, a lot of break-in to liquor store and smoke shop especially.
So he went to work.
And we did a lot of tests, rope in the car, hit it with the sledgehammer, we try a lot of different ways.
It's a material
fucking
that
suck,
actually
man.
has been
Holy
around
shit.
for a while. But Ray saw that by customizing the
Didn't even
shoes
try to
fit the
dodge.
customers' needs, he could save them money and heartache. He advertised his product on social media, and the calls started coming.
They say that's amazing. We need to do my store. When can you come over?
Look, I'm not gonna lie, I absolutely love this guy. I love this energy. I love the fact that even though he didn't actually invent this type of glass, what he actually did was figure out a way in order to cut it and shape it in such a way that he could deliver it to all these different various storefronts. Again, he saw a problem in society, and like a true capitalist, he figured out a way to meet that need for a profit. And of course, everybody is happier except for the thugs, except for the brutes, except for the criminals, except for the Democrats who think that those thugs, brutes, and criminals are actually the victims of society. And I'm absolutely 100% here for it, and I'm glad that there's so much uptake on social media. I'm glad that so many different sources have tried this, and as more and more news reports come in of thieves being deterred, being shut down by this indestructible glass, or nearly indestructible glass, I'm glad to see this spread all throughout the state of California, and maybe, just maybe, this little feature, this little protection for the windows and for the displays in these stores can actually help preserve and bring businesses back, can actually get them back to what they were doing prior to the George Floydification of the state of California, which is, you know, fighting the regulatory body and the oppressive tax system in that particular state.
His most recent success story is Christoph Jewelers at Westfield Fashion Square in Sherman Oaks. Conveniently close to a mall exit, the jeweler had been hit earlier this year. But on Wednesday, as hard as they tried, the thieves couldn't break the new casing, and not one piece of jewelry was lost. Now, reinforced doors and windows are popping up all around LA.
So at first when I watched this video, I thought that they actually did break the glass, but it looks like they only managed to get through a thin layer that was over the top, and they didn't actually get into the display according to this local report. In addition to that, we also see other footage shown to us by KTLA.
Fuck, oh my god.
The door, and it's absolutely hilarious to see this mob of thugs thinking that they're going to get a quick payday, as they've gotten time and time again, be turned away by a display system or a defense system that they never even thought about. Here's what we have right now: the low IQ smash and grabbers coming up against the high IQ innovators, and guess what? The high IQ innovators actually won. Now, of course, one of the things that we are going to see in response to this is an escalation from the criminals. Make no mistake about it, these are violent thugs. These people will hurt you at the drop of a hat. So obviously, if they can't get away with these quick smash and grabs, you are likely to possibly see more armed robberies. But hopefully, if that ends up being the case, then the additional time and energy being put into those robberies will actually lead to more of these individuals getting caught. And hopefully, if they have a weapon, because make no mistake about it, Los Angeles did vote in a pretty good district attorney in order to replace the previous one, Gascon, who didn't want to prosecute anyone for anything. That ends up leading to long-term convictions and removing these people from the streets, because the main issue in our criminal justice system is that we've abandoned the idea of incapacitation, because make no mistake about it, these smash and grab criminals are very often the same exact people who do it time and time again, and just removing them from the streets will end up stopping dozens, if not hundreds, of robberies going forward.
That's a jackpot for me. You know what I mean? Like, it makes me feel so good. Make me feel really, really good, because I did that business, or I did this, something like that, and I protect that business, make the business owner happy. That make me so happy.
So yeah, this guy is saying that it's a jackpot for him, and it's a well-deserved jackpot. Obviously, this guy is earning his success. He's doing the right thing. He's helping other people, and I'm just waiting for the one video of one of these idiots trying to throw a brick against this glass and it bouncing back and hitting them in the face. I was hoping that we would see in one of these videos where these idiots swing the sledgehammer against the glass, it bounces back and knocks them unconscious for the police to show up later. Although now that I think about it, as funny as that video would be, as entertaining as we would all see it, it's just a matter of time before one of these criminals ends up hurting themselves trying to break this particular glass, and then they sue the business owner or this guy's company in order for them to get some kind of compensation for their injuries, because the state of California has enabled them and made them entitled as criminals for so long. These people are very upset by the fact that their crime spree has come to an end. But yeah, This is great stuff. I love absolutely every bit of this footage of these people messing up their own robberies. It makes me laugh. It brings a smile to my face. It warms my heart, as it should warm your heart out there in the audience.
And Ray tells us that you can use the same material on business walls and ceilings. Again, the name of the business is RT Unbreakable Glass.
I do love the fact that this KTLA guy is smiling from ear to ear when they cut back to him after doing the story. They also advertise the website. The company's called RT Unbreakable Glass. That will also be advertised in the link in the description of this video, even though they are not a sponsor of this video. They definitely should be, make no mistake about it. I would love to support a company like this. I would love to be 100% on board, but apparently you could actually line the ceiling and a bunch of different places across your business with this material. And again, it just goes to show you that no matter how dark things get, no matter how much the Democrats try to aid and abet the criminals, the fact is innovative people, ingenuitive people are going to prosper. They're going to beat the system. They're going to beat the odds, because this is what men do.
Holy
this
fucking
is
shit!
figuring
I know
things
this
out.
game.
This
Yo,
is conquering a challenge. And again,
Secret
all these
Agents
different
from
various low IQ,
1989 or
innocent
something,
Angel
dude.
Aladdins, as they're thought
God
of by
damn.
the LA City
That
Council,
looks- it's
are no
Dune-
match
it's-
for
it's
one
Duke-
man's genius, no
original
match
Duke
for
Nukem.
one man's inspiration. And I can't wait again for some of these people to get injured trying to break this glass. I can't wait to see videos of these people knocking themselves out or getting caught because
Agent
they don't know to
006.
leave after this doesn't work. And I can't wait to see this spread across the city of Los Angeles. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts.
My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney, Casper King.
I went to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney, Casper Keynes.
Jesus.
Sydney Sweeney, Hasberg Keynes.
Well, half of the advert's viewers see a cheeky ad with an attractive actress flogging jeans. The other half apparently see a subliminal propaganda campaign for eugenics, fascism, and white supremacy, with a dash of Nazis thrown in for the mix.
Those Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ads are weird. Like, fascist weird.
Did American Eagle just run an ad for eugenics?
The attractive white woman with blonde
These
hair, blue
people
eyes.
are so
just
deeply
talking
and
about just her-
serious, dude.
Just the jeans she gets from American Eagle.
Holy
See a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman and think that is an all-American woman? That is the exact problem with this advertisement.
Hey, American Eagle. Now do black and brown women.
Hey, you want to go to American Eagle?
Oh, I can't go in there because I'm black.
I think we should just start shaming them instead. You are an embarrassment, Sydney Sweeney.
It's not just excitable people on social media who are losing their minds on this one. Even Good Morning America is wondering whether Sydney's great genes may herald the onset of a new Fourth Reich.
Begin with the backlash over a new ad campaign featuring actress Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, the ads are for American Eagle, and the tagline is, Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Now, in one ad, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed actress talks about genes as in DNA being passed down from her parents.
The play on words is being compared to Nazi propaganda with racial undertones.
So is Sydney Sweeney the new poster girl for white supremacy, or is it all, as one commentator put it, just ugly girl jealousy? Well,
Just
turning
Cause
to
2 is
my
on sale
panel
for like
now,
$2.
away from my
I'm gonna pick that up and we'll play
studio,
Just Cause
working on a
2
slight
because
delay.
Stay doesn't
So I
work for
begin with
me.
a polite request for everyone
Fuckers.
to take it in turns and allow the audience to enjoy all
Hopefully
of
that one
insights.
works.
I'm joined by Jedediah Bieler, the host of the Jedediah Bieler Show, by the conservative influencer Deborah Lee, academic and host of Bet News Mark Lamont Hill, and the author of Cultural Intelligence for Marketers, Dr. Anastasia Gabriel. Well, welcome to all of you. Okay, let me start with you, Dr. Anastasia. What's your problem with this ad? I mean, I just saw Sydney Sweeney looking hot, selling jeans. What memo didn't I get?
I would love to live in a world where more people would have the privilege to look at this ad and simply see an ad for great jeans, but that's not the world that we live in, and we live in the world that is marked with a lot of cultural baggage. So when I saw this ad as a marketer, as somebody who works with agencies and brands on issues of culture and cultural relevance, I was frankly angered. And the reason for that is that the ad is racist and eugenics coded. And I have to be clear that when I say that, I don't mean to talk about the intent of the creators behind this ad, but rather the impact that it has on audiences, and particularly on younger audiences. And here we need to remember that the target audience of American Eagle is the most racially and ethnically diverse consumer group in the history of the United States. And somebody who has spent a lot of time studying semiotics and the way that meaning is encoded in various forms of media and cultural artifacts, it becomes very clear to me that when we take apart this particular ad campaign, it marries certain concepts and certain words that carry cultural baggage for people. And if that wasn't enough, we can go back and look to the source material for this particular campaign, which is a Calvin Klein ad from 1980 that uses very explicitly the same kind of rhetoric of, and even more so rather dramatically, natural selection, survival of the fittest, selective mating, the superiority of dominant groups, etc. And from a perspective of media and cultural studies, when we look at this particular campaign, we can see how meaning travels from the source of inspiration to this particular narrative structure that we see in this ad. And so it is no surprise to me that it was picked up by audiences that reacted in the way that they did. And research shows, even though obviously Gen Z are in themselves a diverse group, they're also generally, on average, more progressive leaning and, of course, chronically online.
Crazy? You mean crazy?
Anastasia,
I mean,
Anastasia, we haven't had you on our censor before. I didn't really understand a word of what you just said. Are you this much fun at parties, or do you have a different persona
I would love
there?
it if you weren't disrespectful to me. It's a pleasure to join you today, and I look forward to exchanging opinions. I would love to clarify any points that you might have found confusing.
Anastasia,
Okay,
you would have to be asked...
Deborah Lee.
I
Let me
understood.
bring Deborah Lee in. This is a terrible example of racist, white supremacy, etc. I sort of lost my thread halfway through it, but this is apparently the worst ad ever seen. I mean, this is the Nazis reborn.
That is just crazy to me. And for people to have this reaction to this ad, when I first saw this ad, this is giving a Super Bowl, okay? This is shot very well. This is very creative for an ad agency. I don't know where that information is coming from, that they're the most diverse group and their clientele is the most diverse in the entire world, the entire country. But if that were the case, then this would be a great ad to appeal to a new base. Heterosexual, straight men who see a hot woman and they think, wow, that's great, I want to support this company. And for the record, Sydney Sweeney is a brunette. She has brown hair. So everybody's saying she's an Aryan, blonde hair, blue eyes. It's not true. Look at her roots. Look at her eyebrows. It takes 5 seconds to do a Google search of Sydney Sweeney's natural hair color. And while I have my own opinions about this ad, I don't really have the palate for sexual ads. As a traditional conservative, I think if you have an issue with this and you're saying that this is a Nazi dog whistle, as a Jewish woman, when the Nazis created ads in their propaganda, propaganda was not using hot women who are traditionally hot to try and attract people to become Nazis. It was saying that the Jews are vermin, that we're trying to take over the world. To try and compare the two is outrageous because the left will call everything Nazism and say everybody's a Nazi, except
I don't
for
really
the
see
actual
anything
Nazis
besides the
chanting
just
from
goes
the
to
river to
one
the
that I
sea,
want.
Palestine shall be free, reiterating the same talking points that we've seen since World War II. So I just really don't understand where any of this information or reaction is coming from. People have way too much time on their hands. Get a job, get a life. Stop being triggered by thin, white, hot women. Just let it be. Enjoy. You guys had Lizzo in an ad when she was 400 pounds modeling for Calvin Klein jeans. She's since lost weight because she even realized that being that size is not healthy for any individual. And it's clearly just targeted towards happy, straight, white women. They don't want to have these people in ads. We've had every single TV show, every single advertisement has somebody who's been put in simply for being gay in the last couple of years. That's the only
Big
reason
ass
that they've
sale
been put
on
into the
GOG though. If
storyline.
you
And
guys
so
like
now we just
GOG,
have
time to
what
go
we would
take a
deem
look.
normal, and the left is trying to brand this as abnormal. It's not taking, and the people that are trying to push this is the reason that the Democratic Party is continuing to fail in popularity.
One thing that I have in common with Harry and Meghan is that we all value privacy. If you've ever Googled your own name, discover bits of your address, phone number, and employment details hanging around, you'll be aware that your data privacy is under siege. That's because your data is purchased and sold by data brokers without your consent.
Wait, Borderlands 4 is out?
Has a solution.
It's the fucking
Incogni
mostly negative,
contacts
lol.
those shady websites and gets your personal data removed automatically. No forms, no emails, no ransoms. They handle all the back and forth of these brokers and update you on their simple dashboard. Incogni does not
Unoptimized
stop
as
after
fuck.
the first sweep. They monitor and
LOL.
keep on removing your data if it pops up again. If you care about privacy and you want fewer spam calls, fewer...
Is Sin? Sin was definitely gonna play this, right? So let me go hang on. Oh, he's not online yet.
junk emails, and a reduced risk of identity theft, this is a smart move. We've teamed up to give you a 60% discount on an annual plan at incogni.com/peers. Use code PEERS when you check out. That's incogni, incogni.com/peers, PIERS. Use code PEERS when you check out. Okay, Mark Lamont Hill, let's look at an earlier American Eagle ad, which was in the middle of the whole Me Too campaign and stuff. Do you have any problem with the lady on the left there?
Do I have a problem with her? No, I don't have a problem with her.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem
You're
with
not
the woman on the
offended by that image?
I'm not.
Fascinating.
No.
You do have a problem with the woman on the right.
No, hold on. Two things. One, you specifically said let's not interrupt each other, and I haven't been able to articulate one sentence yet, and I've been interrupted twice. So let's follow your own rules.
No,
I'm not offended by the woman on the left. Let me complete the sentence. I am not offended by the woman on the left, nor am I offended by the woman on the right. The aha that you're going for isn't there.
Well, Bill 4 is out, but it's apparently not going so well.
But I am. Please, I'm asking you respectfully. Allow me to finish a thought. Two people have spoken uninterrupted for 3 minutes. I haven't gotten 10 seconds out. What I'm saying is that the problem is not either woman. The problem is how we're narrating the commercial. That's what people are concerned about. Several things have been said that I'd like to respond to in direct response to what you're asking me, Piers. The first thing, and I'm glad the last woman who spoke mentioned that she's Jewish because I think that's really important. Historically, there have been lots of anti-Semitic images, narratives, tropes that are used that non-Jews don't see. And many times someone will say, oh, wait a minute, they showed that person playing into the cabal narrative. They showed this person as a rodent, or they showed this person with changing their name to this or that. And the average person may not intend to be anti-Semitic, although some people are anti-Semitic, but it's still there and Jews recognize it. So I don't want to presume that because a white person doesn't see it, that means that it can't be racist, or if a black person doesn't see, you know what I'm saying? We have to think about this on all levels from multiple audiences. You used the word normal and talked about it in the context of this white woman. White women are normal, but so are other people. The problem is, historically, we have only normalized white people. And so we've made white women's bodies, white male bodies, the norm. And we've made everything else less human, less beautiful, less real. And so when we say good genes are the ones that—
What a load of crap. Honestly, I'm sorry, Mark. If I may jump in on my own show, what a load of crap. I saw Beyonce do a jeans ad. Everybody drooled over it. I loved it. Thought she looked hot when she did. Right? I mean, what are you talking about, man? This is... Let me ask you a straight question. Let me
Okay,
ask you a
right,
straight
but-
question. Does Sydney Sweeney have bad genes? Yes or no?
No, I don't think she has bad genes.
Does she have good genes? Does she have good genes?
No. Again, you're trying for these gotchas. If you
So
just
she doesn't
listen.
have good or bad genes?
The whole point is to argue that good and bad genes itself is a bad idea. It's a racist
Why can't
idea.
you have good genes,
Why
Mark?
is it racist?
If
Why
you all
can't
would
you have
allow
good
me to
genes?
answer. All right, I'm going to respond, and I'm going to hope that you don't interrupt me as I answer. Okay? Because again, no one else has been interrupted except the people who disagree with you. What I'm saying is,
Stop being so precious,
the
please.
word you listen. The word eugenics literally means good genes. It literally means that etymologically. The point here is to judge human beings based on their genes and to decide that you have good genes and you have bad genes isn't in and of itself a racist project. That's the point. So no, it's not that I think that I have good genes and you can't say anyone else has good genes. I'm saying let's get rid of the good genes narrative, particularly when it's based on hair and eyes and body type. Why? Because those things are racially coded. In other words, if I say that straight hair is good genes or blonde hair is good genes, and no, I'm not after watching an ad Googling someone to figure out their natural roots. You'd be shocked to know how many people don't do that. If I'm doing these things and I see your eye color and your hair as a sign of your good genes, then that means someone who has a different hair or eye color doesn't have good genes.
interpretation is crazy.
The last thing I'll say is if you look historically,
How do you even?
It doesn't though, does it? Calm
I
down.
didn't even think of that.
Calm down.
Listen,
It doesn't actually mean that.
No,
Hang on. No, I will speak on my own show. So just calm down.
I'm asking you not to be condescending.
Stop being so precious. My instruction about shouting was between the four of you, not me. It's my show. I do what I like.
Yes, I don't care if
And
it's
my
your show
point is
here.
this.
If you interrupt me in the first minute, it's bad form. I'm saying that if you let the guest who agreed with you talk for 3 minutes, then don't allow me to talk for more than 1 second. You literally didn't let me finish the first sentence.
You have literally
good.
done more talking than all 3 other guests put together, multiple
That is not
by
true.
2 or 3. So
That's
cool your
not true,
precious
but my
jets.
issue with you interrupting
Cool
was
your
not
precious
at this
jets.
point. It was at the first 10 seconds. My point was just to interrupt me in the first 10
Why?
seconds. So
Can you
much I've
calm
spoken now is
down?
irrelevant.
Can you
I'm
calm
fine.
down?
I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I'm talking over you.
Right.
Can I jump in
I
here,
have
Piers?
blue eyes. Right. I also have good genes, particularly on my mother's side, because my skin is surprisingly good for a person of my age, because my mother's side all had good skin. You got a problem with that? Mark?
Is that for me?
You got a problem with that? Yes. If I say I've got good genes from my mother because I have good skin and I've got blue eyes, so what?
So what color eyes are what color eyes are bad genes? If someone has bad genes, what would their hair or skin look like?
I don't think any are bad. I didn't see anybody from American Eagle
Why do you always
saying
need to
that
assume
anybody
the
else
negative?
is.
No one said anything.
No
was
one
bad.
from
Can I jump
American.
in
Just to be
here?
clear, hang on. Nobody from American Eagle was making any comparison. Nobody said somebody else's eye color or skin color was wrong or bad or anything negative. All they said, in an amusing pun, is that Sydney Sweeney has good genes and is wearing great jeans. That's it.
And here's
There was
where I-
no
here's why I
negative about anybody else.
And here's why I disagree with that. Because if I were to stand on here and say, oh, she's from a good background, she's Gentile, then we would all say, well, wait a minute. I didn't compare to anybody else. No, by saying that Gentile is the good background, I would be implicitly saying that the others are not. If I say I have a good body, I'm
That is
skinny, then I'm saying that
ridiculous.
other bodies are not good. It's an implicit comparison, but it's not out of context. Historically, in this country and in the West, we've always said that white bodies are more beautiful. So it's not like we're coming out of nowhere here. This is at a Zeus's head. We're starting from a place where we've already presumed white
Mark,
superiority.
we have spent the last 10 years.
All right,
if you look
Jedediah.
at- The last 10 years, if you look at all of the marketing campaigns, we have done how many segments on television about the elevation of obesity? You see people who are massive. Now we're saying it's a good thing, right? It's great. Let's celebrate everyone who's unhealthy and obese. If this ad was an African American, if this ad was a Hispanic girl, no one would be saying a peep. Frankly, I think if this ad was a white girl like me with brown hair, brown eyes, I got a little Spanish in me, I got a little Italian in me, I'm Sicilian, I got some African in me, I don't think anyone would be saying anything either. This is utterly ridiculous. The only people who are offended by this ad are people who choose to be offended by everything. Either you choose to see racism in everything, or you choose to see sexism or misogyny. I noticed that a whole lot of women online were mad about this ad because they were jealous. It was so obvious. Now they're saying that this woman is against the body positivity campaign because she's skinny. So let's just say the truth. Sydney Sweeney is a sex symbol. She is a young, hot woman. She is objectively attractive. That is all this ad was about. Now, why has the stock skyrocketed for this company? The reason this ad has done so well is, yes, because it creates controversy and we all talk about it and we debate, and American Eagle is very smart and they knew that, but also because there is a growing segment of the population just like me that is saying that is so tired of walking on eggshells to cater to people like Mark's sensitivities. Frankly, I don't care if you're offended. You can put an ad out and offend this person over here or that person over there. Everyone is always going to get offended by something. Who cares? Here's the bottom line. Stop getting so offended. If you see everything through the lens of race, that's your problem. That's not Sydney Sweeney's problem. That's not American Eagle's problem. If you see everything through the lens of misogyny, it's the same conversation over and over again.
Yeah, you know what? Hang on, don't all talk at once. Don't all talk at once. No, I'm going to come to Anastasia. Anastasia, here's the problem. The Democrats have just polled at record lows, right? They are incredibly unpopular. And I can tell you one of the reasons why. It's things like this. The reason Donald Trump got re-elected is partly the economy, partly immigration, but also partly the culture wars, which the liberal left, the woke left, tried so dementedly to fuel and fire for so many years, behaving like a bunch of insane fascists. And it comes down to stuff like this, where most people watch this ad and see it for what it is, a harmless ad with a hot actress selling jeans. But in the prism of the woke left, which I assume you would identify as, but correct me if I'm wrong, you look at it and see it as an obvious example of Nazism, eugenics, white supremacy, and you hate it and despise it, and anyone who likes it must be cancelled. And that's the problem with the woke left. That's why nobody wants to vote for anyone who identifies with the woke left. That's why Trump won. And no one on the left, in the woke left, seems to understand that it's exactly this kind of thing that is the reason that nobody wants to vote for you. Over to you.
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from, and I think that kind of strong narratives between, woke left, kind of hijacking everything, is part of a narrative of labeling people and not allowing nuance and context of what is actually happening here. So I'm not really interested in being inflammatory around the subject. Neither do I think that this particular campaign is a propaganda campaign for eugenics. But I am interested in thinking about the power of media and representation in our culture and what it means for somebody who engages with this ad who doesn't look like me. And as a marketer, I know that actually it is American Eagle's problem that is a reaction of their customer base, which is younger people and particularly younger girls. And as a marketer, I know it's a responsibility of the brand to understand their audience, to understand their worldview, the way that they form their associations, and connect with them, speak to them in a way that resonates. So it's absolutely...
Well, let me respond to that. Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day is designed to boost your energy and support weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep. And don't just take their word for it. Here are just a few of their success stories. England football legend Michael Owen lost 40 pounds. Robbie, the face of AFTV, dropped over 100 pounds. Linda, a top law firm executive, lost 50 pounds. And Anita, an immigration lawyer, shed 60 pounds. To watch their full stories and find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit oxfordnatural.com/peers. And here's the best part. Use the code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, and get 70% off your first order. Get 70% off with the promo code PEERS. Let me respond to that, because from a marketing point of view,
Sure.
American Eagle, several years ago, launched a lingerie campaign featuring female models with disabilities and chronic illnesses. One model was pictured wearing a colostomy bag, another was photographed with her arm in crutches, one woman posed in her wheelchair, and it did nothing for sales. So from a marketing point of view, it didn't work. Now you have a hot woman who is none of those things, who is just a hot woman like the old advertising used to use all the time, along with hot men. I remember the Calvin Klein jean ads with men, topless, selling buckets of jeans. And guess what? Sales are up 30%. So you as a marketer should say, well done, American Eagle. You've stopped being ridiculously woke, you know, trying to sell to very small groups of people and ignoring the mass majority who are going to buy your jeans. And now you've gone route one, using sex and femininity to sell jeans. And by the way, they don't care if she's white or black or anything else.
25%.
They just care that she's hot.
It's actually down really slow.
Beyonce sold jeans. That was a great campaign.
Back to 100,
that worked really
please.
well because she's a hot black woman. And the moment you try and read in all this other stuff, I mean, you say you don't want to be inflammatory. You literally said it was one of the most outrageously racist marketing campaigns ever. What could be more inflammatory than that?
Well, let me correct you, Pierce. I said that I've seen in recent years. I'm very careful with my words. So I did not paint this picture of this being a racist ad, ever. But I do think, and I think I've explained the way that representation works and the way that I see it working within this ad. Now, I would love to see the evidence for the 30% sales spike. I personally have not seen it. Neither I have seen, anyone in the marketing community share it. So I would love to see it and the source for that. However, there is a question of ethics and there is a question of ethical guardrails in marketing. I understand that in 2020 or whenever, brands were responding to the cultural moment of post-2020 impulse to increase representation, diversity, etc. And perhaps those campaigns were not commercially successful. Now, do I think that commercial outcomes justify any kind of campaign that implies anything out there just because it drives sales? Well, no, as a marketer, I am interested in driving business results, but also thinking about the ethics of representation and what kind of messages are young girls and children, frankly, consuming when they log on to their Instagram or TikTok and keep swiping. And again, I said, I take a more balanced approach to this. I do not think it was intentional propaganda, as I have already said, but I do think that there are some codes within this marketing media communications, which is a unit of media, that are concerning in the way that they are implying that good grade genes are represented by someone like Sweeney. Now, other co-panelists mentioned, if another particular model of other kind of background or maybe multiple models were featured, there's likely would not be an uproar. And that is because that kind of messaging carries cultural baggage, as I've mentioned, that is reflective of the history of racism in this country.
No, that's
and the
not
way
why.
that
Anastasia,
people,
that was me.
Because she's hang on, because she's white. Hang on, because she's white and got blue eyes. Is that why?
7 minutes.
Because the verbal cues surrounding this terminology that carries a lot of cultural weight, such as offspring, gray genes, are paired with these other signifiers that are very specific: blue eyes, blonde skin, etc. And you have to understand that this is just a reality of how our brains work. We move through life and we develop these conceptual and mental maps.
So you don't like it because she's white and got blue eyes. All right.
That's not why,
That is very dismissive and anti-intellectual.
Hang on. We're going to go in the right order. I'm going to ask Deborah Lee. Deborah Lee, I mean, ultimately we got to the real problem. She's white and got blue eyes. Since when was that a crime to use a white, blue-eyed woman who's hot and an actress to sell products? Happens all the time, as it does with black actresses, all the time.
I'd say somewhere in the last 5 to 6 years, the oldest marketing ploy from the beginning of time is sex sells. Every single person knows that. And the problem with the left and everybody who's offended by this is they extrapolate.
That's what it's doing, man. Fuck off.
They hear somebody say, I love being thin. And they go, oh, so you hate fat people? Sydney Sweeney saying she has good genes, which there's a lot that goes into having good genes we don't know about. Maybe she doesn't have any history of family illness. Maybe she has very low visceral fat. Like you said, Piers, great skin, didn't need braces. It's much more than just having blonde hair and blue eyes, okay? But to say that Sydney Sweeney has good genes means now we're saying that all these other people don't have good genes. Relax. Why do you have to always get offended by every single thing? Nobody's saying that. And let's just go back to, what was it, Abercrombie that had the shirtless models outside of all of their offices? It's the same people that are offended by the Sydney Sweeney ad that were dreaming and praying to end up with one of those shirtless models. Society has progressed too far in the sense where now every single person needs to be included on everything to find value.
Okay, Marla Monhill, I remember a model called Tess Holliday being the cover of Cosmopolitan magazine. She was 305 pounds and 5'2". And the whole piece was about how incredibly empowering this was and what an example of body positivity it was. When in fact, it was an unbelievably dangerous promotion of morbid obesity. That's what it was. Because if you're 305 pounds and 5'2", you are dangerously fat. And you are more likely than not to die from the repercussions of being that size. And yet the woke left went, look at this, isn't this fantastic? And yet here you have a model who's not super slim, Sydney Sweeney. She's got a very rounded, normal body, right? She's not like a stick insect supermodel. And she looks hot, and she's wearing jeans, and she happens to be white and happens to have blue eyes. To try and turn this into a racial thing or to compare it to the Nazis, even by woke standards, seems to me ridiculous.
Yo.
Okay.
Yo.
First, just for clarity,
Bro, you're
Sydney
such a
Sweeney
gooner,
is
dude.
a size 0.
What?
So
your loading screens. Like
All right.
80% of them is just tits and ass, bro. So
Yeah, I was
funny.
like, "Oh, let me just go Gooner route because it's better to look at that."
It's just funny. The speed is all over the place. I'm guessing Steam is getting kind of hammered.
Yeah.
I bet you it's because of the de novo nonsense.
What's that?
The problems?
Oh. Oh, you mean like the graphic problems?
Yeah, the optimization. Like UE5 and de novo in the same thing, I feel like that's... You're just asking for trouble.
Just because it's still pretty new. And a lot of people don't really understand.
What, de novo?
No, UE5.
Oh, yeah. I was about to say, de novo is not new, okay? It is a well-known problem for like 15 years now. I go from 115 megabytes to 25. Like, bitch, get your ass back up to 115, please. I was like 5 minutes away. Now it's 25 minutes.
Because there's too many people in it.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
Get away, get away.
Get off my internet. Young bunks. Get off my lawn.
Do you want to knock?
Yeah?
Who's there?
BJ.
BJ who?
BJ me.
Wait, where's the knock? I accepted it, but I don't see it.
Yeah, you're not. Is awaiting response. Synarchy.
It didn't pop up.
You're my only
I
favorite.
pressed yes. I accepted, but it didn't show up my web browser.
I'll hang up and do it again. You get it?
No.
It says awaiting response. You invited Synarchy.
It didn't come up. Let me refresh. Try again, because it didn't come up.
I'm inviting you now.
No, I think
you invite me. Let me close the thing. You invite me. I closed it.
Fuck.
Accept.
Yeah. Cool.
All right.
Is it shared?
Yeah.
Cool.
See, that's how hard it was. You press one button.
Yeah. For some reason I had to go open up my. I opened up my Chrome browser and it said join. And I'm like, huh? And then it turned off. It said knock. Okay. It looks like it lagged or something.
Yeah. I just accepted in the dashboard.
Yeah, I did that as well, but nothing popped up. Usually something pops up saying,
Yeah, like the orange thing above the chat or the pink thing, whatever the fuck,
Mm.
whatever color it is. I hate that it's staying stable at 30 megabytes a second now. You fuck. I should be doing 4 times the speed.
I've remember that person who should not be named. I forgot he or she was on my shift friend list. I had to quickly.
That's funny.
Yeah, because she is playing, and you can clearly see on the top right corner on the main menu all your friends.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't give a fuck, bro. Watch me play and have fun while you play on your lonesome, bitch. That's what you get for being a dick. Are we talking about the 100% of the time I'm negative Nancy guy? Or girl?
Guy.
Or girl?
Yeah. But it was
Yeah.
on my chat.
Yeah, I banned him like a year before.
I wonder if there's any shift code rewards.
There are, yeah. I already have the webpage open.
Oh, can you link that, please?
Yeah. Make sure you watch my stream or your stream because there's also drops.
Yeah. But is that the only stuff
that I found so far? Yeah. I mean, the game is out for like 5 hours, bro. What do you want?
Usually, it will usually like they have like shit tons of them, right? Even though it just came out.
Don't forget, these are all account wide, so don't just use them willy nilly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so far those two are the only ones. Known.
I don't see you on the friend list.
Well, I'm still
A lot
downloading.
of people playing. The Siren Girl.
I didn't like her.
The people I know.
I'm not playing her.
Are you playing hard mode, by the way?
Can do.
Because it's looking for the challenge. You get 10% damage taken, 10% extra cash, loot quality is increased, elemental affinities matter more.
Yeah, could be fun. We'll see how hard it is, right? You can always put it down. I don't even know what characters are available. I've been avoiding
Amon the Berserker, the ex-soldier, is a exosuit soldier. Halloween, or whatever I pronounce her name, is the Malawan employee who uses elemental gadgets. And the Siren Girl, I can't remember her name.
Venus?
Venus? No.
Huh? I don't remember.
Oh, you said penis for a second.
No, Venus. What the fuck? Why would I say Venus? Bro, get your mind out of the gutter, bro. Come on. God, mountain peaks and valleys, that's how my download looks like right now. Getting annoyed.
They're still using the faults. I swear they can just change the story of
Yeah, but they'd have to work harder.
Wow.
What's for dinner?
Shrimp.
Oh.
Scampi, sorry. Scampi with fries and burger Betty.
I don't need anything out of the ocean.
Oh, yeah?
I don't like the texture and yeah, the consistency and the texture. I don't like eating moist shit. You know what I mean? I don't know.
But I mean, you don't have to cook it to be like moist texture.
I do like calamares though. That's like the one thing. And fish sticks, I guess, but that's not really. That doesn't really count. That's not really fish. That's junk food. Let's be honest. Seven minutes at the slow speed. Let's hope it goes up again. I gotta stop looking. I want to see myself. I'm being spoiled. I don't know why I'm like averting my eyes. I just can change tab, dumbass.
It's cool that you have like different build that have gives you different special ability. I kind of wish you can use all three of them.
Yeah, that'll be. Yeah, I don't know. I get what you mean, but I also get
Like
why you
Rafa
can't.
has like shoulder cannon and blades.
Which one?
The soldier, the
Mhm.
ex-soldier. Fact. She's not considered a siren. They're considered as a witch, apparently. I guess there's a difference.
Is there?
Why did the main bad guys? It remind me of Destiny 2. The creature from the moon.
Oh, I can't remember
Yeah,
that.
those undead ones.
But that's that. Yeah, I can't. I don't remember that at all. 92%.
Vex is kinetic and all elemental. Amon is fire and cryo. Rafa is shock and corrosive. Holloway is cryo and radiation. Interesting.
Oh, you looking at the characters? Let me tab back in.
Yeah. Graviton, Exosoldier, Fortunate, Siren. Oh yeah, there's also like a special Twitch drop if you watch specific streamers like Shroud.
That's dumb.
Yeah, you get a gun called Midnight Defiance.
Must be
you
nice
should
to be
try.
paid to stream.
Yep. Have you chosen a character you want to try? I mean, as in when you first heard about them.
No, I first heard about them just now when you told me about them.
All right. Oh, so who would you try first then?
Not the siren.
Neither you
I
did.
generally don't like sirens. I love the Psycho in Borderlands 2. He was hilarious. DLC though.
Yeah.
%98%.
Vault Hunter trait. Vex is attuned to the elemental type of her current gun. Vex is joined by Trouble, who will attack nearby enemies. Can be turned into a badass.
%99%.
Dead Ringer allows Vex to summon a Spectre or a scythe-wielding Reaper. The Spectre has a gun, the Reaper has a scythe, and they taunt enemies. You can have up to 3 minions at the active at time.
Ooh, someone has minions?
Yes. Vex, she can summon minions.
The Siren can summon minions now? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, she can. It's just like ghost appearance of herself. And she also has a familiar, which is a tiger or panther. I don't know. A Sabertooth looks more like. And then she has a second ability is Incarnate. Explodes with phase energy, fully restoring health and allowing her to throw powerful Eldritch blasts at her enemies. And her first one is Phase Familiar, which is having a pet Sabertooth tiger.
Sounds cool.
Cult Survivor.
I'm compiling.
Amon, the Forge Knight. Scourge.
He's gonna be melee.
Amon equips a Forge Shield. Yeah, you can equip a Forge Shield to absorb incoming damage and use a Forge Whip to send it back at his enemies. The second one is Charge Skill. Amon forms a pair of Forge axes in his hand that can be thrown at his enemies. Forge axes explode when detonated or when the enemy dies. And then he has Onslaughter. Amon powers his Forge Fist, allows him to rocket punch at his enemies. While active, he also gains increased shield regeneration, movement, and gun damage. So it's kind of melee, but he does still have range.
Yeah, he sounds like the Psycho a little bit. Well, not really, but in terms of like where he fights, how he fights.
Amon's passive is Hunter trait is gains a Force skill. Depending on his equipped actions, Force skills can be activated by pressing and holding F.
Why can I offset the reticle? What?
It's like Halo, innit? Halo's offset center. Rafa goes into overdrive and uses his action skills, gaining increased damage and movement speed for duration. His first one is Peacebreaker Cannons. Equips shoulder-mounted Peacebreaker Cannon that shoots enemies in front of him. Or he can go Arc Knife.
Alright, let me do my options.
Apophis Lance. Holloway.
Oh, give me a second, my mom's calling me. Hello?
Bro, I need a drink. Yo, Joe, you guys have some same drops as Stroud, not exclusive. I don't know. I haven't started yet. Remember?
All right, sorry about that. Yeah, my mom called. That's a phone call I have to pick up, Kappa.
No, I'm getting messages. People.
Also,
Raging in it about this game.
Oh.
Looks like Holloway is the only one who can do support.
How do you see the new game?
Mm-hmm.
You picked hard, right?
Yeah. I picked
How you doing, Joe? What's up? The game is notoriously unoptimized for people, so I'm hoping that we're not affected.
Old Marcus still has a few tales to tell.
It's already mostly negative on Steam because of it.
This is the start of something new. A spark that just
I'm playing Rafa.
Yeah, it is. And the Nouveau. Rafa? I shall pick somebody else.
The planet Kairos. Heard of it? Of course not. And for good reason. For thousands of years, it was a place of legend, hidden from the outside universe. The only way you found it was by accident or chance. And if you did, well, you weren't ever going to leave. For Kairos was a prison, ruled by a tyrant made immortal by alien technology. They called him the Timekeeper.
He looked. The Timekeeper looks a little bit like not Megatron.
Less than absolute.
What the fuck is the bad guy from the X-Men?
That justified keeping an entire
The mass helmet?
in chains?
Magneto.
Yeah, that's the one.
At the center of his seat of power, whispers told of unknowable treasures locked away inside. Perhaps even the source of his immortality. But where there are vaults, you will always find vault hunters. Fearsome warriors, driven by dreams of glory, wealth, knowledge, and power. The Timekeeper's order was perfect.
Vision.
It was supposed to last forever. But Vault Hunters, they have a way of screwing up your plans. This new story? Well, it begins 6 years after Mayhem first came to Kairos. 6 years after the sky turned to fire.
Gate from Destiny. Is it Gate, the one you were talking about? Seen?
So, what's the question?
Joe says he looks like Gate from Destiny. Was it Gate that you meant?
No, I meant the enemies, the grunts and stuff. They look like those zombies.
That looked painful.
But Cade is the is that guy who used the ace pistol.
Nathan Fillion, right?
RJ. Let's go RJ. Oh wow, that sensitivity is a little bit too high. Why can't they just make it simple and give me a 1 sensitivity bar? What am I looking at? Cutter speed?
I see why you picked Rafa.
Why?
I'm watching the intro.
Yeah, he's like sci-fi, and I like sci-fi.
I mean, they're all pretty sci-fi.
I don't get this fucking mouse sensitivity control. Where is it?
It's the horizontal and vertical look sensitivity, all the way to the top.
But why? It's only one set to 1.
Yeah, so go lower. 1 means 100, bro. Okay, I might actually play the Siren. Holy shit.
Okay.
Yeah, Disco Ball looks, I don't know, Disco Ball girl looks, The other two look pretty nice. I don't normally like playing Siren. They were boring in the other Borderlands.
I wonder if I can join you now, or do we have to wait?
Just wait where you are.
Prologue.
I've still yet to pick a character, right? Yeah, but she's the Siren's basically a necromancer now. She can fucking summon minions.
Not exactly like a necromancer, but yeah.
Like, she's a hunter? That's lame. Or a necromancer. He looks cool too. Yeah, you know what I mean. A pet class, there you go. She's basically support, a little bit, yeah. If you do this one.
You might. I had to tweak the settings to get a smooth 60 frames. I don't know if it's going to stay like that, but I don't know. You might need to tweak your graphic settings.
We're about to find out. I chose the siren.
That one.
Everyone get a warm welcome like this?
Yo, this guy reminds me of Doom, bro. Holy fucking shit.
Me?
So much.
I'd rather kill you.
Feelings mutual, man.
What guy?
The floating guy.
Oh, you mean the angels makers?
Yeah, he's also a fat floating guy, right? So yeah, in the same like type of outfit too.
But I do only as he commands.
Come on.
You got some
I'll come
nice
right back
cosmetics.
After I break your neck. Big guy'll never know.
And loads of them are to do with completing missions.
He's always
challenges.
Time to bolt.
I'm gonna straight up kill you, man.
What use is a vault?
Wait, wasn't there supposed to be pre-order bonus? Where's my pre-order bonus?
Mayhem. I take that.
You can change individual colors
Who the
of
hell
the
are you?
characters.
My
Yeah,
name is my
that's not new.
That's
The
nice.
ones who gave it to me called me Timekeeper. Now you may have had free
Yeah.
will out there
Tell
in
me
the
they
myriad galaxies.
removed
but
that
here,
shit.
on Kairos, you exist in my universe. You will obey my will, and you'll serve the use I have for you.
Good luck with that.
But it's kind of dumb. I can change the color of my body, but like some part of the body, but I can't change the helmet color.
Deterministic.
That's dumb.
Like any domestic.
Borderlands usually has different heads for that,
They
right?
must be tagged.
Remember?
Yeah, but I thought you
And when
could at
necessary,
least change some
shoved
scheme of the
back into
colors.
place. This bolt is
Character
that
name.
guiding
I can change the character name. Why? What does it say on my screen?
on your neck forever. There. The
Oh,
bolt is part of you now.
Oh, here it is. Gilded Glory Pack.
You are
It's in
no
your
longer
reward
a vault hunter.
drone.
I have a new use for you. And once that use is done, I can offer you
You use
the
keys?
Comfortable.
No, it's just when you open up your
No, I mean, did
inventory-
you use the keys for the
Not
key?
peaceful end.
Keys.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean.
Then you should have gone out guns
Yeah, you
blazing when
redeemed
you
them.
had the
I'll put it that way.
chance.
Malfunction. Malfunction.
It gave me, the pre-order items. They gave me a level 50 gun. What the fuck?
Echo, boot up their HUD so they can check for entrance. I'm RJ. I'm a vault hunter with the Crimson Resistance. Come on, let's get out of here.
That gun looks like a piece of shit. Whoa! Holy fuck! You weren't kidding! Jesus Christ! I almost puked from seasickness.
What happened?
The mouse.
Oh.
Let's turn that way down.
I can change my head into those psychos. What the helmets they wear?
Yeah.
You can, if you pre-order, you get that hat. What the fuck is this color scheme?
Technically, I pre-ordered.
So is my intel right?
I'm in the game now, by the way. But I'm doing settings as well.
Fucking, they gave me a a skin color called Lust for Luster. It looks like fucking Christmas color scheme.
Vault Hunter too.
Yeah.
I wonder it's
many
because of
specs.
my influence
Hey,
on the color.
not complaining, but why are you helping me?
The Crimson Resistance is gonna free.
Poker. It's supposed to be pink. Oh yeah, it does. Okay. There's weapon skins as well. I think it's the weapon skin is only for legendaries though. Oh no, wait, you can put it on every gun. Cool. I like that. Paint job.
You got a level 50 gun?
Yeah, from the pre-order.
Oh yeah. I've got a
Go
bunch
to
of level
inventory
30s as
and
well.
there's like a little drone. Yeah.
Yeah, a level 1 gun,
So how do I join you?
2 level 30 things, and a level 50.
Okay, I can join you. Did you set the game to private? I mean, friends only.
Don't know. Hang
It's
on.
under session.
Yeah.
Figured we could use all the Vault Hunters we can get.
I'm in the menu.
Every time you go,
Yeah,
hello.
friends only.
And did you set it to hard?
Yeah.
Okay. On the session setting.
Yeah, it's hard.
Okay. Let's go.
Rock hard, baby. The keys, you know what I meant. Like, they're keys, and you get when you redeem the keys, they give you keys. So it's not my fault. It's needlessly confusing. Oh my god, it's a triple burst.
The keys to get keys.
Oh, I'm out of ammo. Yeah.
Yeah, same. Oh, I just got rubber banded there. Oh god, burst pistols.
Guards are onto us. Take them out.
Is it me, or is this game sounding a little flat?
It's a shitty gun, in it.
What is this? Jump pad? No. Sad.
I'm out of bullets. Where do I get more bullets?
Loot? Is this your first Borderlands?
Where?
Everything that has like
Dude,
a
I don't
green
see no
icon.
chests.
Look at all this shit. There's just all over the place. I've been opening all of them.
Should take the edge off.
I don't have. They don't have ammo in them.
Well, that's because I looted them.
Come on. We gotta get to the next floor.
You Steve.
The security room up there's our way out.
What
T for
were those
healing.
things?
Sims.
Are these jump pads?
The timekeeper.
That's what I thought, but no.
Oh, that's the spawn.
Good riddance.
I think that's the way they spawn.
Gotta say,
Yeah,
this
tell
is
me,
the
yeah, maybe.
fanciest prison I've ever been in.
They're called the Order for a reason.
Got some ammo.
Things neat and under
Yeah, because PJ
control.
nicked it. I didn't nick nothing. I just paid attention to the loot.
Everyone
Right?
who lands on Cairo ends up here.
It's not my fault you run past 5 chests. You
Yes, the
know?
timekeeper's domination.
I just go, oh, thank
Yeah,
you.
but they're no ammo chests though. They're just cash.
No, they were ammo chests. You went to me?
We all get it. Ammo chest here.
I opened the jump tutorial. You could hold like tab to open the jump tutorial. If it says, if you like jumping, please jump with space. It will be super helpful in navigating the vertical areas of the game, of which there are many. Have a good time. Random. Is the game sounding flat to you?
I don't know. You can set the audio to, because right now I think by default it's hi-fi.
Yeah, I have high quality headphones. I have an idea. Hang on.
I don't know.
Let me turn FX.
I can't really tell, to be honest. Unless you mean you're sounding a bit quiet, then...
That sounds better. It's a little bit more rounded now.
What'd you do?
I have a program. It's basically an equalizer.
Oh, you didn't change anything in the game?
No, no.
Oh my god, the ADS on this weapon is shit. Have you ADS on that weapon?
There's the security room.
Can't see shit.
Yeah, I know, right? Like fireworks.
So wait, the Steam is just regions? Seemingly?
There's anything fun in there.
What's that?
The Steam regions. It's just a region.
Lockdown's got us hemmed in. Echo 4, get hacked.
Yeah, I think the Stim pack that you use by pressing T
Did that
is
hurt me?
is the one that instantly heals you.
You should take a shot.
Yeah, that'll buy us some time. We're gonna crack this.
Take a what?
prison.
Take a
Why?
shot. Shoot me.
Vault Hunter, wanna do the honor?
Oh, it goes through me?
Why?
Sad.
Yeah.
Alright, look at the ground.
Why you want to die?
And then shoot.
Hit the switch.
Did I do damage for you?
No?
I guess we have different weapons then. Because... Oh no. Okay, stand against the wall and then shoot. Wait, how the fuck? Come here. Stand here, right? Don't use it, but just shoot it. Stand right in front of it and shoot it.
What?
The button.
What are you trying to do?
You took damage.
What are you talking about?
I take damage when I shoot this.
Oh, yeah, because it explodes, that's why. The bullets explode and becomes AoE. Yeah, don't do that.
Break, baby! Nice one. Doors open. Let's go.
I will remind any and all rabid prisoners.
Is there a dodge button?
He is
No.
watching. There is no escape. No one leaves.
Yeah, explosive rounds. Yeah, I guess.
The prisoners won't get far, but they'll distract the order while
It's
we
like
escape.
they just bounce off normally, so I don't know why it was just exploding on the.
Like fireworks.
Hell of a sight, huh? 6 years ago, that moon appeared from nowhere.
It's about as accurate as fireworks, yeah.
Shards fell like rain.
What?
I said it's about as accurate too.
Go, rubber band.
Guess it kinda did. Timekeeper.
Oh, so far, knock on wood, I'm running at a 60 smooth.
I do get rubber banding though.
Yeah, but
There's
that's
some lag.
the server. Yeah, that's not. That's not performance,
What do you
right?
mean when you said the prisoners won't get far?
They're bolted, just like us. Won't be long before the timekeeper walks them right
What's
back
that with
into their
these?
cells. We just need the timekeeper looking their way, not yours.
What? That doesn't make sense. I'd switch it to SMG mode. To burst.
Oh, hey, press C.
Horrible.
Oh, you already have. Yeah. That's flying incendiary. You have shock as well. Wait, where are you shooting?
What the fuck? Every single gun I picked up is fucking burst rifle. Disgusting.
What's the difference?
I think it just uses SMG bullets.
Oh yeah, yeah, you're right.
And it basically has different stats.
Yeah.
And, like, supposed to shoot faster.
Barely. Shoot lightning, I'll shoot fire.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
Just fight through.
Oh, I'm sure. My bad.
Oh shit, I'm dying. How many healing pack do we get?
Unlimited. It's a regen. I literally just said that.
But no, there is a limit. There's a cooldown on it.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. It regens.
Oh, I thought you meant regen as in your health regen.
No, the health item the T thing.
This is it.
Yeah.
We can exfil here.
I'm lagging, man.
You're gonna need this.
Grapple grabber.
Good. Now, follow my lead. All right.
What button do you press?
Time to explore.
Alt middle mouse. Yeah, right? That's
No,
what I said.
Because I thought you meant
Okay, hang
regen
on.
as in regen health.
Because I'm changing that button. I'm gonna put that on num1.
We gotta slide down. Come on.
Because he didn't say cooldown, he just said regen. I thought regen. Oh, okay, healing regen.
This looks like a fun slide.
I think
Oh, it says slide down. We have to go down it. Yeah, okay, never mind. We're about to find out if it's fun or not. Whee! Oh. My character certainly thinks it's fun. She's laughing the whole way down.
My character doesn't say anything.
Looks like we got separated.
Oh, you can't go underwater.
Never better. So, escape successful? Are we clear?
Not exactly. The Order's gonna have search parties combing through these woods. I stashed us a ride out, though. Let's meet up ahead.
Witness.
It sounds like a fucking fireworks as well. Feels very underwhelming.
Born 91 pistol. You taking that pistol?
Do you want it?
I want to use a straight shooter.
Took it as junk, let me drop it.
I think I got one as well.
Oh. Yeah, it is a...
Oh my god, it's another burst rifle,
Yeah,
burst pistol. For fuck's sake, what's going on?
I have a... Ooh. Oh, nice. I got a revolver.
Why am I getting all the burst weapons?
I mean, everything else I've got is burst too, so... like... Where are we going?
Some more chests here. just ammo actually. Are you going this way?
The Timekeeper has gifted you the serenity of a boat. This is how you show thanks.
Yeah, it depends on the. That also accounts for the type of elements they can have.
I thought you said almond. Oh, we can do a ground slam.
Oh?
Double jump and then control and crouch. Oh, lag.
Where the fuck are we going?
In this cave.
Can't even see no gate.
You took like a drunk. There you are, drunk.
Tight squeeze through there. You'll have to crouch.
What?
RJ, the Timekeeper can take me over.
I don't drink alcohol, bro. What the fuck?
No, I'm talking about Joe.
Oh. Oh, sorry.
Whoa, no. That thing is
I can see your chat, remember?
Yeah.
to your nervous system. When people try to rip their bolt out, it turns them crazy. Or just straight up kills them.
So why bother running?
It's just a matter of time. Not with Echo 4 on our side.
What's
He's jamming
this?
my bolt. And if we can get you somewhere safe while the Timekeeper's distracted, we'll jam yours too.
It's got that sound effects I remember from COD. Or was it COD? I can't remember what game. But when you kill things, it goes that.
No idea.
Oh.
Haven't really heard it yet.
No, you know when you kill something, it makes a sound effects.
Yeah, I haven't noticed it. Shall pay attention from now on.
Okay, I don't think there's anything up here. There's no dodge dash, is there?
I don't think so, no.
Good.
You're still in one piece. Not that I expected anything less from Vault Hunter. They're looking for us. Keep a low profile.
Come on. We gotta reach our getaway ride.
Low profile is my middle name.
It really isn't.
Open the vault.
There's enemies on our left.
Did you come here for the vault too?
No. I was born on Kairos. But I heard all about Vault Hunters from off-rollers who crashed. When the Moonfall chaos started, I took my chance and struck out on my
I
own.
missed all of the shots. Every single one.
I'll introduce you to the leader of the Crimson Resistance when we get off this island. I only joined
God, I'm
recently,
lagging.
but it's exactly what this planet needs. A whole rebellion, fighting together
For freedom from the time. Oh,
and I can't wait to rub it in his shiny face when we crack that vault of his.
You know, you can just E on it, right? You don't have to waste ammo.
No, I just wanted to shoot it.
To be fair, I do it too much of the time. Can't be bothered to walk all over there. Oh, look at that.
There's something over there.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's a gun chest. Brother, did you see your own loot there? I just took all the guns.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we've got a separate loot then. Because I just took 2 guns as well.
Come up here if you can. I don't know if this is the right way. Oh my god, lagging.
He is always watching.
Where did I pick up anyway? They were the same pistol. How do I know if it's burst rifle, burst shot?
Data list is probably all. Use the Jacobs.
The Jacob I've got is burst as well.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, mine isn't.
Fucking annoying.
I have two. Neither of them are.
Wait, is this the right way?
Oh, I have no idea, dude. I'm just looking around. No, it's not the right way.
Oh, let's just look around.
Yeah, where we started. This is where we went down.
I swear, press M. It looks different.
Does it?
Yeah.
Or maybe. Yeah, go north is still black.
There is no escape.
Yeah, I heard it now. It does kind of sound like their call out. It's just because it does the same thing, right?
See anything unique around here?
Nope. Besides from you, you're so unique.
I don't see no chests. I was hoping to find chests. Oh, lag.
Well, right now you're not gonna find jack shit anyway. Too low level.
Oh, let's head back then. I'm going away.
There. We'll go through that order.
Oh shit! Spam the recovery thing. I just made a bunch of money. Achievements give you money. I got an achievement from using my health regen.
Medkit.
Yeah.
Search party, clear him out.
Gave me money and iridium.
How do you TP2 players if I get lost?
How do you what?
Joe.
Just click on me, I guess, on the map.
Oh, okay.
Nice. That dude exploded. What the fuck?
I keep shooting at RJ for some reason. Yeah, it does a little bit.
Oh, shit.
Alright, it's just through here.
Thank you. Yeah, the grapple's very bad. Bulletstorm. I wonder if you can like lash somebody with it. There's 2 chests up here.
Damn. This door was locked.
Oh, it's never mind. Just stabbing. Oh, hello. What's this? Just more ammo. What have we here? That's what I said.
I found a weapon chest here.
Where you at? I'm above you. Hang on.
Still burst, fucking burst, everything bursts. God damn it. Yes, finally, a non-burst weapon.
Let's find a bunch of shit too. Give me a second.
Such every rock and tree. They cannot escape.
Don't forget to heal.
I have watching Kuka, 41 DPS. Is watching Mookie, 44 DPS.
I don't really have to press E to pick up these money and ammo, right?
No, no. It happens.
That's
It
good.
flies towards you when you get near it.
I remember like the old Borderlands, you had to click on everything.
Yeah.
It's fucking
You could
annoying.
hold the button down and it would dragging everything around you.
Yeah.
Hang on, there was something I noticed. Where is it? Up here.
What?
There's a ladder here, so I want to check it out.
Yeah, this is where we're supposed to go. Resistant stash, it said.
Crimson resistance stash.
Okay.
Yeah, the NPC revives. Yeah.
How useful.
Well, he'll go away, just like the tutorial. I guess.
Right, there it is, over there.
I mean, it still will. Sooner than planned.
We came out of here, right? We get up there?
The grapple.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I see.
Look up.
Oh, you had the cozy little camp going up here, RJ.
I've been waiting a long time
Shields.
for the right Vault Hunter to arrive. Go ahead, raid the place.
Shielded up, RJ.
Awesome. Almost got the door. Come on down.
Lurking Murky. 195, 91. What the hell is Bond 95? Because it doesn't say Bond 95 on this. Okay,
What?
It says. Alright, never mind. You have to put your mouse off it first.
Let me drink.
Seems like all the Bond 95s are bursts.
Returning to your cells, which was 0 seconds away.
Lurking Kuka. Mine is using Lurking Muki. I think Lurking Kuka is the burst.
It should be single shots. Mine was single shots.
Is it called Cookie though? Kuka.
Yeah. I now have a Mookie.
Oh yeah, it is a single shot. It felt like a burst for some reason.
Where we go?
This way, I guess. Why doesn't the minimap show you where to go? I guess you can look at the compass. Explosive barrel.
There we go. Let's get to our ride. Maybe we can even pick up some of the other prisoners.
Return now, Vault Hunter. What is I?
Oh,
Guess not.
They were dead. I guess we can pick up their corpses.
Made me. There was a time I would have used a gentler touch with these wayward creatures.
Controlled.
But now they serve a greater purpose. Now you see the true bars of your cage. You cannot break free.
What the hell?
What the hell?
Why'd you sound like Marcus right there?
There's a weapon chest up here.
We have to get out of here. Now.
Because I think Marcus is Spanish as well.
Oh,
No, he's like Russian.
Wachimuki.
I never imagined he.
They were the same guns.
We need to get your bolt jammed as soon as possible.
Guess this Proleg's only giving us shit stuff.
It's just down this way.
There's a gun store.
Dude, I can sell.
Oh, it's ammo. The reefer ammo.
Sell junk. Let me add some stuff to the junk.
How do you sell junk?
I mean, it showed up as junk, so. You have to toggle junk in the menu first.
Or the Daedalus selling that shit.
Sell junk. That also gave me an achievement. Where do I see the iridium?
It should be in the menu, right? Excuse me.
I do not see where I see my money. Oh, backpack. 10 iridium. And 2 skulls, whatever that is.
Where is it?
Hover over the dollar icon, bottom right.
Oh yeah. What's that 2 skull? I'm guessing that's the skull keys.
I think so, yeah, golden keys. I changed my colors as well.
Wait, there's ammo for assault rifle, pistol, shotgun, SMG, and rifle, but where's LMG?
That's probably assault
Did
rifle
they
too,
get-
no? I don't know.
Did they get rid of LMGs now? They used to be separate.
They have LMGs?
Yeah, back in other Borderlands, I swear they did.
As a separate entity? Wasn't it just assault rifle?
I don't know, I can't remember actually, but I'm pretty sure that it was separate.
We are getting out of here!
No, we're not.
It's getting a root.
Warden Skate would rather just kill you.
The
get
feeling's
paid.
mutual. Oh, they're fast. Where is he? Where is he even? Oh, over there.
He's flying.
Yay.
That's a lot
First
of damage.
action skill.
Hey, can I get a hand up?
Why does it say first action skill?
Because you got 3 action skills.
Yeah, but can we use more than one? Yeah, no, only one can be equipped at a time. Yeah, okay.
Which one you going for?
Yes.
The necromancer one.
Yeah, obviously.
I'm not sure which one or what I want. I like all 3 of them.
How do I select the? Oh, there.
I'll try the melee one for now. It's the gun that dropped on the floor.
Purple.
Is it? It's not purple.
Yeah, it is for me. I have purples.
What?
That's
Bullshit.
junk.
Did you turn on colorblind mode or something?
Nope, I have 2 purples,
Cheat.
man. Like I can see the outline.
Cheater. Cheater.
Submachine gun.
Favoritism.
Two submachine guns.
I've only got greens and whites. I have a 1 flat off.
It's daedalus though, so it's burst right. They're both daedalus. Oh, revive.
Oh, I think flat off my favorite gun so far.
All part of my master plan. Ow! This is where I betray you. Seriously, can you imagine?
No.
Thanks.
Yes.
We gotta get out of here before the timekeeper. Yeah!
Too late.
What are you? Oh, crap.
I'm always watching. I wanted to see how useful my new Vault Hunter could be in action.
Pretty useful.
Besides, it's more fun getting your hands dirty when they aren't your hands.
Murder, kill, purge.
Ownership.
Wait, how did that knock me out?
Oh, that sucked.
I mean, it's plugged into your
RJ,
cortex. So.
You okay?
I mean, the drone.
Yeah, we got some shit in our back.
They swap places. Somehow.
What use is a Vault Hunter? None at all.
No!
They couldn't shoot straight?
I was about to say, you missed, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, the one chance and you
Giant
missed
fuck
that.
off explosion, you still missed it. Twat. What a loser.
Wait, how did that drone transfer the mind control? I thought the device is connected to your spine. Oh no, it's Claptrap.
Scoop it up, beach trash. Ooh, there's some over there.
He's always over the top. I don't like him no more. He was great in one, but in...
Yeah, it's a bit annoying. And ever since I watched fucking Jack Black's Claptrap.
I did not watch that movie, dude. Fuck that. Hell no.
Sent from the starry beyond?
He wrote recruits wrong. And welcome.
I said our
Wait, what the fuck? You don't have a banner. There's a banner behind him. You don't see it.
What banner?
A banner that says welcome recruits, misspelled horribly?
Oh yeah.
Yes!
Did you turn the stuff down, I guess?
No, I can see it. It's there. I saw it.
Well, it wasn't there when it should have been when I looked. It just popped into existence. You were having some loading issues, you see.
Crimson Resistance. So, what's your whole deal? I'm Vex, and my whole deal is that your friend RJ just helped me break out of prison. He told me to find you. RJ! My #1 recruit! Most promising Vault Hunter I know. We'd be lost without him. Actually, where is he?
Kinda dead.
He didn't make it.
Oh look, characters never makes it.
He's basically a Richard.
Crimson Resistance, new RJ. Oh gosh, there's so much to do. Let me give you the tour. We've got everything we'll need to free this planet. A couple shacks, a banner. Oh, complimentary hot dogs. Ta-da! What do you think?
Ta-da!
I set up our recruitment center on this beach because it's so nice, and not because
There's a gun in the fridge.
Not a ton of applicants lately, but I knew it was just a matter of time.
A flat off.
Much time.
Oh, I love flats of guns, man.
Ooh, grenades.
Grenade. It's a hot dog.
Those are batteries, bud.
Oh, batteries.
Oh.
They're complimentary.
Batter dogs.
Compliment them. Rude. Whatever. Look, I got it.
Yeah, batter dogs.
All my top dogs got eaten by those psychopathic rippers higher up on the beach. Okay, well, I can definitely take care of your Ripper problem.
Really? I mean, really good job showing initiative, rookie! Come on, there, this way!
A painter.
Yeah, I'm using that too.
The painter?
Yeah.
Is that a Daedalus gun?
Yeah. It's the purple one I picked up?
I found a large caffeinated stim. Funny. What's this Daedalus painter? Is it? It's still burst.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, this one's burst.
Ugh. I'm guessing the old burst for Daedalus.
I think so, yeah. Okay, wait, let me try something out. Don't shoot him, don't shoot him, don't shoot him.
Oh shit.
Oh, does this hurt your soul?
I think that one doesn't move though.
No.
Your siphon moves.
Just shoots, yeah.
That's basically like a turret.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
I'm not gonna call it the melee when I'm flying enemies, right? It's not gonna go well.
But I think it can fly to them though.
No. The melee one can fly? I don't think, I'm not sure.
It hovers, isn't it? It doesn't have legs. It's like a reaper.
The ocean looks kind of nice, sort of.
Yeah.
Like the movement of the waves.
Is there 4 damage?
I would guess not. Just jump again at the end, right? Oh, there's something here. Echo log.
I guess I don't get it. Okay. Oh, I've leveled up.
I understand that the Order alone keeps Kairos alive. I understand that Kairos' survival is paramount to the survival of the universe. I understand that by placing my selfish intentions above those of the Order, I threaten the Order.
Where'd you find it?
Therefore, all life throughout the universe. I regret my
It's gone because I
actions
picked it up,
and
obviously.
sincerely repent for
It's right here.
Was it here?
walking on grass without authorization. I swear to never make the same mistake nor any other mistake knowingly or otherwise.
Which way you want to go? Because you can go anywhere you like.
Let me, hang on, give me one. I wish you could like make the dialogue volume a little more loud than it.
Still sure. It's a point of interest. Genome Mangler.
Are we supposed to follow Claptrap?
We don't have to.
I mean, might as well. Pick up quests, man.
Alright, there's a point of interest here.
This is probably the place we have to delete. Oh.
Whoa, what the hell is that?
My Reaper.
No, the enemy. Look at my melee mode.
Nice. Oh, we got a badass.
Another enemy. What a killer, friend.
Oh, fuck. The badass killed me. Badass rat attacked. Wow, that grenade was so underwhelming. I got a grenade. Explosion is tiny. Don't want to be rude. And it blew up. What's this? Oh, it's a gun box.
Total junk, though.
Yep. What's that up there? Looks like.
I found something to throw.
Ooh. Oh, something better up here. Come up here.
Oh yeah, red boxes are always better. Vampiric throwing knife, grenade ordnance, bloodthirsty grenade lifesteal. Interesting. You like shotguns?
No. How do I drop? Okay. Fuck! I dropped it and picked up it back up. God dang. Oh, you picked up my SMG. God damn it.
Oh, which one?
The Vladov gun.
I have 2 Vladov guns. What was it called?
It's the one with the side ammo magazine. I can't remember what it's called. It's green. It's got green camo.
This one I get. How do I drop it?
I need to drop some of these grey items, man. What's this? Are you cold or something?
Yeah, I stood in the freezing. Bro, I'm going back to Claptrap. I'm hoping there's like a fucking box that he leads us to. But we need to sell, man. Desperately.
Yeah. Or maybe it will take us to town. A Schmalawan shotgun. Can I teleport to you now?
I need to change the button for my grenades.
Underbarrel shotgun, nice. But why is it 49 magazine? Why couldn't it just make it 50? Fuck. Oh, this is an SMG. Zip rockets.
We're headed to that old order broadcast tower. I was gonna use it to send out a planet-wide Harvey Krubin message, but I couldn't get up the elevator without getting taken apart by rippers. Hey, look up there! Flying rippers!
Why is there a skull on my screen?
The stars, yo! That's hilarious. Ain't nobody gonna get that reference. Holy fuck. The Stars My Destination is a fucking famous, really old sci-fi novel from Alfred Bester. It's really good.
I'm getting fucked.
That sounds really cool.
Who's she now?
Some badass.
A strong badass.
This is for you! Can I be closer?
Wow, the shotgun is really strong.
That's kind of cool.
Man, the melee special is so risky because I just get shot to death when I'm in that mode.
What were those guys doing?
They're stuck down here too.
Oh.
They've been trying to use glide packs to reach the top of the tower to escape.
Is that you?
Mostly they just been splatting against the wall.
No.
Hey, you're splat resistant, right? Maybe you could steal a glide pack and fly across to get the elevator running. They got them at a river camp nearby. That new echo device you got can show you where to go. Good thing he's useful because
Let's talk
he
in
is
Claptrap.
definitely not cute or marketable. Ton of trash on him.
What? Oh, you can scan. Echolocation. Oh, nice. I found a daedalus blue weapon.
Stand and deliver! Your souls!
Let me get the burst. Oh, it's not burst. Nice. David's gun that's not burst. Got a shotgun mode. It doesn't do very much damage though. Where's Dagos? Man, this gun is shit. Holy crap. Eats up my ammo like crazy though. My flat gun is just better. It's insane how my blue Daedalus assault rifle is weaker than my flat green. Man, I burnt through my ammo though. Jeez.
I dare say that one's dusted.
What's this? Jacob shotgun. Let's try this out. The double barrel shotgun.
The fuck are we going?
I have no idea.
Gotta get up top there or something.
Oh, double barrel shotgun from Jacob is really strong. Just instant one-shot kill.
You lose.
You're looking for a big guy named Splash Zone.
Or have we not seen a door?
Because we're not in a town.
You don't need a town. Usually in front of a.
Malawan shotgun.
Badass, badass.
It's a lightning type of badass.
Oh, badass.
Yeah, I was using lightning bullet. I had to switch.
What is this? What was that?
Is that a guy with just a torso?
You think so, yeah?
Shit, I'm dying.
Damn it.
Granada!
Granata противника!
This is very slow.
Ooh, blue. Ooh, shotgun.
Bring on the shadows.
Ow.
Oh, I leveled up. Let me level up because I've got like 3 skill points by now.
Yeah, same. Ooh, an order gun. What's this?
Yeah, obviously I'm gonna take the fucking life leech. What the fuck? That's not even a choice, man.
Oh,
That
the
was
order
easy.
guns are charge gun. The order guns are charge shots weapons. Oh yeah, let me level up as well. I forgot
Again,
to
that's
level
just a certain make.
up. Yeah, order. That's the one of the new manufacturers.
Oh, who order?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you said all the guns.
No. Midnight Oil.
Wait, Kay's online as well.
Who?
My man.
Hey, Kay.
Oh, is he playing?
Yeah.
Is he? Does he want to join us though? Because he might want to just play by himself.
No, I'm not. Definitely not. I need to play this, yeah, I'm always solo first, man. Solo for first playthrough. Always.
It's a co-op shooter though. Makes no sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, he literally just, no, solo first. Okay.
Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah. It's just really weird because it's like, yeah, it's like playing Diablo, so single player. You know, it's just weird.
But you can though. That's the thing.
I know you can. It's still weird. It's not
The guy
meant
wants to
play
experience
solo,
slowly.
Yeah.
I think because we're just too fast for him when it comes to just pushing
Another
forward,
purple
progressing.
pistol. Let me drop some garbage.
Badass on me, badass on me.
You're doing fantastic. I believe in you.
Where are you?
Equipping my new pistol, man. Sniper bolt, what?
Oh,
sniper
I'm
bullets.
down.
Yeah.
Second win, baby. I leveled up. What the hell? Did you see this guy?
Yeah.
He was on a handstand.
Yeah, he's weird.
Yeah, I do not like this gun. Back to flat off. Even though my flat off gun is not very strong, I like it more. This guy is a torso. Jeez. The flat off underbarrel shotgun is really good. And it's infinite ammo as well. I think. I mean, it recharges.
Guns.
Where are you?
Going that way.
Wait, where the hell are you? Oh, there you are.
Pinged.
Yeah, I just couldn't see your name. Like, wasn't looking at the right direction. Ooh, a blue weapon or the assault rifle.
Yeah, I picked up a similar weapon.
I don't think I like it though, because I'm not a big fan of charging weapons either.
You don't have to charge it.
Yeah, doesn't feel that nice. I'm dropping my cheap items so I can pick up the more expensive items.
That's what I've been doing.
What guns are you using?
Revolver, shotgun, assault rifle.
Oh, you got 3 guns?
Yeah, I'm level 5.
Oh, right, yeah. I just realized I could do that as well. Oh, that's good. pretty strong actually. This order pistol rifle.
Guns.
A flat-out sniper rifle in the barbecue gorilla. Interesting. Oh my god, also these guns. Who the fuck is shooting at me? Grenade! Oh, that wasn't a grenade. Ah, this shock. This sniper rifle is not very strong. I think Jacob does the best sniper rifle. Oh my god, can you stop moving, you little shit? There you go.
Now why didn't I think
another ceasing?
Hey! Never mind. Don't want to be rude.
As freaking in.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
Nope.
I didn't realize I was dead.
Where you at?
I was in my menu.
Are you dead? Dead?
No, yeah, I was down. I didn't realize I was down. Ah, you lose cash when you die.
Oh, there's an ammo dump here. You can sell your junk.
Oh, now there is. Who the fuck killed me? That died so quick.
Probably one of the snipers I was killing.
Is it possible for me to drop ammo for you?
No? Maybe? I don't know.
No, I don't think you can.
I think you used to be able to.
Yeah. Sort my inventory. I don't like this UI, the inventory UI. It's kind of hard to tell which is equipped and which is not. And then is it?
Yeah, the check marks on the top left corner of the item that means equipped.
Yeah. I wish they don't have. I don't have to associate with. They don't, like see them. Type. Yeah, I'm not a big fan with this menu.
I'm like wondering if I should sell that unique level 1.
Maybe you can level it up. As in, there's some kind of item level up system. If you like that gun.
I'll probably stick it in storage if we've got that somewhere.
Because it's a legendary.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to just straight up delete it.
Yeah.
Who's that sneaking around?
Oh, that's the guy! He's got the key to the chest for the glide packs!
Oh.
We need to make cutbacks.
Ain't that just the way?
You get Iridium as well. Wow, this Zip rocket is pretty strong. Ooh, pebble. There's a shield. It's auto sniper rifle. Oh, it's a med kit. Atomic Seeker. I'm gonna go back to the shop to sell.
Yeah. Loot is just first, no?
Oh, there's a chest.
It's a glide pack.
Oh, it's a quest item. Oh, cool. You can. Oh, nice. It's a hover. It can hover in the air. I'm gonna go back down where I've dropped all that weapon. I'm gonna pick them up. Might as well swell it. Oh, you took them already. Oh, you can dash now, but only in the air. So you press shift while you're in the air. Oh, lag. Oh, cool. If you right-click your weapon, you can give them, like, tags.
Yeah.
So you can put them as bank.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's nice. Where are you? Oh, I'm coming. Somebody's shooting at me.
Yeah, someone from downstairs.
I found another gun chest here. What gun are you looking for, by the way? So I can.
I like single shots, sniper rifle, and revolvers. My shit.
If you see any flat stuff, let me know if it's any good. If you don't need it.
Can't do much from here. Fixing that.
And SMGs. I like assault rifle and SMGs, or maybe sniper rifle. I'm not too sure. Is it? Did you find anything over here?
I didn't look around.
This is the main path, by the way. Where's the guy that was shooting?
That there.
I can't see him. Can you see him?
It's probably behind that.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Hang on, I got an idea. Oh. Got her.
Oh, nice. Nice throw. Oh, red chest.
Ooh.
Ooh, purple Fladoff.
I got 3 blues, and they're all kind of shitty.
Oh, nice. I got a nice purple SMG Fladoff. Fladoff, baby! I think. Oh, got graphic glitch there. I want to check up here. Probably nothing.
Oh shit! Oh, I shouldn't have done that. So help!
What happened?
I shot a
Oh,
lock.
that's a big boy. You found a big boy. Ah, fuck.
Okay, there's another one.
Oh, of course.
Oh, it's tiny. Ah, never mind. Of course.
Baby and I think there's something up here. There's a what they call it when you touch the head, it
Bubble heads.
wiggles. Yeah. I flicked it. It gave me 100 XP. I don't know. Did you get 100 XP?
How do you flick it?
I think I've done it for you. Do you see anything secret, like maybe on the rooftops? Usually they keep stuff on the rooftops.
Not really.
Let's go. Can I get up there? No, there's a invisible wall.
Is there?
Yeah. How you pronounce it? Tedori?
Tidior.
Tidior.
Shoreline alone. Yowza! Now that you have the glide pack, you could get across to the tower and send the elevator down for me on the double.
Oh, me. There's actually a separate volume slider for Claptrap.
Is there?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
That's what I read on. That's what I saw on the dev talk, because they knew people don't like him, so they
There's
gave him a
not, though.
slider. Isn't it?
Maybe in advanced. Claptrap question mark. Yeah. All the way it's in advance, all the way at the bottom.
Yeah.
That's funny. It's like, how do I say this, right? Instead of giving us a volume slider, why not just make him not annoying?
True, but I think it's just because his personality, and they want to make sure they don't get rid of anything that's original.
Why is Claptrap in the game? Why does he have to be in the game? Make a new one.
Because he's basically mascot of the game. That's why.
Yeah, but everyone hates him.
That's his trait, in it. He's supposed to be hated.
T-Rex over here. Another one. Oh.
Catch this!
Why is he spinning around?
Because of the grenade. It's a singularity.
Out of there! Stop moving, you cunt. Let me kill ya. A sniper rifle, celestial mid-heaven.
I have no sniper rifle.
Do you want? There's a Model 1 sniper rifle. This is a interesting one. A radiation. There's a burst radiation one.
It's a carbine.
No. That's my old one. This is the one I picked up just now.
The sniper rifle, though, right?
Yeah.
No, it's a wait. What am I?
Yeah, the one I dropped is sniper rifle.
But what did I just equip?
The sniper rifle. I have
but it
two.
doesn't have a scope. Yeah, it didn't have a scope. Yeah, definitely want Jacob's sniper rifle, please. If you see that. None of this charging nonsense.
Yeah. Oh, where's that fucking sniper I just had?
Well,
it's Malawan.
Picked up whatever you dropped.
Right here. I dropped another gun.
I mean, we got to stop here.
It's worse in every way.
But try out. It's got pretty good. It's got radiation, and it's got a scope.
Whoa! Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Oh, I still made it. Phew. I
Did you go
spammed it.
down?
I almost fell down. Yeah. I marked instead of.
It's locked down. Looks like I need clearance.
Jeez, do I need to do everything for you? Search around for a solution. Ah, recruits these days.
Maybe these dead order guys have something on them.
Got it.
I think it has spine on it.
It's working! It's working! I ascend! Rookie, I could
He can't go out because he needs the. He's got wheels for legs. I remember they made a joke about that when there's stairs, like too many stairs. He can't.
We have a sacrosanct mission as Crimson Resistance. We must broadcast a message of hope to the people of Kairos. This place will make a great safe house too. It's got a fast travel and everything.
I think you're in his way.
And
Open! Barely.
Ow! Rookie, this door attacked me. Rough it up.
That's immune.
Okay, first thing, find the data pad with the security codes.
That was a flat of.
As safe
Oh,
house
no.
of the Crimson Resistance.
If you
Lucky
like houses
safe
and being
house.
safe, then safe houses are for you. Find the key code to open a safe house and then use the command console to claim it as your own. Captured safe houses reward you with SDU tokens to expand your inventory.
Nice. There's that bank here. I'm guessing there's bank here.
You've done us proud today. But now, it's time
Item of the day for 5,000. What is it though?
Oh, quests as well, I think. I think these are quests. Yeah.
Oh, a flat sniper rifle as a
Check-
item of the day.
Check this out. Check this out.
What?
This thing right here.
Oh god. No, my days. Why? Why you made me look at it?
Decrypt
Place
because I
capture.
saw it, so now you have to see it.
What's this? Oh, bounties.
Yeah, it looks like it. Quests.
inspiration. By pressing that button, you are going to shoot more electricity through me than a crypto server uses in a decade. Now, do it! Do it! For freedom!
What the fuck?
Which button? I'll press it gladly. Press it 5 times.
Why is he doing this?
I wasn't paying attention. My item of the day is some submachine gun. Some shitty one.
I like how you just don't care. You're screaming.
Yeah, I have no idea what he said at all. I was not paying attention. You're sending out a
cool.
message, I guess.
If you look at the vending machine on the right side, it shows you the gun of the day.
Yeah, it's
You can
different
buy it
for me.
straight from the. You want the sniper rifle? It's
No, it's
43
garbage.
damage flat off.
It's garbage.
Huh?
It's garbage.
Oh, you can see as well.
Well, I own your stream. I have your stream open.
Oh.
Come to our headquarters in the Fate Fields. Ooh, our first take. Sounds like a vicious battle.
Don't forget to check the SDU.
Do you want the shield? Can you see my stream?
Yeah, that's pretty nice. 953. Let me check mine. Yeah.
It's on the floor. You can take it.
Now
It's on the
go
floor.
save those outbounder guys. They seem like they're in a real dill pickle.
T Diori. Is that how you pronounce it? I keep
Tedior.
forgetting how to
Just
pronounce it.
Tedior, man.
Tedior.
Yeah.
Tedior.
Tedious,
okay.
Tedior. That's how I say it, at least, right? Could be wrong.
Okay, I can see it. Tedior.
Oh, we got rewards, by the way, for doing these quests.
Oh, okay. Is there a bank?
Go
I want a
equipment. Go to equipment.
Give me a sec. What am I looking at? Sorry?
Equipment?
In my inventory.
Yeah, inventory, then go to equipment, and then on the side, on the right side.
The reward.
Yep.
I was talking about the bank.
Oh no, I haven't seen the bank yet. It's probably in the city. The bank is usually in the city.
Vault Hunter Head prison outfit.
I wonder what the decrypting is.
They probably get like a loot box thing that you find, then you can decrypt it in here. Man, Rafa has so much piercing. I don't like piercings. That's why I'm going to keep his hoodie on. Oh, that looks nice. Like, I like the color scheme.
I'm
they
not sure
have.
what to spend my SDU on.
more ammo.
Yeah, but which guns am I gonna use? That's the thing, right?
Well, use a sniper rifle and pistol, innit?
Well, for now, I might find a gun I really like, you know? So I'm just gonna keep the STUs for now. I haven't really had any problems yet. So.
Well, you can put all the money into bank or lost item or backpack.
Oh yeah, backpack. That's what I need. Backpack first. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. Shit. Alright, boom. Now I actually have some room.
I leveled up again, the hell?
Oh yeah. Oh, I maxed out my first skill. You have unlocked augments.
I still don't know which weapon I want to use, like which skill I want to use, so I don't know what tree I want to go down on.
Minion skill. Spectres gain the ability to use Ghast Blast, dealing gun damage to all nearby enemies on impact.
Alright, bro, I ain't got toilet.
Yeah, me too, actually.
I'm back. Collect horns from the fuse one hole.
I'm back. Oh, I can.
I don't really care. I don't know that guy anyway. Oh, by the way, if you open your inventory, you can send your item to bank.
Oh, can you? Wow.
But you have to mark them though. So right-click items, pick your bank, and then send.
Handy.
Do you want to go to the exclamation marks and point of interest?
Yeah.
Question marks before we go do main quest.
Silos. You found the silo?
Where?
I don't know. The thing that popped up. Activate one of the order's decommissioned silos by locating and hacking into its command console. Doing so will aid you in your hunt for vault key fragments. Further expand your fast travel network and reward you with SDU tokens. Oh, right there. The stock room. Northeast. I pinned it. Let's do the quest first, no?
Which one? Down and outbound?
The ones you picked up?
Contracts.
Yeah.
Which one you want to do? Mango Hearts, Wild Horn.
All of them, I guess. I guess they're all going to be nearby.
Which one first? I mean,
whatever's closest. The Fate Fields. That's where we are, no?
Oh yeah. Do you want to go to the question mark on the left first?
Yeah, can do.
Let's go. You can't dash forward, but you can dash sideways and back.
Bunch of shit on the lift.
What's that over there? Nothing. It's a shitter.
Ooh, shields.
Oh, what the hell? Hello? What the fuck is...
Hmm?
Something attacked me. Something attacked me. Oh, it's above us.
I don't see nothing.
It was flying.
Well, wild horns over here.
Why'd you let me do that?
That was quick.
And they hurt.
Four out of 10.
Same.
Oh, wow! That guy fucked me up.
I told you they did a lot of damage.
Help with me!
I'm coming.
Where's me?
I'm not gonna make it.
No! Fuck. Got ran over. I wasn't paying attention.
I avenged you.
Nice. Can I get my money back? For $4 grand. Or 3.7 grand.
I do like them nasty.
I lost 3.7 grand, for fuck's sake. You shit water.
Yeah, I know, right? I was thinking the same thing. It's like nasty as water and then like a nice little pool right next to it. Hello, check out the box.
Somewhere new?
What the hell? Got a face on it.
Oh, look at the moon, or what's left of it.
Where?
Oh,
I
above
can't
us.
see it. I see the sun. Oh, okay, there. Now I see it. It's cracked. It came from the moon.
Whoa, I almost fell
totally got
down.
the wrong place. I want to check. Let's check that the place that we went when we first saw the first badass, but we stopped exploring there because there's a question mark there.
Hey,
Apparently. What? The fuck?
Did you get it?
Yeah. When you flick it, I get the XP as well.
All right.
Oh, you can climb up here. Oh, I found a blue pistol. Jacob.
Green for me.
You want you want it? I'll give it to you. It's Jacob.
Wait. Before you drop. Ooh, okay.
What?
You almost threw it over the edge.
Anything else up here? Oh shit! Oh shit! They actually the bad guys, the psychos that they fight each other as well.
Yeah, they were fighting the scratches.
Oh, fucking someone pushed me. Oops.
Catch this!
Okay, I may like the shoulder cannons more because it shoots on its own. I don't have to worry about pressing buttons. So basically I get an extra gun.
We're getting hit by something, dude.
Yeah, I know. I think it's the bird. No?
I don't see nothing, dude. Big chests. Guns.
Yeah, boy.
Blue assault rifle.
Is it Vlad?
No, it's Daedalus. A green assault rifle that's Vlad with a...
What's the damage?
Drum mag. 81 DPS.
Mine has 100 DPS, but is it SMG or assault rifle?
Assault rifle.
Yeah. Can I have that, please? TDR, Jacob shotgun. Do you use shotgun?
Not really. It's down here.
Ooh. Ooh, the minigun. Ready to jump down here. Oh, there's a... Fuck, what's it called again? Bottle cap, did you say? No, not bottle cap.
Bubbleheads.
Fucking bobblehead. Cool. Do they show up on the map when you touch it? Yeah, no, they don't. I wonder if it's like collectible or something. Can you snipe anyone here? Whoops. Ow.
Tell?
What?
You don't see the box with the chain around it?
Yeah, you need to kill the badass to obtain it.
You looked so tasty.
Which badass? Oh, that one. Behind you?
Oh, fuck. Ooh, I've got, do you need this? On my stream?
Yeah.
I'm dropping it on the floor. I remember the zip rocket used to be meh, but it's so much better. Does decent damage. The chest should be available now. What's this? It told me to grapple the water, and I got a can of... I don't know what the fuck this is. Let me throw it on somebody. I guess it's just junk.
Can't keep a good cat down.
Did you open that chest?
Yeah.
Come in. Oh, you got that pet. Nice. Look at that. You can pet it.
Nap later? Nap later.
I don't. Doesn't feel like I'm petting it though.
I can't.
It just make noise. There's all trash.
Oh no, I can't. Yeah, it's not really pet, is it? Like,
No.
They tried, I
say
guess.
I still got undiscovered location on this map. Can you see what it is?
Nope. In the water, maybe?
I think it's fishing.
Oh, here, this is
Come
probably
here.
it. There's a vault key here. What?
Another step toward untold riches or unspeakable doom. Either way, it's not yours.
It's just lying here.
Ah,
Is it gone now?
I think so.
It's gone now, yeah.
Look what I fished out. There's a can. I don't understand what that means.
You just throw it at people.
But it didn't. I tried. It didn't do any damage.
Well, it's a can.
I thought it would have done something funny. I don't know.
Did you hit an
That's
enemy?
dumb. Yeah, it just went through them.
Yeah. Because there's shit around the map that you can pick up your canisters, and then when you throw it at people, it blows up.
Yeah, those I know, but that can I fished it out of the water where the splashes. Oh, there's a ship here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's spawning enemies.
Whoa.
What weapon?
Talk about light speed. It just.
Oh. Yeah, I wasn't watching. TDO. Yeah, I think I might put my points into this spec. So give me a sec. Why is your tiger following me? Gee. What's this? Increased gun damage. Rafa and his Peacebreaker can gain increased fire rate. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased shield charge recharge rate. Ultimate to activate. Rafa's cannons gets increased crit chance. While Peacebreaker cannons are active, Rafa and his allies regenerate ammo into the magazine. Rafa's Peacebreaker cannon deals bonus fire damage on how full his gun is. Shoots exploding bullets while his magazine is full. Press F while calibrate are active causes Rafa's shots to consume no ammo, but increased action skill duration to drain faster. Okay.
Or did.
By the way, we still forgot to. We still haven't got 3 more horns that we need.
I know.
Oh no, you died.
Did I?
Oh no, you died. There's a torso man. Oh, is that the thing that you said you shot the lock and you summoned a big monster?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a hidden cache. Whoa, whoa! Holy shit! That's a lot of guns. Oh, that gun looks interesting. Concussive satchel. Do you like TDR weapons?
Don't know what did they do.
When you reload, you throw it.
Oh
at the
yeah,
enemy.
yeah, it blows up. Yeah.
Unleash the Kraken.
Oh,
And
hey.
it's dead.
2 to go now.
I got Jacob assault rifle.
This is
Do you
gonna
want
be
it?
the big one.
It looks big.
Maybe not.
Oh my god, that was funny. It got me there. It got me right there. What's this? No, wait, hold up. The gun. Do you want any? Do you still take greens?
No.
Let's see.
Junk him. I mean, I take him for junk, right?
So, would you like to? Do you like this? This is a TDO shotgun.
Well, I'm just gonna sell it.
Or
right?
or TDO assault rifle. Oh, you don't need a better gun.
Oh, the purple ones? I wasn't even looking at those.
The TDO assault rifle. Oh, I leveled up.
Same. Don't forget to grab the rewards for it.
I don't want to grab it right now. I don't have space. Shoot me. Explosion imminent. TDO is like sci-fi, isn't it? Oh, I found the last horn.
Nice.
I'm guessing if I throw my TDO gun, I use up all the ammo that's in the gun. I don't get it back.
I don't know how that works,
I mean, this,
actually.
Yeah, you literally waste the whole magazine. Because you just throw the gun in it. Oh, there's nothing here. I kind of want to get my vehicle. will make traveling a bit fun, more fun.
Oh wow, look at the fucking moon now.
Oh, it's covered in iridium.
It's weird how the sky's like shattered.
It's because of the Lilith's teleportation power in it. She cracked through the I don't know what it's called, like rift. Oh fuck. Wasting bullets.
Hey, there's two people talking here.
What are they saying?
What do you take me for? We were supposed to split the scrap haul 50-50. That's not a
Naveen.
rocket. I'm
Taman.
just happy to see you. Ah, yeah. We really need to prioritize making time for each other. It's just so much harder under the stranglehold of dystopia.
What the fuck?
Life gets in the way. But what matters is we get this time together, right now, just to ourselves.
Don't mind me.
Oh man, flag gun is nice. I don't think they mind.
Is that it?
I think so. Oh, that's just a random NPC talking to each other. And they ignore us like we're never there. They don't know we're there. Let's go, Paraj. Let's kill some people. Oh, there's more cages here. Oh, there's a big chest. No, it's a cryo tube. That's garbage.
Earl, this is definitely quest related.
Oh. Help me! I'm gonna die! Fucking piece of shit. What's this? Huh?
Yeah,
quite opened.
That's why I say this is definitely quest related. I found one of these too.
Hey, Riley! This should be fun for a few seconds. You see the look on their face?
Definitely don't like this gun.
You know you have to shoot your grenades, right? You're just throwing them.
Yeah, I just don't like it.
I know, I'm just saying, you're just throwing them. You have to actually shoot them.
Yeah,
That's why
but
it
I
says
can also
shoot
throw
me.
them on them. Yeah. I don't want to shoot him. Madawan.
Oh hey, there's a quest here or something.
Somebody out there!
Is there a shop here?
Not psychotic. Could you do me a
Not
favor
psychotic.
and let me out of here?
How? Where the fuck? Oh,
Bells, there's still rippers about. Please,
Oh.
get rid of them so we can talk.
Kill everyone.
Give me a sec.
Can you hear the darkness calling?
I can hear the darkness calling. Oh my god, there's so many guns. I got no space. I don't want to sell.
I put all of my things in the backpack. I have like 8 extra slots now. It's very nice.
Yeah, I need more. Barrel, watch out, barrel. Ow. Badass.
Rat-a-tat.
Oh my god, it's fucking me up. What the hell is hitting me? Jesus. This machine gun that you gave me, yeah, this is alright. It has a fucking sniper scope.
Hello.
It's pretty accurate though.
I mean, it better be with a sniper scope.
Yeah, kill splicers, 50% off. It's called. It's called 50% off because those guys have there are no legs.
Ah.
Oh my god.
Or was that good enough? Oh, there's someone here still. Oh, there's still 2 people there on the map. I just noticed. Boom turrets. Now we talk to the dudes. After we loot.
Get rid of green shakes. Compass vertical indicator. Focused icons. You can get a radar for the enemies. Turn it off. Don't really use it.
Well, that's a relief. Suppose I owe you the full story now. Is it safe to come out? It's pretty loud out there. Got a right nasty feeling about these.
Where's the shop, man?
Hey, all clear out here. Of baddies, at least. You good?
Me? Hardly. Look at all this. Oppa hired me to keep this place spotless. So much for that. But someone ought to set this to rights. I owe him that much, at least.
Slow down, bud. What happened here?
Meet his murder.
Oppa's me cousin. Was, I suppose. I heard him out, talking with some stranger. Then suddenly the Rippers come pouring up out of the ground like a pack of devils. He shouted at me to shut myself up in there, and that's what I did. Then I heard them Rippers screaming, gunshots. and it went quiet after a bit. I heard the stranger's voice. Then the screaming started again. This time it was Harper. And all the while I huddled in that room on
There's a vending machine in there.
Bloody coward!
Maybe. There's definitely a grinder.
Don't beat yourself up. If you got yourself killed, we'd never find the bastard
That's the
responsible.
enemy spawn
I'm
thing.
gonna look around for clues, okay?
Yikes. Bloody Wallard. Is some kind of tally? Or a deliberate clue?
Gunshot wounds. Precise. Looks like the killer really knew how to handle a weapon.
So that stranger did all this alone. Bloody monster.
This Wildhorn is cut up all to hell. Someone
Hey,
did
I
this for
pressed E on that. Why can my character not talking?
Sweet as a lamb and twice as tender.
Oh, there's a lot of things to open up in this.
No matter how big he got, Harper refused to send him to the grinder.
Found a gun chest in here.
Way at least. I'm going to assume we belong to the victor. Thanks. Those are Harper's. I've spent enough time watching his hands at work to recognize them when they're still.
What?
How brief is a smile? How long?
Green Reaper.
Happiness is
Lights a grin.
other half. Keep every sorrow, the meager, the mean. I only ask for what's left in between.
You find anything good?
Yeah, he's up there. Is that a bomb?
Monster would do this to a man.
Where?
I'm sorry,
Above the
Byron.
grinder.
Alright.
right.
Oh, I see it.
We'll get him down.
You're gonna shoot him and go into
Yeah,
the
he's gonna go
grinder.
straight into the grinder, obviously, right?
Just need to figure out what the hell this all means.
A radio in the body. This stranger had plans for Harper, but got interrupted. So our killer waxed the Rippers, gave Harper the job,
Don't go
and
down
set
there.
up this.
No, I wasn't. I was trying to
over
like
a meat grinder.
glide past him to see if we could.
The killer's taunting us.
Bloody hell.
That first radio was our first clue. The one on Harper's gotta be our second.
All this is done my head in. Can't think with that bloody grinder.
That's right. Gotta deal with the grinder first. If we shut that down, we can get the body. And the radio.
The control's right over here.
I'll keep watch from here. You hit the shut off, Captain.
Hey! That work?
Clearly not.
If anything, made it worse.
Damn it. There's gotta be another way to shut that thing down.
Oh, I was expecting to see a secret.
There's a thought. The cooling while the tank's outside. You could use it to freeze the fuel.
Badass.
Where?
Right outside. Place the turret.
Oh
right
my
outside.
god. Oh cool, I got a homing rocket. Grenade throwing thing. My TDO gun is a homing missile. That's
Lol.
funny.
Oh, incoming.
It's interesting. What?
I almost feel bad for you. Almost.
What do you see?
There's the tanks. Just grip the panels off the sides there, and that will slow the coolant.
Oh, see, now we need the...
Oh, yeah.
The other one's over here somewhere.
Just freeze the other tank, and it'll shut the grind off. That's done it. The grinder's running down now.
Nice. Now we can get that body down.
I wonder what this
red
is.
door.
Yeah. Means we can open it somehow.
Careful! Sod it. It's not like there's much left of it to be careful with.
Aye, this axe doesn't look cheap.
Aye, and it weren't Arbor's. That's an Armageddon Pro Series, top of the line.
Arbor always wanted one for the farm, but we could never afford it.
Now he can. That door that you saw that red, it's this room here.
With bars made of years, locks made of moments, windows.
Oh, you made a flashbang there. My eyes.
Time is a question, unceasing, uncertain, a hollow behind a roaring.
It's a proximity mine.
Boys, the whistle draw more rivers.
Coming!
Alright. Whoa, lag.
Byron, buddy, safe to come out now.
That's all right. I'm just gonna stay here for a bit. You go ahead to plunge forward. Actually, hiding in here with me tools has me thinking it'd be
Me
clever
tools.
to check out the tool shop
Me
near town.
tools.
Only Armageddon axe dealer for miles they are.
Alright, lad.
Is there a reason why this is like this? Ah, fuck. I don't think you can climb in the roof.
You just think that because you have a double jump and glide, so everything looks like a jumping puzzle.
Yeah. You never know, man. I could be hiding something good. My god, this... I don't like the scope. There's a badass down here. Watch out, Byron behind you.
Mama!
There's a red chest up here. Not sure how to get up there though.
Now never leave again.
I have an idea. Yep. From the roof. Oh, that'll probably work too. Purple.
Got 2 blues. Daedalus, TDO. Hawk.
Oh, I'm finally full.
Collectible located on the borderlands of Kairos. A Evocarium. What the hell is that? It's this way.
I see it. It's that blinking thing up there. A message has been left here. Find the 3 Memoriam orbs and activate the Evocarium.
One on the roof, one on the other roof, on the right, and one on that body, I think. No, it's on the balcony.
Further, yeah, past the body. I'll take the right roof.
I'll take the balcony. What am I looking for? Oh, there it is.
There's a bunch of big chests here, by the way. Actually, I think these are ammo boxes.
I got the second one.
Yeah, this one's done too.
I should unlock it, right?
There's chests here though.
Let me just... Oh, there's chests here as well. Oh, they're just ammo.
Shielding grenade here, but they're just white. For me, at least.
My name is Nereid, and I am many things. A protector,
Got some SDU.
a sister,
Yeah.
a siren. But above all else,
Another siren.
I'm lost. I can only hope that by looking back on the circumstances of my arrival, I might find some clue that will lead to my escape. It started, as these mysteries so often do, with a vault.
What?
What?
And then it stopped.
Not on my screen. She said, I hope it doesn't end.
I can only
badly or
hope it
something
ends differently. I was reading the subtitles, so I knew what she said, but the audio stopped on my end.
Where's the chest you said there was?
No, it was just ammo.
No, you said there was a lot of chests over this spot.
Yeah, like those ammo cylinders. Those big ones. I
Oh.
thought they were chests. It's ammo. Right, northeast.
What about go to the west? There's something on the small island.
Yeah, it's like really far away, man. Let's just do the thing right next to us.
That's not that far away. We can cut through. Give me a second, I need to level up. Hmm? Meat is murder. Is there something here?
Respawn points.
Level up. I like the zip rocket, but the projectile speed is so slow.
Ancient mecha beasts have just been left lying around. Bring a battery to the top of this abandoned crawler to gain access to unique vehicle paint job.
I'm getting lag. Are you getting lag?
Nope. What vehicle is he talking about? Oh. The entire base, the vehicle? I'm so confused.
Let me help you with that crazy.
Your vehicle, ain't it?
No, it's just like there's... I just had like a tutorial for it. Like you could find like old vehicles around if you bring a battery up to the top. I literally just read it. Out loud.
You're lying to yourself. Another badass over here. There's a fridge here with a gun.
Well, I found a battery. Not sure where we take it though. Does it blow up when you throw it? Oh, here we take it. Boom.
What's that for?
Vehicle kit? Up top.
Above us?
I think, yeah. Actually, that might be the contract target as well. How do we even get up there?
Come up here. Oh shit.
How'd you get up there?
The grapple.
Oh, I didn't even see it.
Crawler slug metal ditch. I got a blue Jacob pistol. Do you want this?
Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. Threw it off the building. Thanks.
Oh shit, shit. It wasn't my intention. My bad. What are we looking for?
The contract target. Right here.
What is the target though? Is it a monster?
Don't know. Gigacore battery.
I found a gun crate. A FLADOS SMG. 2 SMGs.
It's around here somewhere. Oh, I found it. Ooh, a legendary.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
I found legendary.
You lie! What kind of legendary?
The one I'm gonna use.
I don't see it on your screen. Oh, now I see it. First impression squad.
Assault rifle.
Jacob, isn't it?
Pistol. It's
Daedalus.
Chance to critically hit.
I feel less hurtful now.
I say we teleport back so we can sell.
Yeah. All is seamless, they say. What's this? Order pistol.
Oh, you want this? This one.
Oh, that's delay. Oh yeah? Sure, I'll try it. It's a flat.
Press the wrong button, hang on.
If you see a dictator today, kill him
Where is
dead,
it?
won't you?
On the floor?
Yeah, that's it.
Alright, level up.
I'm gonna open up my rewards. What's this? Flat off vehicle hover drive. It's like metal ditch crawler. It's a paint job.
Smiley. Yeah, yeah. I told you. That's what the batteries are for?
Whispering Rogaro. A Jacob gun. Trash. A pinpoint retort energy shield. Is it any better than mine?
I'm confused. Where's my actual...
Do you want this purple shield I have?
Where's the Steam?
It's on the top, the big top left on the bottom, under the weapons. The one on the right is shield.
Oh,
the one on the
Mega
bottom
slow
shield.
release. 85,
Grenade,
85 over
right?
36.
Do you want this shield? I got another purple one. A 392 shield with 29 cooldown, I think. Was a recharge per second. And 3.2 is cooldown.
Yeah, that's good. $807 over 8. Get rid of this one.
Guess this stuff didn't do them much good. Looting corpses is kind of a public service. It's
Claptrap's in the floor.
Like it's just a talk? Are we having a conversation? Oh man, this is great! We're gonna be best friends in no time!
You're making him talk.
Rookie! Different. Like your skin fits a little worse every time I see
Claptrap reminds me of C-3PO in the new movies. It's just annoying.
until you die. Well, good luck with that.
Fire rounds. Wait, is this SMG? Who's SMG? Fuck. I think I'm ready to go.
I left an hour ago. Just teleport.
There's something near you.
It's a log.
Echo log.
You got it?
I think so.
Hola, my XOXOs. Tell me if this sounds familiar. There you are, in the
It's
middle
you.
of total chaos, down to the last bullet in your chamber.
It's me.
But what's this? A red dot on your chest? I know!
I know, Papi.
Has you cornered. And your hair is a mess. Just truly awful. It's all sweaty and sticking to your forehead. Honestly, it would be better to be shot. But no longer. With Rafa's patented coconut ceramic styling foam, you too can look like me. Effortless and unapproachable. It's so easy you can apply it during your morning ambush and just keep going throughout your day. Use offer code RAFASHOPPY at checkout.
Was that an advertisement?
I guess. You don't see them all there, bro.
Nope. We all aren't.
Oh, we have a.
Russia!
Treasure Mall. Anyone? Oh, that
Dead
looks
now.
like a animal box.
Just leave it. They just leave it here. There's a force field.
Okay, I didn't. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but that wasn't it.
It's a pressing button puzzle. What'd you do?
Nothing.
What
Press
did you do?
You press the buttons, I guess.
No, man. What did you do? You just...
Oh yeah, I'll show you. So if you follow me to the other end, there's one of those. You know that thing that you pulled to get to the thing that we had to blow up. You pulled it open, right? And we were like, "Oh, what's this?" And we couldn't do anything yet with it. Well, there was one on the other side, and when I pulled it up, nothing. Like it just.
It's a joke.
Yeah, it just fell. It fell open, and there's like nothing behind it. Like, oh, okay. GG.
That's fine. There's nothing on the end. It got you good.
You never should have come here, and now you're gonna die.
I only wanted to know. Wanna die?
Oh, fuck.
A net of lies.
Oh, big guy behind
Found
us.
a bolt. Scan the bolt of departed souls and discover their boarding paths.
Too badass.
Where? I don't see him.
They were here just a second ago. It's like magic. It's like magic.
Big box.
Best cat ever.
Two blues.
Shitbox. Got junk. Thanks for the junk.
You want this one? Actually, I might want
what?
The rest is kind of shit. You want this?
What?
On screen.
No, it's talk. I don't like talk.
Alright, the deadbolt's what we came here for. Oh.
Oh, freshers. Fresher. Fresher. It came from the underground.
Well, don't look so surprised.
Ah.
As freaking if.
That's a big badass one as well. You flapped your last wings.
This is for you.
You flapped your last wing, amigos.
Fully loaded, spring-loaded satchel charge. Bounces in place, exploding 3 additional times.
That's a red chest here.
But it says 18 seconds. Double tap G to remotely detonate thrown grenade.
A Jacob assault rifle. Double magazine. I think this is double barreled. I like the sound of this gun reload. Oh, I got badass on me. The vengeful one. Man, can't get me. Sucker. Man, I'm eating through my ammo. Spray and pray. There's a chest there. Shotgun torque. I think there's an achievement picking up white items.
Yeah. Clearance aisle or something along those lines.
I think these turrets are the out of bound turrets.
Loot or purchase shields, and it's called the cure for bullets.
The cure that you need.
Alright. Teleport back. And then go to the other quests, I guess?
Yeah.
I need to sell anyway again already.
You are a discerning one.
Trying to see if I can find a secret.
I can't feel the earth. All right, then. Your gun's hungry then, Vault Hunter. Well, eat up, eat up.
Well, hey, it's the rookie, the Rookster, Rookerino, Rookalicious.
From there, everything was gravy. happened now?
What? Did you hear
What's
that?
happening now? Yeah.
Oh, I'm at I'm at an NPC with a quest marker bar. Someone's been beaming up beasts. Help the rancher bring her babies home.
You see what they're doing to my herb?
Come on.
Dancing around up there when I'm not looking. But I'm wise to their schemes. I'm wise. You hear me?
Can you tell me who's scheming, but like, without yelling at me?
Oh, we both know. The man in middle. Uppity flying outlaws who never seem to get shot down. They've been snatching up my herd one by one. Doing it in the next valley, too.
She's still streaming.
Stop them. You shouldn't have to wait long before they show up. Please bring my babies back to me.
Cute little town.
It's unbelievable. A dastardly property crime in our quiet town. Well, quiet other than all them extremely loud
This guy's the ice cube guy.
rippers just over there. This is gonna make all of our insurance rates go up, you know. It's a tragedy on a tragedy.
There's a weapons store here.
If I overhear one more half-baked assassination plot, I'll get the next one free.
Good.
Zane. Where have I heard that name
Day to
from?
you, senor. Name's Rafa. I'm here to investigate. Notice anything strange lately? Anything gone missing?
Only some of my most valuable tools. Bunch of fiddly bits, what for tinkering with electronics. Old mess of radios. Couple of premium quality axes. You
Looks
name
like a
it.
Brotherhood of Steel
Listen, you're gonna catch the bugger
recruit.
this or what?
Or knight.
Yeah.
I always get my man. Or
Crimson.
Or a thresher. Or...
You get the idea. Do you know where the perp might be? Good hideout spots?
We've checked everywhere, except of course for the old cave behind the waterfall. But
Waterfall?
No one ever goes there on account of all the rippers nearby.
Waterfall?
Behind a roaring curtain. Like a cave behind a waterfall.
Brilliant, Rafa! Gotta check it out.
I think I'm losing frames, by the way.
Man, that stuff's not messing around.
Me too, I'm like at 50
Feeling okay,
now.
amiga?
I think there's memory leak.
Feeling? I'm feeling like a man. Like a man. Like $40. This super good moonshine. Hey! You should get you some. Just go talk that sweet old man right over. Right over. There. Ha! I knew I'd remember.
I don't drink, but I bet that stuff would make hella fireballs.
Hella fireballs. There's a crush mat over here.
That's where I'm standing.
What's that?
The question mark.
Do you see anything?
No?
Is it underground? Yeah, it looks like underground. Mine, timid coyote, neglect openings.
Yeah, let me read this. Are you not getting these pop-ups?
Yeah. The Uyghurs have long since abandoned this mine, but that doesn't mean that.
It's the U token.
My tokens?
It's the U token.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm just joking. I thought that was you shot as well.
Yeah, I wanted to see if it moved. It's like
Yeah, I thought it
a
was
wish
like-
catcher or a dream catcher. Or
I
something.
thought, yeah, but I thought it was like a collectible shooting thing, like in Resident Evil. Ooh, a painter from Daedalus SMG. The fridge didn't open on my side, but I can see the item. Find your clave and earn your name before returning here. We can't access this yet.
Don't know what a clave is.
Well, we're gonna have to find out. It looks
just
like
the floor.
It looks like something that you cut open or something. And it looks like it's a dungeon. We can't do dungeons yet. Abduction. What? Injunction. It's this way.
Well, there's
Wild
the
horn.
wild horn.
Oh wait, what the hell?
Alien UFO.
Huh. Guess she wasn't crazy. Better trail that ship and see where they're taking her babies.
So we're killing the herd though.
Well, they're attacking us, so we'll just blame it on the aliens.
It went this way.
Ooh, purple shield, very nice. Epics or it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. You lie. Purple Spectec assault rifle by Daedalus. Yeah, okay. Let's try it out.
This'll be easy.
A Daedalus gun does not burst. Amazing. Oh my god, this Daedalus scope is so trash. Level up. Purple dropped. A sniper rifle, Jacob. Lumin Incanyamba.
You don't want it,
Let's
I'll
try
want
it
it.
out. I'll try it first. Pistol. I don't have ammo.
There's some here. For me at least.
I'm full. Sniper Hone Yuga order.
Hell yeah, free stuff.
He got killed by a tractor indoors. The hell? What's that? Oh. What do we have here? You want the sniper rifle? pretty good. Oh shit, that's the wrong gun. It's this one. This is mine. Sorry.
This is my rifle, this is my gun, this is for fighting, this is for fun.
Is that what she said?
What? No, from Full Metal Jacket, bro.
Oh, I thought she quoted that.
Because you said gun?
Yeah, man, I thought she had a quip.
No.
Man, this gun sucks. Oh, we've been here. Oh wow, you're killing everything now.
Yeah, of course.
Weapon chest. Single item. Badass. Oh, enemy reinforcement. Oh, that guy has a rocket launcher. That guy is called arms dealer. Wow, that's a lot of stuff he dropped.
This is a little loot. Oh, this is the grinder room. We've been here.
Yeah.
A sniper rifle with an undersling shotgun. The fuck?
This crosshair, this fucking scope is terrible.
Survivalist cache nearby.
Is that random generated?
Don't know. I doubt that. Huh? Don't know. Yeah, don't know.
Pick up cash.
It's above the.
Finders keepers.
Whoa. Whoa.
Ooh. A lot of shit just fell off. Ooh.
Jeez, I'm full again. The hell.
There's so much shit here.
Right?
I don't know what to do.
Yeah. I'm going back to sell.
You missed something here. Oh, it's just junk, to be honest.
Don't go outshining me now. Where are you running and gunning to next?
Oh, I'm glad I managed to pick them all up. There's a chest underneath the bridge as well. I think it's ammo box though. Yeah, it's ammo box.
Can you respec?
I don't know.
Not that I need to. Just curious.
I think you can. It should be able to, because you could with the other games.
My name is Nereid, and I am many things. A protector, a sister, a siren. But above all else,
Don't forget your rewards.
Yep.
A new hover drive. The hell? Got a festive hat for my Echo.
Where are you going? Oh, it's a quest there.
There's that metal bird.
I'm coming!
To the north. The Everything flew away again.
Don't let them get away. Big Mangala. That's kind of funny. Yeah, the different reload animation. One of them is he drops the ammo into the arrow. Oh my god, just lag. Where did you kill the big guy? I don't see no loot.
You didn't really drop much.
Usually they might have a chest nearby.
That was just a thing though. Wasn't a humanoid. It's a mindless beast. Doesn't even know what a chest is.
Fuck him. Oh, I fished some weapons.
Hello.
Ooh. I found a Malawan sniper rifle. And a repair kit. Kind of trash. I leveled up, give me a sec.
Think I find the base.
This sniper rifle is alright, but it has no long scope. That's annoying. This guy looks like a Hyperion. I'm guessing they got rid of Hyperion manufacturer.
Those Order assholes put him in cages. Not on my watch. You're all getting freed right now.
Wait up! Wait for me! Actually, let me just teleport to you.
Embrace the wild or whatever.
Every time you fast travel, you have to compile shader.
What?
Yeah, it keeps saying compile shader.
Run free and stop. Done with the pens. Now to take out the Order trash.
This Malawan weapon is kind of unique. It shoots sticky bullets on them. Ah, shit, man, bullet.
Behind. Never mind.
Huh.
Unscoped headshots.
Whoa! What? 360 no scope.
It's not really hard considering I still have a crosshair unscoped.
That's my favorite.
Corrode enemy with Maliwan guns. Achievement. How the fuck do you get there? I think Maliwan took Hyperion technology because some of the gun looked like Hyperion for the Maliwan.
And so the cold instruments
He dropped a lot of gold.
have been subdued.
Or cash.
Approach, human. So I might look upon the face of our champion.
Let's say a red chest here. Fucking this. Why does it say talk? Oh, that's a fucking intelligent monster.
Just talk to me. Does my eloquence surprise you, human? I wonder what other truths you have missed due to the comfort of assumption.
Ignorance is bliss. Have another assumption. The Order wanted to see how clever you were, no?
The Order. They saw my people as ignorant cattle to be hollowed and glutted with machinery. Yet once they understood the depth of our intellect, we became subjects of study.
You have your whole lives ahead of you. What will you do next?
I've pondered long on how to best provide for my brethren. Unfortunately, the callow life forms of this planet do not have the capacity to grasp the scope of our wisdom. To that end, I will retrieve my herd.
I like how it's still just chewing.
Pasture elsewhere,
Because it's talking through the machine and it's through his brain.
I know. And it's just a cow, right? So.
Confused ranchers in your wake.
Your well wishes are appreciated. Go, knowing you have done my kind a great service.
Do you want us to kill you?
Go back and tell that rancher her herd is smarter than most people on this planet. Nah, feels like that's above my pay grade.
Above my pay grade. I think it's still spinning.
What?
Oh, on my screen.
I don't see anything.
Literally, there's a jug. Oh, you knocked it. You knocked it. Timid Kyle's neglect opening. Complete activity to access vending machines. Reward is, I don't know what that is. Is that SDU?
That's the mine though, we couldn't get in there, right?
I think so. Let's go to the next spot. Have you tried the Metal One sniper rifle? It's quite unique. A Jacob assault rifle. I might need to restart my game because I got rid of horrible frames right now. back here. What the fuck? Was that a flying grenade? What the hell is that coming from? It's from him.
That was weird.
It's like a
yeah.
There's a grenade.
Yeah, it was like
appearing out of
spawning
thin
above
air.
him and is just flying random directions.
NPC fighting creatures.
Oh. Just get drunk? No.
Bananash.
Keeping out of trouble?
His voice does not.
Yeah.
How do you spell?
Someone just called me up and insulted me. What was that about? It's misery, baby!
What's Begos? Drop your shit. Fishing spot. Do some fishing. You might be able to find some guns.
Where do you see fishing?
When you see splashes in the water, you can grapple.
Okay, but it just disappears because it falls in the water.
Yeah, you need to grapple before it drops into the water.
I see.
Sometimes you might get junk, sometimes you might get gun. What?
Yeah.
Deadbolt. What's that?
Don't know.
Where'd you find it?
What do you mean?
Like, what did you press or?
I didn't press nothing.
Oh, why did that thing pop up then?
Did we use this already?
I found a deadbolt. Collectible. Oh, is it data pad you can read. Oh, that's not it. Deadbolts. The Dilio Cork Markel famous offlines. Just one more pickle. I have no idea what this is. It's just some name of people.
Yeah, it's just a log. I guess.
What's that? Oh. No, you can't shoot while you're on water. In water. Explosive shotgun on the barrel. Interesting. That's different. That's an interesting looking reload man animation. There's that floating guy.
Yeah, it's a different one.
He's dead. Badass. Level it up.
Me too.
Whoa! What the hell is that? A mass steel burner, heavy weapon ordnance. Oh yeah, hell yeah. I'm guessing that's grenades. Yeah, they replace your grenades.
Atomic crescendo impact grenade nuke. What?
It's Torg in it. Torg has a mini nuke. How do I change my brightness? Where's the brightness slider?
You're in Windows full screen, there's no brightness slider.
But there was a before when you start the game, it asks you to adjust the brightness.
You're in Windows full screen, there is no brightness slider. You want brightness, you have to go full screen.
But shouldn't they show it on blacked out?
Maybe, but all I know is if you're in Windows full screen, it uses your Windows brightness.
Strange.
I mean, that's how it's always been. For every single game. Ever.
There, here it is. Adjust the brightness value.
Pressing wrong buttons. Oh my god.
Oh, finally, shop.
Right.
Yeah, I took over the silo. We can spawn here now as well. Or fast travel.
Dock room. It's this way. Oh, this is a torque gun. That's why. No, it's not a torque gun. I think it's got torque attachments. It's got torque license impact magazine. Interesting. Ripper.
Can't keep a good cat down.
Walk impact. Oh, fuck. Claim airwaves. How do you claim it?
Find the console.
Comparison is the ultimate thief of
Defend Echo from attack as it the orders propaganda system.
Oh.
look at what others may
From cute to vicious.
Oh, I got a minigun. Heavy ordnance. Holy shit! Used up my ammo so quick.
That was in there roaming.
There is nothing greater than war. We are all mere worms.
Okay, he's done, but nothing happened.
Because I think that something's coming.
Oh yeah.
Jesus, this sucks in a big way!
Big boy behind me. Oh fuck!
Can you hear the darkness calling?
Do you hear the voices too? Oh my gosh. Ow. Got fucking minigun. Oh my god, this is crazy. Another badass cannoneer. Blech.
I'll slash, mi amigo.
Yeah, SDU.
There's a quest down here.
Where?
Hmm.
Hey, you the moonshine guy?
Depends on who's asking.
So chica que borracha and nothing flat. Says it was all thanks to you.
Yeah, my stuff will do that to you. Old family recipe. I've been trying to sell it, but none of the folks around here can hold their liquor for nothing. No, what I need is a Pappy's helper. The old man's miracle cure takes you from tipsy to tip-top in no time. Got the recipe right here. Mind help me
Guys,
whip one up.
catch it right here.
Sure, booze man. What's the problem?
You know that guy
I
died in
knew
real
it was
life?
all right. Now, first
Like
things
the
first.
voice
Let's
actor.
find
Yeah.
the fruit on those cliffs over yonder.
That's why they killed him off in the series.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, dude had like leukemia or something crazy like that. Let's go south first.
I ain't never had much use for the Pappy's helper myself, but Grandpappy used to make it for our weak-livered northern kin.
Why don't you make it weaker? You'd sell more that way.
What? And disrespect my heritage?
Disrespect my heritage.
You see, now some of those seeds got real thin shells on them, but I need one that's good and sturdy. Wait, did I mention the seeds grow inside a special fruit that only grows on cliff sides? And that the local fauna love this fruit enough to kill them that tries to take it? No?
Explosion.
Who's ready to get?
Nothing.
Over up top.
Always love free loot.
Oh. Holy shit. That's a lot. It's rubbish, most of them. That's sad, man. Not a single purple. I need to offload.
Go to the silo above us.
What's this splash zone? There's a shop here.
That's where we started.
Moxie's Big Ink Encore. Oh. Feeling a bit hungry again.
Me too, Kingdom. 5 minutes?
Yeah. I need to restart my game anyway. Throwing reinvinenced perforator. CD door.
I'll be back.
Oh, when you said be back, finishing. Oh, you'll be back real soon. New hover drive. And many more. And restart my game. Oh, I need to restart my Windows. Shit. It says Borderlands 4 is still running. What the hell? Okay. Game books. What? Combined shaders again? For fuck's sake. Bring it back. I'm back. Guess he's not back. Heaven. This over here. Oh, what the?
I'm back.
I invited you.
I was getting tired of that one. See how you like it. You gotta be cheap. You're trying to trip me up. Pay for that,
I almost feel bad for you. Almost.
Go to the right, I guess. Oh, cool. Another ordnance, a beam version. Let's test this out.
Party Reaper. They're having a concert over here.
Let's crash the party.
They're NPCs.
Oh. The fuck? Why are they listening to?
Some weird shit. Sounds French.
Is it French?
I think so, yeah.
Look at this person. I don't think it's loud enough for them to dance like that.
Yeah, I don't hear it. I can barely hear it.
Right for me. Oh. Holy shit, what was that? I think I got this heavy ordnance weapon. It's Malawan. I think it's just a giant railgun. Oh my god, I missed. You know you could just use the grapple hook.
That's what I did.
Oh, I thought you jumped. No, you're much better at killing single targets than me. Because you do way more damage. Oh, enemy above us.
Yeah.
There's one. Get that fruit.
Get that fruit.
I'm officially inspired.
I think there's a badass on that. Yeah, there's.
There you go, see? Nothing to it. But yeah, that one's far from fresh. No good for my purposes. Find me another.
Oh, drop a purple.
Didn't drop jack shit
Daedalus.
Garbage.
Garbage. Gun crate. The best one.
Except the coloration on that one sucks. It's gonna have no flavor at all. Try again. Oh, A for effort, though.
We should shoot the
Grandmammy
guy.
tried to get Grandpappy to patent the Pappy's helper, but he was never a real entrepreneur.
Entrepreneur.
businessman.
I saw a camp here. What's this? A Vault Hunter's Guide to Kairos the Outbound.
All right, future VH. Time for an RJ anthropology lesson. Fade edition. I'll bet you want to get off Kairos, huh? Everybody does. But the locals in the Fade fields really want out. So much so that they even call themselves the Outbounders. The Outbounder crew basically lives to scrap. Mostly by scavenging for parts they can use to build a spaceship and blast off this rock. But they're also pretty slick at scrapping with the Order, guerrilla style. That makes them sound kind of intense, but they're actually the chillest people on Kairos. Especially their leader, Rush, who's basically a human ray of sunshine. A ray of sunshine that could crush your skull in his bare hands, but still. The sad truth, though, is that no matter how many ships the Outbounders build, they aren't getting past the Orders.
Man, you got some kind of bad luck, huh? That's the worst one yet.
I bet the Order are bad apart from the last one.
Yeah.
Now that's a beauty. Nice curvature, simple body. Oh yeah, that's the one. Now head on back and let's get started. Hey, what do you think about me naming my moonshine after myself? Is that, what's the word? Pretentious? Old Shammy's family
There's a cave
shine.
here.
Not technically poisonous. I don't know. It don't feel right.
I mean, if the target audience is exclusively you,
Oh, it's not much of a cave.
That's my favorite.
Kill Cratch. Where are we exactly? Water stop. Do we have to go back?
Yeah. Sideways.
Can we fast travel? No, you can't. Oh. Oh, Paraj, you know that box that we saw with the funny picture?
Yeah.
You could smash it.
Oh, really?
I don't know if it's have anything to do with collectible or anything, but it made a noise when I smashed it.
All right, now, we gotta fuss it up a little. Now, we don't need the whole fruit, you see, just its skin. Bust out the fruit and toss it, would you?
We got 1 out of 9 collectibles, apparently.
Give it the old body slam.
Ground slam.
There you go. Next, we're gonna need a geyser nugget. Oh, not to be confused with guys or nuggets. The chicken restaurant / all-male erotic venue.
Yeah.
You know about geysers, ain't you? Big hole that shoots things out of it. Gotta be careful with geyser nuggets. Let one hit the ground, it's likely to blow you higher than that new moon we got now. You'll need to snatch one right out of the air and don't drop it.
What?
Find Geyser. Back east.
The family Sean ain't never rightly had a name. Hard to market something if nobody knows what to call it. Hey, what if I went the classy route with a sexy one-word name like a Shimmer? Y'all had that new Shimmer yet? Knock you right on your ass, I'll tell you what. Yeah, nah. Classy ain't exactly the demographic I'm going. Oh, hey, there's a geyser now.
Where?
Are you sure? It doesn't appear to be geysing.
Geysing.
I'm thinking it's fit to burst. Just needs a little coaxing. Shake the ground, and it'll release the goods.
Slam. The goods are coming out. Oh, grapple, 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 grapple.
Geysing now.
Well done. The recipe for Pappy's helper says, if it's gray, walk away. So bring me a nugget
Oh,
that ain't
we need a red one.
back now. Don't drop it now, unless you want to go all the way back for another anyway.
I got a red one. Did you get a red one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did.
I don't think I need to bring one. You said you got one. Oh my god, there's a freaking wild horde in the party.
What do you mean?
It was like ramming into people in the party.
Oh,
You know, there's people.
Okie doke. Now, last thing on the menu is a little tricky. We need a scent gland.
Yeah, I didn't
from
bring
one of those
my one.
anglers you'll see gadding about. Well, go on now. Get at it.
I'll do you one better, Shams. I'll
Got
get
a
you a whole
mangler scent.
bunch of clans.
I already killed those
Myself the effort of tracking back later
those
when you realize you need
cows. Oh, I don't think Wildhorn is the manglers.
No, the manglers are the scavs. Gags.
Oh,
Or twist.
the dogs.
Yeah.
There's a badass in here. Senior.
Don't fret now. That thing's got 8 more lives. Less than you caught it on the last one, in which case, good riddance. Now bring it.
Always feels good.
Ah, that fucking almost killed me. Oh, motherfucker. Any more? A lot of these debris, these like objects, they like to spin. How many? Oh, one more.
Oh, they're over there.
Which way? Oh.
This gland is your gland. This gland is my gland. And we're gonna use it for Pappy's cure it. And when it's finished, I'm gonna be rich. Ooh, this gland's the last thing that I need.
Oh my god.
Okay, now let's get to brewing. Recipe says to mash up the scent gland with the seed. Really get those juices all over the geyser nugget, too. That'll make it stick real good.
Bringing out the big
Whoops, wrong button.
There we go. That should knock the stink off of pangolin. Take it bowling. Not all my charming southern phrases make sense. Let's test it out. Couple drunks usually post up near the river to get saucy on my shine. Make a hell of a racket. They used to run them off, but drunk as they
Oh, the
get
gun's
off one
chest right
swig
next
of
to us.
wasty face and never remember.
Garbage.
Right back the next night. Wasn't worth the trouble. Decided to call the stuff Wasty Face, by the way.
Wasty
Catchy,
Face.
Easy to remember, and lets you know exactly what you're getting yourself into. Wasty Face. Get faced.
What do you want me to do with it? D-Spike Beer Supply. Oh. We're gonna fuck up those people in the party.
Yeah. That's why they're there.
For experimentation.
Yeah, there they are again. Not to speak ill of my customer base, but just look at them itches. And sorting with rippers, that
itches.
ain't even the worst of it.
What I do? Just throw it.
Yeah, in here. Where I'm standing.
And they ain't even cleared a fourth of that keg. Hell, ain't likely to come by more while in
Oh,
that
shit.
station. Chuck Pappy's helper in that keg and sober him up for me. Hey, you done it. Now you gotta shoot a hole in the keg. But not until you get all them drunkards underneath it.
I'll snag that mic and make a quick announcement. Hey, party people! What's better than a keg stand? A Shiner soak, of course. Gather round, gather round.
Is there more? Need more. Oh.
I'm clear-headed, furious, and itching to fight.
Oh, they will kill them now.
Never sober up.
Lost Psycho. God damn, it's tanky.
I win.
Allow them?
Nope.
Ooh,
That's
he
all of
exploded.
That was a close one. Now, who needs a drink?
Uh-oh.
I'd love to get comfortably sauced, but this keg ain't it.
Let's go see what old Sandy's got on offer.
Heads up, Shamgaman. Some returning customers are
Returning to you
Purple.
right now. None of
Not
them are
again.
rippers,
Where?
though, on account of them being
Oh.
dead now.
Most of them.
Paying customers, rippers or no. But you did it, Vault Hunter. When I finally buy me a boat, I'm gonna name it after you. Say, what is your name anyways?
just use my old nickname. Huevos Grande.
Huevos Grande.
Consider it done. Hey, I know it's rough out there. So if you ever need to take the edge off, you know where to find me.
Yes!
I got this purple pistol, 65 damage, 123 DPS. Do you want it? Otherwise, I'll sell it.
Just sell it.
Cool. Oh, I got the Twitch drop items. Oh, this is not it. That's not it. That's not it either. The fuck? Okay, maybe I don't have it. The fuck? I claimed it.
You connected?
Probably not. But it should be already connected. No, it's not connected. It's connected. Still don't have the reward. Do you have it?
Don't know. No, I don't think so.
What? Blonde.
Oh, that's a nice looking cloak. The runner. Ooh. Interesting colors. What do you think of my new colors?
Who knows?
Jake, give me a second.
Maybe.
I'm all tapped. Give me a second.
Well. Got a nice cool looking jacket as well. I'm gonna head south for some question mark. Oh, what is that? There's a dome over there. They've fallen down.
And they can't get up.
I've fallen down and can't get up. That's grounded, isn't it?
No, it's from the grandma. The super old infomercial. Help! I've fallen and I can't get up. Guaranteed no. With the granny in the walker, like on the floor.
I'll have to rewatch it to remember. What are you shooting at?
I'm doing sniping that thing.
Are you scared yet?
I can't shoot through that. Oh, the boss. God, he is super tanky.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I hardly dented his health. There's a gun called Ripper. Oh, this is the gun that you have to keep your hold down the button to shoot. I'm guessing there's a shotgun. What does your pet do?
Damage?
Can you like tell it to do some special attack?
No, I just make it bigger.
What?
Oh
He
my
got more
god, he
health
just
bar.
full healed.
He's got. This is a freaking third phase. Is he trying to? What is he doing? Holy shit! That's spray. Oh, what? Bro! He's just a leg!
It's just a flesh wound.
So good. Dance, bitch! Dance! I'm out of bullets. Oh my god, this guy's taking ages to die.
You could never let me down, brother.
Holy crap.
Feat a world
Pop out,
boss.
if you-
Oh, yo.
Oh, yeah, baby. Malawan SMG. Malawan S. What? Why are there so many Malawan SMGs? Oh, this gun looks weird. Got a circle as a handle. Laser wire. Whoa, that's cool. Vlad sniper rifle. A Ripper, heavy ordnance Ripper. Ooh, let's try this gun. Looming Nuki, Jacob.
More on the left.
Blue. Bad guys.
Go loot.
Oh my god. Yum yum. I haven't seen a Vladov pistol yet. I'm guessing that was random because that word bus. Because this area looks like I've seen it before.
Yeah.
Or is it repeated?
It's probably repeated, yeah.
Yeah.
Seems more likely.
C-beam. Oh, Gulob, heavy ordnance, Vladov. Interesting. A jet bipod, what's that? Oh, I have a bipod. Cool. It's a bipod that basically allows me to steady my shots. Did you check the toilet? I need to head back to shop. I need to sell some junk. Ooh, a heavy ordnance blasting rainmaker. I'll buy that. Let's see how that looks. Oh wow, there's more heavy ordnance. There's so many heavy ordnance, different ones. Supercell. T-beam. I haven't seen a supercell. I'll buy that. Orders, assault rifle, indiction. Thrown preparator. Alright, I'm ready. Gonna head to this question mark.
Yeah.
The Watchman.
Never gets old.
They have money. Oh, the ordnance.
Yeah. The boss dropped one.
Oh, this one shoots a disc. fishing spot located, so that's what the question mark is. Headshot.
I don't see no fishing spot. Oh, you went to the wrong question mark, man. There's one all the way down south. You went north.
Yeah, there's a fishing spot right here, that's why. It's on this island.
Another question mark on the left.
You lose.
It's a fishing spot. I don't see no fish.
Yeah, same.
The-
That's what I said.
Weird. I do see fishes though, but I can't fish them.
Oh, there's a store here. Bunch of CVs.
Should we head south?
Yeah. Hang on. It's below us.
The party has started. I feel like these question marks.
The mine. We've seen these question marks.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think it's because it's my server now.
That's annoying.
Estate Fludi. Which way are you going now?
I went to the floaty thing in the sky. That's tethered at the dish.
Embrace the darkness.
fishing spot.
With the silos balloon deployed, the location of nearby vault key fragments is now revealed. You can also use the balloon tether as a zipline to launch yourself across long distances.
I see it. I think. No, I don't.
Okay, off we go. Holy shit. I went back.
I'm going south. Reptile Grotto. I flicked the bobblehead again. Oh, we've been here. Oh yeah, this is things we've already seen.
Yeah.
We should just head to the objective.
I'll be honest, I'm not surviving much longer.
I'll probably play a different character then if you're logging off.
Yeah, okay, I'll log off then, yeah. Yeah, I'm getting quite tired. Are you liking your guy?
It's not bad. I like his power is pretty nice.
I'm not sure about the siren on my end.
You don't like it? Well, have you tried other powers?
Well, I've tried the 2-1, right? Like, so the necromancer and the hunter, I suppose.
And?
It's alright, but it's like nothing special.
You should try the fireball one. That sounds fun.
Eldritch Blast. The guy with the axes seems cool.
Amon. Yeah. Why did it say it's level 1?
Huh?
I pressed new game. It says choose a Vault Hunter, and it says level 1, level 1, level 1. Is that supposed to be like that?
Yeah, you new game.
Yeah, no, but why do you need to tell me level 1?
Because it'll be level 1, I guess.
I don't know.
So you're
Sus.
fully aware it's gonna be level 1.
Sus.
Alright, boys. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
See ya.
Yeah, you too, man. I'll see you tomorrow.
Latest.